How is it going, everyone? Welcome to Fang Draft number 2 here with For the Core. My name is TJDJ. The one and only Tang is alongside me as we begin our coverage of our first main event here of the 2025 For the Core season. Tang, this has been an interesting tournament already. I mean, how are we feeling to finally get things rolling?
Yeah, definitely. It's the first tournament of 2025. It's not the first Fang Draft that we've hosted ourselves. This is gonna be the second one, and we are starting the stream right now, but the players have already been playing beforehand a tiny bit. We are gonna join into the group round 4. So 3 matches have already been played by all of the teams competing today. And honestly, it's been going fantastic, TJ. We've not had major delays, with everything working perfectly. And now that I say it, I'm hopefully not changing
I mean, yeah, it's all downhill from here, Tang. It could have been even worse if you just said, you know, what could possibly go wrong? Kind of everything now. But yeah, I mean, shout out to all the players, all the captains, and also to our admin team as well. Like, everything's been going on schedule. Everything is good. We have been able to catch some of the games. I know that we have had some players streaming. You know, shout outs to Mercy, Sagu, Young Linden, Samwise have been streaming their games. So we have been able to catch a little glimpses here and there of some of the games from the early rounds being played. And some of them have been some absolute bangers already. So here we are, round number 4. So we're going to find out, you know, our teams making their way into the final knockout stage in just a few moments, Tang. So let's have a look at the groups themselves. Let's get everyone caught up. Take us through Group A.
Yeah, Group A, that is a pretty scary group. So these names are most likely not gonna tell you the whole story because, as we said, like, it is Fang Draft, it is players being drafted to their teams. So just to have a quick overview, with Bond Effect, with players like Venom or Bondrude on in them, right? Like a bunch of other really strong players. Bamboo Blizzard with Puzzled Panda and Co. Really solid as well. Smoked, Wash, Neft and Co. Leftover Biscuits, the representatives over from the NA from North America. Like, we have solid teams all around, and this has been quite a group of death in this tournament.
Yeah, it has been nuts, you know, as I mean, the group I say the group seeding was decided by the draft as well. So, you know, teams 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9 were find themselves in Group A. And yeah, when you look at just the players, just going by the player names itself of Ven, Pandas, Romaware, Neft and Mercy, it's like, holy, this is a hella good group. To be honest, it's been very competitive as well. So, you know, this was a very scary group to be in. You know, 2 of these teams are going to make it through to the knockout stages, and we're going to go through the standings in a little bit for now. But, you know, this was an entertaining group. And Group B, which is going to be coming up, Tang, this looked like anyone's group, honestly. You know, I think probably every team in this group looked at their opponents and said, nah, this is an easy group.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny because, like, we have, of course, a tiny bit of back access into some of these channels, and we see people typing, yeah, I know, we are easily gonna top this group. But when several people type that, then chances are not everybody can be first. But yeah, that being said, like, a bunch of strong teams there, right? Like, we're saying, like, yes, the level of players might be a tiny bit less than in Group A, at least like from what we've seen, but I wouldn't put it past any of these teams to come out on top regardless, because we still have insane players in these teams, right? Like, just gonna go over the teams: Antiseptic, Exporters, Consoleros, Pingdiff, and Totorina. And just looking at these teams, they still have really strong players, right? For example, Capo de Capi in Totorina, we have M in Pingdiff, with Import in Exporters, Samwise in Antiseptic, and for Los Consoleros, we have, of course, the console players. So it's Mea, it's Sagu, and it's that bunch.
Yeah, and Sagu has been streaming, you know, all of the games as well. So just getting a bit of an insight into him, and you know, that console buff, I want to say, like, on the ADC, he is hitting some nut shots already. But you know, they're entertaining games. I think, you know, their first round game. So when I have a little look at our format, so in round 1, it was Los Consoleros versus Totorina. That game went to 37 minutes. That was back and forward. There was an all prime steal, like a base defense. It was nuts, honestly. But here we are. We're gonna have a look at the standings now for Group A, and already some incredibly strong teams. Ven's team and Bamboo Blizzard as well, Panda's team, which people thought, you know, were going to be the strongest teams. Perfect starts already to their group.
Yeah, perfect starts, and just from what we've seen in these games, I think Bond Effect had like a 17-minute game. Definitely strong performance coming out of them, but there's still a possibility for any of these teams to get out of the group. So yes, we are in the third rounds, but there is one bye per round. So it's gonna be Leftover Biscuits and Smoked getting one free win in the not both of them, but like one gets a free win in the fourth round, one gets a free win in the fifth round. So realistically, everybody, if they win their last two matches and Bond Effect drops the ball, Bamboo Blizzard drops the ball at the end, then any of those last three teams can still make it out of the group stage. So definitely gonna still be a spicy group to watch.
You know, it could all just come down to that last group as well. Let's go and cast our eyes into Group B as well, which we were expecting to be the competitive group. And you can already kind of see there that actually everyone kind of taking up wins, everyone taking up losses. Antiseptic on the perfect start for now, but Exporters, Los Consoleros, and PingDiff all picking up wins in this group. I think this one comes down to the final round, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and something doesn't quite feel right though, because I think a bunch of these team names have actually been jumbled up a tiny bit, because I actually think Totorina is actually without a single defeat so far with Capo de Capi, getting three wins. So I'm just gonna say it so everybody can follow along when you're watching this on Twitch. It's Totorina on top, Antiseptic on the second place, Exporters on third, PingDiff on fourth, and Consoleros so far not with a win quite yet. So that graphic was a tiny bit misleading, but still close enough, I think. Just the team's a bit mumbled up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think the only real change really was between Totorina and Los Consoleros, essentially. But everyone else, you know, still Antiseptic, Exporters, and PingDiff all tied with 2 wins apiece here. We're going to come down to that final group here, and we can kind of maybe have a little bit of a preview of some of the games being played in round 4. Of course, we are the stream joining midway through the tournament, so we're going to be casting 1 game from Group A, and then we're going to be casting 1 game from Group B before we move on to the semi-finals. So that Group A matchup that we are going to be seeing on stream in just a short moment is going to be Bond Effect versus Washed, Neft and Co. Venom versus Neft. That's going to be a bit of a spicy one there. Should be very competitive.
And when we were doing the draft, we actually did a small straw poll, and you guess which 2 teams actually got out ahead in that poll? Yes, it was Neft and it was Venom. So it was actually those 2 teams that we are going to see in this best of 1 in the 4th round of Group A. That is going to be happening in a second, and I think we are not going to keep you from it for much longer, TJ.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've got our casters on standby to get ready here. But hey, we just wanted to come in, just want to welcome everyone to the streams. Look forward to this one. It's been a fantastic tournament day, and I can't wait to show some of these games as well, and look forward to the closing stages. Remember, it's the top 2 teams from each group are going to be the top 2 teams from each group are going to be in that knockout stages. And I think our casters are ready for our first game on broadcast. That's going to do it from me and Tang for now. We're going to pop back a little bit later on. But let's get started with round number 4, Group A. Bond Effect versus Wash, Neft & Co. Cinematic Gaming and Falcon. Take us through the draft, take us through the game. All yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, wonderful people. I am Cinematic Gaming, joined today by my co-caster Falcon. How are you doing today, good sir?
I have had a day. I have done a 4 hours full shift at work. I have run home. I am now ready for some good old Pred, and I am very excited to see what we have. I've not been entirely catching up, but from what I have heard so far, it has been a very fun tournament so far, and some interesting games. A lot of games actually going a lot longer than I thought. I was expecting a few more stomps than what we got, but if things have gone the way they have gone, these next 2 games should be very fun to watch.
I should be, and I'm excited for. I think we're going to get into draft here just momentarily. My main question to you before we do get into draft is, are there any picks that you're going to be on the lookout for either of these teams?
I think the one that people might not expect is the Simbi. Has been very heavily targeted, especially in the likes of the PPL. And with Bondrude in this game, he is probably... I'm not going to say probably, I'm going to put it down. I think he is probably the best Simbi player in the game. He's been playing it for such a long time, even when it wasn't as popular, always as that pocket pick. So now she has that more prowess in the draft, I think you're recently going to see it banned, but if it's picked up, it could be a very strong first pick.
I have to keep an eye on that. For myself, I'm going to be looking out for those hypermobile carries, something like the Skylar, something like the Kira, something that can have some distance and have some self-peel to get pump out the damage in those team fights. Even something like the Murdoch that has like the shotgun blast to like push enemies away in order to make sure there's some distance between yourself. I feel like those heroes are what can make the difference in these super chaotic team fights. So those are the heroes I'm going to be watching out for. Do you have any specific players or roles that you think might have the difference maker in these games?
I think you've got to go back to those ADCs again. I mean, Neft is in this game. He's always going to be that X factor. No matter what team he is in, you can't really ever count him out, even if his team's behind. If he gets farmed, he can carry that game. Sparrow only, though, on the other team. A lot of things to say about him. I won't go too much into it because I might get banned. But in terms of mechanics, he is a very, very good player. And he is one of the few ADCs in Europe that can keep up with Neft. So if either team can set up their carry to win and to carry, then the game will be over for them.
Well, you are go against the captain of the enemy team in Neft. I mean, Neft is a big name, right? So many people have heard him. I think it'd be hard to find a predecessor player who has not heard the name Neft. And he is going to have a lot of eyes on him to see if he can carry his team to victory, or if he's going to be more like on a shot carry role, maybe even if he's going to be like sitting in the back line saying who's going to do what on the team. Because I think that's something that is really underestimated when it comes to solo queue versus a team atmosphere, is how the team actually communicates and decides what actions they're going to take on the map. Who's going to call the shots to say, we need to go to Fangtooth right now, we need to go do Orb Prime, we need to rotate on these lanes. Who actually on that team does make that call? And whoever does make that call doesn't necessarily mean they're the best mechanical player, but if they have the best team synergy, that can actually carry them to a proper victory.
That is definitely for sure. And you got to remember, these are teams that have been made within the last week or so they haven't had really the time to practice together. But saying that, they play all the time against and with each other in ranked against each other, maybe even in standards if it's not available. So they are very familiar with each other. They know how each other plays. They know what picks are good, what picks are bad. And all of these players are very high ranked Paragon players, so they know the game back to front. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of worry about that. There might be some friction between calls. Maybe some person thinks that one call is correct whilst another one thinks something else, which could lead to communication issues with the team. So that is going to be the main thing to look out for in the game. But in terms of mechanics and the actual play-by-plays in this game, it should be pretty high level, hopefully.
Yes, I will be looking to see who prioritizes those early Fangtooths. I know in just the few games that we were practice casting, we saw some 3 Fangtooths done before 20 minutes, which is not something that we see very common, I think, in many of these games. So I'll be interested to see if there's always like a tension around those early Fangtooths to see who wants to actually get them first and get to that 3 stack quickly, or if they're going to be more of a split map. Maybe you take a Fangtooth, we take the Orb Prime, we take then the next Fangtooth, or how they're going to prioritize the map on that aspect. I believe we are still just waiting to get into draft, looking to get a few more technical things out of the way before we can actually jump into it. So as we continue to talk here, I have to decide that how much of a mental state that these teams are going to be in after a specific game, right? It's 5 teams to a group. It's not exactly a huge saying, but every single game still does matter. And if you lose one game, that can have a big detriment to your standing in the tournament and how it can move on going forward. So how do you think these teams best have to situate themselves that if they lose one game, they have to ground themselves going, it's not the end of the world, we can still move on? And which team do you think has the advantage in that aspect if they were to lose a game?
That's a question and a half, CG. I think it's different for these two teams. I'm going to say I believe they are the top 2 seeds currently in the group. So as things would progress, they would both go towards that semi-finals. Seed 1 versus the Seed 2 of Group B. Seed 2 of this group to Seed 1 of Group B as well. So this game isn't important in terms of who progresses. It's important in terms of who gets the easiest semi-finals, who gets that second seed they have to fight. So in the long term, this game is actually probably the most important out of the entire group. And it also means that if you do lose this game and you are towards that second seed, you are still in danger of being knocked out. I'm not sure of what the mathematical probabilities are at the moment. I don't know statistics. Someone on the back end hopefully is keeping track of that. But you are definitely in danger. In terms of the mental, though, I don't think there's going to be that much. All of these players have played in tournaments before. They know what it feels like to be against the back of the wall. They know what it feels like to be 0-1 down in a best of 3. And this is the best of 1. You got to play like you want to win. You can't go half-heartedly. You've got to just assume that you can do anything you can in the game. And if it doesn't work out, at least you tried.
No, of course. And it's good to be on the same page. If you know you're going into a game, you're going, we're going to try our best. Everyone's going to be on the same page. Even if we do lose, we know that, okay, it was just a little bit of a flunder. We know what mistakes we made. We can go in the next one with a held high, knowing what problems to fix, and you don't have to worry about that. If we want to break down the mathematical calculations, though, I think we need to go about the arc of the projectile of Emilio lobbing, and then you can go through all of that and actually break it down physically. Okay, this team has a 71.6% chance to win if you want to be really cheeky about it. But that, in that case, Emilio would actually have to be the one that's picked in that game. What else is there to talk about before we get into this game? Oh, okay.
What I want to talk about actually quickly.
Well, okay, very well. I would say that instead we actually are going to call the head-to-head, which is Ven versus Conte. So I think we're going to be going into that now. Ven is, if I believe correctly, I wrote this down, is the jungler for Bond Effect, while Conte is also the jungler for Neft's team.
Yeah. This is actually perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. So that timing is great. And I think both of these players are going to be key players in both teams. We can see their stats on the board right now. Conte having a bit better of a KDA, but everything else, gold earned, damage dealt, damage taken, is rather similar. Then losing a little bit in the damage dealt, but that can be down to how the games play out. It's not a stat you can just take for granted. And both of these players more towards the tanky side. You can see Rampage, Aurora on either side. That is going to be their main picks in the jungle. Conte is famous for their Aurora, especially when they first came to Predecessor. Red has been around for a long time at this point. Has played basically anything under the sun in that jungle role, but will always rely on the old Rampage, maybe the Chimera as well. And I expect those picks to be the same in this head-to-head. Both teams wanting to support their teams as much as possible, get them ahead, get those leads in the lanes, and if they can, get some invasion of the jungles, but I doubt that's going to really happen.
That is an interesting point to bring up about what actually type of junglers will these teams prioritize. Will they prioritize the carry junglers, or as we just saw, the more CC tank heavy junglers that rely on actually peeling for the team to actually initiate the carries to do the damage? Because both strategies can work, and we've seen that work in this tournament already. So we'll see if that both junglers actually go towards the same type overall, or maybe there's going to be some differential in how they go about it. It did annoy me a little bit that the damage taken for Ven was 77.47. It's like, can you just take a tiny bit more damage and make that 4-7? Because it was so close to being perfect there.
You can't just assume that. I mean, taking damage is not always a good stat. It does mean that you're soaking the damage up, but a lot of poke damage can come through. You can be taking damage just from random howitzer R2000, some sticky mines. Again, it's not a stat we can really delve into. The gold earned is the most important in that role, and both of them were pretty much dead even. And I mean, it's hard to say. I do think they're going to be towards that CC tank here, as I've said. I don't think they're going to be peeling for their carries. I think that is going to be the role of the supports in this game. I'm going to be seeing these two junglers diving on the enemy carries. They're going to try and disrupt them as much as possible. Maybe even try and kill them if that comes down to it, if they're that fed and ahead. And just make the backline's life miserable. Make it as annoying as possible. Make it just a existence you would not want to be in.
Yeah, give me a Seraph versus Gravestone. One jumping into the enemy backline, the other jumping into the other enemy's backline. They're just both ignoring the front lines and going, we're getting on those carries. Which goes back to my point at the beginning of what I'm going to think. I'm going to put priority on those hyper carries like Skylar and Kiara, who can actually peel for themselves and create that distance if need be. But here we go, going into the draft. Bond Effect versus Wash Neft. Bond Effect on the dust side thing is going to have the first pick here, as again, we're going to see what the priority picks are and what's going to be picked first.
It's going to be very interesting. I do believe these are live, so we might be going very quickly through these. We can see that there is a third ban as we go back to this. I'm not entirely sure why, but hopefully we'll be back to the picks and bans in just a second, so you don't have to talk, listen to us talk for much longer about things that we are trying to work out. And
we're all anxious to get into games.
There we go. Oh, we just had a swap of teams, so that'd be why. So Rosneft and Co is going to get that first pick, first ban. And we can see also that the second round of bans is going to have 2 more, I believe. I'm not entirely sure which way this is actually going. So we will see in a second, and we'll learn as much as you do at that point in time. But if Rosneft and Co are first pick, I do feel like they're going to ban the Simbi first. They might try and pick up that Skylar immediately for Neft if possible. Neft does like that character quite a bit, but there is a lot of power picks available for both these teams.
Yeah, you always have to be wary of what pick order you do pick the heroes in. I usually always wanting to put preference on flex heroes that can go into multiple roles, so you don't actually know which one they're going to go in. But there you go, you pointed out Shimby is the first ban for Watch F. That did not take long.
Not long at all. It's just too strong of a character in Bontu's hands. And Crazy Legend, the enemy solo laner for Neft, isn't as proficient. Now it's going to be banned from Bond Effect, and we are going to get the second round of bans immediately. Crunch taken off the board. These divers, these frontline bruisers taken off just because they are so strong in the meta currently, have enough survivability to be lasting in team fights, but more than enough damage to bring disruption and mayhem to them as well.
Oh, and there we go. Let's round out 4 for 4. 4 solo laners taken off the map. You could argue that all of them could actually go into the jungle, but realistically these are mostly solo lane bans. Zeros being the last one picked up there means that this pool is getting pinched down quite hard early on. It's going to be interesting to see if the first pick is going to be a solo lane as well, now that the amount of god picks has been subtracted quite a bit. Or they're going to pivot to another lane and pick up a priority in that position. 2 seconds left. What's Washness going to pick up first?
Richter. It's going to be the Richter. That was not what I was expecting. I was thinking the Skylar was going to be picked up first, get that ADC. But the Richter, as you said, it's a very flexible pick. Can go in that offlane, can go in jungle, can go in support. So 3 roles that it is available in. I'm not entirely sure what role. I don't think it will be jungle. I think we can safely take that off the board. But it still gives them a good flex. If that solo lane is put down even more in those third bans, they can flex the Richter into that pick of a support in the second round of picks as well. Meanwhile, Bonfet picking up the Yin and the Decker. These are 2 very strong picks in the meta. Yin normally banned, so it's actually surprising that it got through, and that gives Ven a very, I'm not going to say hyper carry, I don't think Yin is a hyper carry, but a very strong carry potential in this jungle.
Yeah, I always have to be worried about a Richter first pick, because if you are picking him support, there's quite a few heroes that can counter him early on. I wouldn't necessarily say Decker and Yin are the biggest Richter counters, but they are going to be the answer into it, as Faye for the mid lane is getting picked up. Well, yeah, Faye's not really a flex pick. You don't really see Faye go into many lanes other than that mid lane, but there's the Skylar that we were mentioning paired with the Richter. That's a lot of mobility and hyper damage that can be put on. Washneft, I think, coming out early with the power picks here.
Faye has risen in popularity rather recently, and 1.2, 1.3 has provided a lot of damage. That fly trap is so strong. Bond effect can go Reclamation with Decker, so that is not too much of an issue with them, but it is going to be something they have to be aware of. Plus, Faye's pretty good lane bully, can get that lead as well. Skylar, as we've already said multiple times, very safe, can get over Decker's cage as well. So it is going to give that safety to the back line. And Bond Effect picking up the Rampage. Then I've just noticed they have Rampage and they have Yin. Is this a Yin off lane?
It might be. I was going to say that they went with the Rampage because that was the hero they had in that head-to-head screen, so we had to go with it. But now with the third bans coming out, we see Quang and Drongo taken off. Quang, another solo lane ban. So I was going to say, there's a potential that we've seen 5 solo lane bans in this game, and yet no solo laner has actually been picked up yet. It could be the potential. It could be Yin in that solo lane. It could technically be Richter in that solo lane, but nothing officially locked down yet.
If you're banning another solo lane like Krang, I think the Yin has to be a solo lane. Otherwise, you're putting the pool even smaller whilst you haven't picked it yourself. Rosnefnico obviously already got their AD carry, so they can get rid of Drongo. Is a pretty strong counter into the Richter. Can just CC him, make sure he can't do anything. And getting that Gideon up is going to be a good mid laner. Can pair well with the Deck Cage as well. You know, Rosnefnico finishing their draft, picking up the steal and the Bellica, so most likely a Bellica in that support. Steel, Richter, one of them is off lane, one of them is jungle. Hard to say which one is which, because I have seen both so many times.
Yeah, it could even be possible that Washnef doesn't even know which one yet, and they're still waiting for that final pick to finally decide to lock down the positions. But it's hard to get a more beefy frontline than Richter and Steel in that regard. As Murdoch, the last pick, another hero that I was on the lookout for, which I think does then confirm Yin will be going into that offlane for sure, as the long arm of the law rounds out this draft.
I like the Murdoch, and I mean, he's going to be very safe into that steal, and the Victor can just place the traps on top of him, make sure that if they do dive onto it, it's going to be fine, and has that extra range as well with that passive shots to make sure he can outrange the likes of those mages and the Skylar. But I want to go back to the Yin, because that's the surprise of the draft. I feel like Bond Effect kind of got away with it. There was 4 bans of the solo laners in the first round. They picked the Yin early, and I think Rosnefnico thought that was going to be the jungle. They already had the Richter. They picked up the Faye and the Skylar, which are decent into Yin. It's not too bad. They have a few projectiles, but nothing that you can really reflect that hard onto them. And then they picked the Steel, which, if it is a Steel off lane, which I think it's going to be a Richter off lane, but either way, Yin is going to bully them so hard in that lane. It's going to basically be a free farming lane for this Yin, because you can't get on top of her. She can just Whiplash away, and she has that extra max HP hit on her E as well, so you're not going to be that tanky against her. And I think Bond Effect overall has kind of stolen the draft.
Well, Bondroot had his Shimpy banned out, so we had to take another lady that was good at dashing around and causing mayhem in fight. So that will be the pick and person to watch out for in this game, I think, as we are going to get into game rather shortly here. We're going to set up the final things. But yes, a very spicy draft here for the first game. I am excited to get into this. I had the power picks that I was on the lookout for. I was looking up for both Skylar and Murdoch. Both of those got picked up. We see a Richter Steel, one of my favorite combinations of a beefy frontline. That got picked up. So, and of course we got a Yin. How can you know? How can you not think these games are spicy? I'm excited to get into it.
A lot of spice, but out of all of them, the mid lane is most, I'm not going to say boring, because Gideon and Faye are not boring characters by any means, but more original,
Standard.
more normal mid lane. You're not going to have that much action going on. I'm going to expect a lot of roams coming in from both the Faye and the Gideon, especially hit that level 6. Both of them have such strong team fighting ultimates, Black Hole and the Fly Trap going side. So it's going to be dependent on what side lane they want to face on. I imagine for Rosnefnico it's going to be that dual lane. For Bond Effect, though, it's probably going to be the Yin. Just try and get her on lock, try and get her onto the map, make sure she has as much farm as possible, especially around that 2-3 item mark. And if she can get towards those Fang Tooths before they are taken that early, they might just run away with it.
They might, but we will find out shortly, as here we go, going into game. Washneft versus Bond Effect, the spiciest draft of the day. Doesn't matter, that's the first game of the day. It still counts, it's the spiciest, as they take their launch pads and head out onto the map. Who is going to get this early lead in this game? We will find out shortly.
And we can see that it is going to be the Steel off lane. Going to have the Richter in the jungle. Conte is going to be linking up with probably Zen, I'd imagine. Get that Seismic Assault into the Whiplash is a very strong combo. And we can confirm as well, Bondroot is piloting the Yin in that off lane. We're not going to see any weird rampage off lane at all. Already though, 4 men were grouping up from Rosnefnico going into the invasion of the red jungle. But it does look like Richter did see the invade. Kira the Sparrow only staying near that tower, not going to go too far into it, and already on the other side of the map, the immediate response for Bond Effect.
Yeah, a 5-man group up with the Whiplash can lead to a very early first blood if you catch the enemy off guard, but Bond Effect not getting caught off guard here. Very nicely done to simply take a counter rotation on the other side of the map, get your deep wards, find out where the jungle is starting, and don't get an early snowball going against you in your favor. It looks like, yes, we will have just a simple start for the junglers. A little bit of guess around actually Crazy Legend going to maybe catch. No, we'll back away. And I think that means Rampage might be a few seconds late to his clear, but both these junglers are going to start on the red side.
Yeah, then it's going to be late. So, but it's not going to be too much of an issue. Victor's clear is nowhere near as fast as Rampage's. So overall, Bond Effect will have a faster first clear compared to Neft & Co. That is going to also impact the ganks as well. Rampage and Victor both have good ganks, but Rampage can affect it from much further away. Here's Stardust though, walking forward. Neft takes a lot of damage already forced the blink. 2 minutes on the clock. That is the blink gone from the Skylar. And I imagine in the comms that's immediate style to gank this duo lane.
Bond Effect not playing around, already blowing the early blink from Neft, the captain of Wash Neft. And yeah, Murdoch Decker, that's a really bullying, punishing lane there. If you don't get caught off guard early, it is going to punish you, and they showcase the damage that they do have early. And with Rampage around in that left side of the map, it could mean trouble if they continue to be pushed up like this. They're already pushed on under the tower.
They got the push in the first wave as well, so they were going to immediately get pushed back. And then they got the level 2 first. Now we can see Ven is nearby. Stardust missing the status bomb, but now they're in trouble because the wave has frozen just outside Bond Effect's tower, and they have to really walk up. I do think the minions got pushed slightly because of Neft's pull, but this is not a good start for Wash Neft & Co in the duo lane.
It's not the start that they envisioned. It's not the start that they wanted. And Ven still just hovering around here. Does miss the border again, though, as Sparrow only with the buckshot goes in aggressively. Is not going to be able to hit onto him. But Stardust is being the one that's too aggressive. You're up there way too far. 1 HP. You need 1 auto Neft to hit him, but he's just barely out of range. Oh, but the lob from the plasma grenade will take him out. Neft showcasing why he's the captain of this team.
And meanwhile, Bonju from the off-lane ganked the mid lane. 40% win rate is going to be gone. Conte ganking Sparrow only. He still has Blink. He's going to use the Whiplash. Hits the silence and the Blink follow through is going to be enough to save the life of Sparrow only. But 3 minutes on the board, absolute chaos everywhere on the map.
It is Wash Neft taking the revenge for that duel lane. Ven is just kind of hovering ahead, sort of 2 ganks with the border toss coming out, neither of them successful, and Neft was able to turn on his head for the first blood, while on the other side of the map, it was actually the Faye that got taken down. Or was it the end? I forget which one, but someone got taken down on Wash Neft to get a little bit of gold back for that kill, so it's currently 1-1 on the board. Unfortunately, we did miss that action, but it's because there's so much action all around. You thought this mid lane was going to be standard. I think this game is proving that nothing about this is going to be standard.
It wasn't the mid lane that was standing. It was Bonju rotating at 3 minutes on the map from the third lane. But that is going to be a kill for the 2 main players on each team. Neft getting the first blood is going to have a bit more value. And I'm still trying to understand how Kira Stardust took so much damage. Imagine it was from a silent assault into the void bomb. Minions also being aggroed onto him in the early game. Neft, though, just... It was such a good plasma grade, hitting the bounce, hitting the target, and it could have hit Sparrow only as well. He was standing in front of Akira Stardust, so it is just down to quick skill. Can't really say exactly what happened in the mid lane. We do see that, I believe it is around like 40% win rate, has still a blink, so didn't use it. Still pretty safe in the mid lane for the moment. 5 minutes now on the clock. FangDraft is spawning. Neither team really going to be looking for it anytime soon. And this is kind of what we expected in the off lane. Bonjude just bullying Crazy Legend.
Yeah, but currently the ward coverage is in Bond Effect's favor for that left side, where it's in Wash Neft's for the right side, but is Conte again going to this dual lane. That's where all the focus right now is being on this map. He is going to be spotted out by a ward. Both junglers are over here, though, looking to potentially make a play or do a counter play. Clearing out the wards, though, means that it's going to be more in Wash Neft's favor. And he's going to look. He's going to find Ven right now in this camp. Border to the face, comes out. Ven not going to be liking this trade, though. Conte has the health advantage and probably the damage advantage. Last cone will get Ven away, though, as his dual lane is first on the rotation to help. But nothing major going to happen here.
Yeah, we also saw that, I believe it was Richter was looking in the rings as well. Conte going for the Whiplash is going to miss. And in this early game, you can imagine that Ven is going towards that Overlord, getting that extra damage. But in terms of just a 1v1 team fight, sorry, Conte is going to have the advantage just due to the extra HP. That base damage on the Brimstone as well is going to be more damage than the Cleaver is going to provide to Ven in this early game. But neither side's going to really take that much damage. Both of them going back to the farming. And I did see on the map as well, Bondrude has started proxying the way from Crazy Legends. So that's going to make the Steel's life even harder. It's going to make him not really able to get anything. Brandon, I'm going to go very low here.
Now it's Ven that's in this mid lane. It's going to cause some more issues. I think he's going to secure the second kill for his team as he does, picking up another kill for his team for Bond Effect. Ven really putting the pressure on this map as Conte was here just a little bit too late. We saw in that aggressive Whiplash coming out, not unfortunately able to hit onto Rixter there. But yeah, we see that this offlane with all these junglers pressuring on the left side of this map, that Bondu is able just to proxy and have basically the time of his life there versus the steal. But versus the time of his life, it's Neff that's going to go down. Sparrow only picks up the one kill. I think it is returned by Zen. He will pick that up in return. That's 1-for-1 here in this duel lane, showing no mercy on either side.
The status bomb coming out with Kira Stardust did a good job of just negating Neff's damage, got him out of the air, but I think Sparrow only walked a bit too far forward, was tanking the minions whilst that was happening. 1-for-1 in the end of the day. Zendo getting the kill. Meanwhile, Sparrow only getting the kill for himself onto Neff. So in terms of just that 2v2, Bonfet does come out on top. Both carries are going to be back to lane rather similar time, and if we look at the map, it does look like the wave is pressing towards Bond Effect. So again, Murdoch's probably going to get a bit more farm compared to Neft in this stage. Brandon Knight walking very far forward. I mean, from the last last gank we saw from Ven, it does look like he doesn't have the blink available, so he has to be playing very careful. Has got the fly trap though, so if another gank does come like this, he might be a bit better.
Jumps up on top, flanking once again, hits all the CC onto 40% Wraith as the fly trap coming out to peel for himself, but the torn space would bring both of them. Black Hole coming out just a little bit too late as 40% Wraith is forced to blink away. Does save his life, but is forced off his lane. As now Crazy Legend going aggressive onto Bondrude here, maybe pushed a little bit too far forward, but it's just a 1v1 here, and that's not a 1v1 that Crazy Legend wants, as the, well, nice jump, hop, and skip will put out some damage. And yeah, I don't think Crazy Legend is going to win any of these fights anytime soon.
He's definitely not. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Conte taking down Ven with the help of Zen. So a good shutdown from them. They could look for the Fang Tooth as well. Neff, though, not really in a position to take it. It is full HP, full mana. Sparrow only coming back from his death. However, what's Neff they're going to go for? This is... They should be able to secure this pretty easily. I am worried about retaliation, but there's no black hole available for Bond Effect. Kira Stardust, Sparrow only. They aren't in the vicinity. They are starting to walk over now. It is going to be way too little too late. They should be going backing up for this. I don't think they really want to take this team fight. We're going to take it anyway.
Yeah, they are, and Conte is going to get caught out here. He's not long for this world as Rixter will pick up that one kill.
Look at
it's a nice trade for the Fangtooth, though, as the Torn Space coming in, trying to catch any more of Washneft if possible. I think they're now safely on the retreat here, and that's worth it. You're going to trade Jungler for Fangtooth. That's, I think, a good start. 9-minute Fangtooth, the first one coming out of this game. Means a little bit later than usually as we see, or if you want to start the early stacking, but still, one Fangtooth is better than 0.
It certainly is, and you're losing the life of a Richter as well. It's not going to be too bad. The reason why Bond Effect went for that fight is because Bondrude had rotated from the dual lane into the mid lane, meant that they were going to have not a numbers advantage because Ben was down, but they are going to be equal. And just looking at the early items, Ven has not gone for the Overlord, has gone for an item that I can't remember the name of. I believe it is called, hang on one second. Whilst I have a look, my brain knowledge is not the best nowadays. It is Tyranny. It is going to be the item used when he goes into ultimate. It's going to give him extra move speed, extra damage. Sparrow only just gets blown up.
Yeah, Blink in being very aggressive again with this 2v2. They are just wanting pure action. You can farm the minions if you want, but instead they want to farm the champions. Neff showing again why he's the captain of this team. He wins that 2v2 once again.
This is a 2v2 and is going to have multiple kills now. Ven going for a invade, and Conte is going to miss the Whiplash on the actual minion. I don't think he wanted to pull Ven in. Richter is already there to help. 40% Wind Wraith is nearby, has got that Megacosm. It's got the fly trap. It's going to bring Richter back in. I'm not entirely sure how his HP is still available. The Torch Space coming through. Conte following as well. Ven is still here.
And it's forced to blink away, but here comes Brown Druid and Crazy Legend. Solo lanes here for the support in this mid lane. It is Brandon Knight that's going to go down though for the first kill of the game, but nice CC under the tower will bring out Ven in return. Neft has now joined it as well as putting this plasma gun onto Brown Druid will force him to retreat. It is 1-for-1 mid laner for jungler at the end of the day, but Wash Neft, nice rotations to really help secure that.
Yeah, they got to do a lane rotation first, meant that they could have more players there. So even though Bondrude was the first person on the scene, Crazy Legend was close enough behind to not really too much have a problem. Conte missing the whiplash, nearly hit Kira Stardust. The stun in retaliation, not going to hit anyone. He really wants to back now, has got that crest available to him on that return. Neft got the plasma rate building towards the Vanquisher. 3-1-1, 83 farm, not the most farm we've ever seen Neft get in the first 10-11 minutes, but the kills are definitely going to be more than enough to make up for it. And I do think Neftico are pretty happy with the situation. They still have a big issue on the other side of the map though. Bondrude just continue to farm up, already taking 2 plates as well, so they really need Crazy Legend to help here.
No one's still here. Conte is still here in this dual lane as Nef was going 2v1. There's the Iron Spike coming out, putting some CC onto Conte as Ven is here now to support. Conte might being a little bit too aggressive here. He has to force the blink away as Nef puts out the damage, but the, oh my goodness, the stasis bomb comes to lock him down and forces him out with the long arm. The long Zen gets the return kill as well, but that's another kill going on support. That's not the one you want. Conte is forced to TP away as now it is Rickster coming in for the support. He's just going to travel across the map as 2 kills picked up for Bond Effect, only for 1. As no, the fight's still going on here because Faye's now here, but didn't realize that the Rickster was on the tree. Brandon and I just going to get torn apart by the black hole. I did not think you want that fight.
They definitely did not. They got Sparrow only, but the kill on Neft is so valuable. And we got to remember, Neftico, they started that fight. They had Conte go in first. Didn't use the skill. I don't know if he had it not available, but the damage wasn't enough. Ven was able to get there in time to make sure the backline was more than enough protected. Zen did get the return kill, but then just so much continuous damage coming out of Bond Effect, even without Bondrude there. So they do get the lead in terms of the kills, maybe not in terms of the farm, but with momentum and now swinging back the other way. Second FangDraft is spawning within the next minute or so, and I think this one is going to be a lot closer.
No, and you can tell by the state of the farm, yes, usually you are expecting Nef to have more farm, but with the amount of action that's happened on the map, it's pretty excusable that, no, he's a bit down low. If you want to look at the farm difference, though, look at the farm difference in that offlane Brownwood versus Crazy Legend. There's like a 50 CS lead for this Yin over the Steel, because she's just had a completely free lane, and now a completely free tower as well. The tower completely gone by 14 minutes. That's a lot of gold standing on this Yin, who's not really been involved in any fights yet. As soon as she joins up with the rest of her team for maybe this next objective, if that's what they plan on doing, you're going to have to be on the lookout for her and the damage that she can output.
Has this reset gone back to base? Bought an item is going towards the Fang 2, so we are going to see a 5v5 team fight. Then Conte, though, they just want to start now.
Oh yeah, Behemoth already popped as well as the crest, putting out some little bit of damage, but it's just on Conte. That's not all the person you want to put on the damage onto, as now there's the skewer coming out. Will lock out though. Is not able to save Zen, who's the first to go down. Steel Slam, Shield Slam is going to take out Sparrow only though, as now it's 1v1. There's the Yin though, she is in the fight. How much damage is she going to put out? Level 11, but she's 1v3 currently. Takes out Conte, and the rest of the team is going their support. Takes out Neft as well. Now it's just all Paul Steel alone in the midst of a black hole, and he's not going to be long from the world. Blink in, going to secure on the Fate as well. You have no chance in this world, Brandite, to survive, and that is a complete wash for Bond Effect. Brand showcasing that, yes, you can farm up and look at the damage you're dealing.
Good job, Bondrude. Level 12 now on the Yin, 15 minutes. FangDraft taken as well, and that was what we feared. But he's not stopping. Zen is just going to go down. That's a 6-level difference between the support and the off lane. I said there was a problem in the solo lane for Neft & Co. What I actually meant is there's a catastrophe in the off lane.
There is a nuclear bomb coming, and they do not have a shelter to hide from it. Browndude is coming to play, and there's nowhere to run from it. I think Zen went down at the start of that fight, and then just ran back in to also die at the tail end of it as well. It's just complete showcase here from Bondrude, and showcasing why he's the captain of his team.
I believe the captain's actually Ven, not Bondrude. I think they just named him. They named the team after Bondrude for the Bond effect, and it is certainly showing in the game. But I do want to give proper shout out to Ven, who is the captain. Did make the team from the draft, and I think he's done a pretty good job so far. Crazy Legend is only a level down. He's not too down in experience, but now Bondrude has got that mini prime. He's going to have it for quite a few minutes as well, thanks to that first Fangdraft effect, and he's basically going to be able to do whatever he wants in the game. He's already taken the tower, the tier 1 tower in that off lane, can rotate into the mid lane, can go over to the dual lane if he so wants, but I imagine his plan is just continue that farm, continue farming up, see if he can invade the enemy team's jungle as well, maybe even take the tier 2, just create as much annoyance and distraction as he can in this game, allow the rest of his team to move around much more freely.
Yeah, with no neutral objectives up on the map right now, it means he can just pressure in the sideline. Even if Conte was going to come on the rotation, I'm not even 100% sure they could take that 2v1 right now. Richter and Steel don't exactly have the most damage at this stage of the game, especially with the crest that they went. I don't even know if Steel even has his crest right now. Last time I saw it, he didn't. So I don't think you really want to take that. You kind of just have to let Bondrude take whatever he wants, unless you rotate at least 3 members of your team to secure him. But we don't see him on that right side. We see him grouping up with his team now, looking to pressure these outer towers in the mid lane. And now looks like that's what the pressure is going down with 4 members here.
Yeah, 4 members here. Should be an easy take. Conte still stuck on the tower. Is used the iron to the blink is going to be used. The tower is gone. There is no safety left for Rosneft go in that mid lane. 40% mid rate is moving forward. Still has decent wave clear on the Fae. Is building towards that maxed level. Untamed growth as well, so is going to be able to deal with these waves, just not many times. And I do like what Bond Effect is doing. They had Richter in the dual lane with the Gideon, has enough wave clear to make sure Neft and Zen aren't able to push towards the enemy team's tower. Let Sparrow only get that farm in the mid lane much more safe compared to that dual lane. And now Bondrude, he's used the teleporting gate, he's back in the dual lane. That's the last tier 1 tower for Bond Effect to take. It should be taken rather soon, and I don't think there's anything Ross Neft and Co can do currently.
Well, yeah, it's currently only Neft on there to defend, and against these charged up minions, I don't think that's going to be long for this world, as this tower is going to fall, and he's forced to retreat. There comes Venta on the rotation to help, as well as Conte, but it's too little, as Bond Effect already on the retreat, looking to reset the tempo, get back on the map with spend all their gold. And yeah, with the next Fangtooth coming up, it's going to be the last non-primal Fangtooth, as well as Mini Prime. I don't know if it's going to be back up at the time, or even be taken before the main Orb Prime comes up, but either way, they're going to be resetting on the map with the tempo advantage, which means that Wash Deft is just going to have to play reactionary here.
Yeah, the first mini time was taken too late, so it's going to be the Orb Prime spawning next in that pit, but Fangtooth is going to be rather normal. Not going to be a third Fangtooth for either side. Bondrude's level 1400, nearly 200 CS on the Yin. And that is just power farming in a nutshell. And I said in the draft, I don't normally consider Yin a hyper carry. That is not the case for this game. This Yin is absolutely terrifying, and for the next 10 minutes, that's going to continue. Oh. Goodbye, Neft.
Yeah, Stasis Bomb coming out, lock him down, and as well as have Vin for the rotation as well. It means Neft is here 1v3. Even Gideon is closer than any members of his team. It means it's an easy pickup for Sparrow only, picking up 1 more kill. Luckily, I think Neft will be up by the time the next Fangtooth is up, but giving out free kills is not what we want to be doing.
I don't think Wasp Go even want to go for the Fangtooth. They have Crazy Legend on the opposite side of the map, might be able to take the tower if they so wish, but even in a straight 5v5 team fight, they are not anywhere close enough to really warrant a fight. They have probably a better team fighting composition with that Richter and Steel, especially the fact that they're neither sports, so they both are rather tanky at this stage of the game. But what can you do against this Yin? And what we saw there wasn't even the Yin, it was just the Ven, Sparrow only, and Kira Stardust doing the damage. Richter was in the rings, he was trying to help out. I would have preferred Wasneft and Co to continue pushing those side lanes. Crazy Legend did decide to rotate back towards the mid lane, but wasn't able to do anything with it. And the fact that he's now pushing late means that they can't really go for the tower. Bonfet is going to be back on the map before he can take it with his current damage. And that entire time, they weren't able to really do anything else on the map, I can see.
Yeah, I mean, look at these outer lane towers for Bond Effect. They're still basically full HP. It's only in that dual lane that you can see it's about a quarter of its HP, but with none of the towers down and all of the outer towers down, plus the cure advantage, plus the neutral objectives advantage, it's just all completely in Bond Effect's favor. Unless they can catch a pick out here, I think that's a little bit of a pick out. Conte locking up Kira Stardust and will get a free kill. That's what you need to get back in the game. Washnef have to keep looking for these picks though, and that's a long way to recover, but at least it's the first step.
It's a kill, but it's only the kill on support. It's not going to even be a shutdown at this stage game. They really need to get the likes of Richter or Bondrude, which is easier said than done considering they're playing Yin and Gideon. I mean, they have decent ranged options in terms of engage. You got the Whiplash, you got the Seismic Assault, you have got that Fly Trap. So if they get a good engage, there is definitely always chances of them coming out on top. But again, every time I think of something that's going well with Wasneft & Co, I just look at the top right of my screen and see a level 15 Yin. And I just realized there's only so much you can do on this game. 4 items completed.
God.
Stormbreaker, Skysplitter, Viper, and Nixie Quiver has got that core. Has gone for more of the on-hit to try and deal with these tanks. And, I mean, it's worked so far. I do think he's probably going to try and go for crit for the last 2 items, get that 75% crit rate. Because Yin does count as a melee character for an Nixie Quiver, it's going to give you that 25% crit chance on each of those items. Now, Conte is going to beat Kira Stardust once again. This is Deja Vu.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a skewer coming out. Actually, Dash put a lot of damage down with one of his members here to support as Brandline does pick up a kill. Kira Stardust again getting taken out on a pick here. That's twice in like the past 2 minutes. I don't want to throw the game back in their favor because Brandu does not want to have any misadvantage going, as he will take out Neft potentially, but no, he gets away just in the blink of time with a blink of himself. So making sure, even though they're getting a pick on the map, he's still putting pressure on the other side if need be. He is showcasing why you cannot just ban my Shimby and neutralize me. I have a lot of threats in my arsenal still.
Yin was definitely not one of them we were expecting, but again, it's just been shown they still are getting those picks though, getting those kills. They're only 5 kills behind it. It is the farm differential that is the most pressing issue, but Neft is getting free farm. He's getting that wave pushed into him. I don't think Bondrude can tower dive this Scarlet. Scarlet is a bit too mobile for the Yin to really deal with, especially if he has got that blink and that Liberator online, but this is a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think you want that 1v1, Neft. Oh, look at the whiplash! He's canceling it out, and now with no blink available, Neft just walking into a Fed Yin is not going to be good for you. That's a solo kill coming out, and maybe that's going to transition to an Orb Prime.
Bondrude can't tower dive, yes, but if you walk into a jungle with no wards, have no idea where the Yin is, I think that's just a mistake on Neft. That's Bondrude just pressing left click, and now no ADC available for Wasneft & Co. They have 4 members over on this Orb Prime already. Bondrude is able to rotate. It does look like team fight is starting, but so only then they're trying to end it before it's possible.
No, yeah, they're going to just take it out. Pops the Behemoth and jumps into that backline, decides to help support his team. Sven's the first one. Steel Slam coming out a little bit too late. All of the rest of his team is starting to retreat. Spell only though on only 1 HP. Brandude actually will go down. The Yin is defeated, as well as now the Murdoch. That's the carries of Bond Effect completely dead. 3 members are completely dead, with only 2 going down for Washnef. They stopped the Orb Prime and actually won the fight?
Yeah, they got 2 massive shutdowns on Bondrude and on Sparrow only. 40% win rate, 40%, oh my god, that is terribly hard to say. 40% win rate Wraith has not had a very good game, has been pretty well camped on this fight as you would expect in the mid lane, but now able to open up, get those kills, get a lot of money, get the mid lane tower as well, gets one of the orbs is going to be left on the floor though, and now, what's left to go? They're not back in the game, they're definitely not equal whatsoever, but this phase is now going to be a serious threat for Bond Effect, and they have to be careful of it.
Yeah, if your ADC is going to die and you manage to stop an Orb Prime and win the fight 4v5, that has to strike some fear into Bond going, wait a second, this isn't actually a free game. Because that's a huge pivot point for Bond Effect in a position that they really should win 99 out of 100 times. But in this one time that they didn't, they have to realize, okay, we have to be a little bit more careful here. Not completely throw the game into Washnef, because this is completely Bond Effect's game to lose right now, as a little bit more of a skirmish is breaking out on this river buff here. Ven and Crazy Legend together. There's a little bit of 2 tanks or some poke damage coming out, but no major fight starting up yet, as everyone seems to be converging on this first Primal Fang. Fangtooth.
Predecessor not doing actually that much damage to Crazy Legend, considering he only has one magical defense item, that Flux Matrix. So, which is a very good sign for what's left to go. Conte only level behind as well. The Whiplash going out is going to go wide. The Boulder is not, but no follow-up from Bond Effect. Then, I don't know, I haven't seen his build since seeing the Tyranny, but isn't going to be as tanky as we normally see these Rampages. This might be an issue for the front line of Bond Effect, considering they haven't really got anything else. Bondwood is going to be diving on to the back line of Rosneft & Co. Not going to be able to really tank up any of that damage. So it is going to be down to Ven to try and deal with it. Kira Stardust as well, obviously going to be in that back line. And as you see, just walking forward, not able to do much though.
Cancels the border from Ven. It's just a little bit of a standoff here though. Neither team really actually wants to pull the trigger on the gauge right now with this Primal Fangtooth up, because if they lose a fight, that probably means that it will go down in their favor. But that's a lot of damage going down onto Condor. He's being forced to retreat under this tower, brought down to half HP. A lot of face tanking there will mean he is forced to reset, maybe put a little bit of advantage for the tempo-wise onto Bond Effect. I don't think they're going to start the Primal Fangtooth yet, with Brondruid going to that right lane again. As we look to his items, he's actually going a little bit defensive here. He's got some magic defense there, and that's probably a good pickup considering the amount of magic damage that Washneft have on their team.
That's for sure. Unbroken Will is a very good pickup, especially against the double front line of Steel and the Victor. You are going to be CC'd for probably quite a while in this composition from Rosneft & Co. So again, that extra protections during it is always going to be helpful, especially with the extra tenacity as well. But I think Rosneft & Co have been a bit... They're not really realizing that the Orb Prime has started, and this is probably going to be taken before they can even get here.
Wow, yeah, taken completely by surprise. There has been no contention here as opposed to last time. They just snuck a complete Orb Prime out from under the noses of Washneft, and now with the regen that they have from that buff, maybe they're just going to go straight to Primal Fangtooth as they're all converging in this mid lane. Brondru took a reset. He probably completed his 5th item, which means that now if you're Washneft, you have to be really careful on this next fight, because I don't think you can let them take Primal Fangtooth for free at this point, but now they have an Orb Prime buff under their belt.
This is going to be the 3rd Fangtooth as well for Bond Effect. I think Bondruid has finished the Absolution on his group, which he has going to give him that extra magical protections as well as tenacity. He's basically doing the same thing as the Unbroken Will, but for the attack speed variant of it. And it did look like on the map Bondruid was soloing it for quite a long time. Yin is able to do that, able to reflect the orb projectiles from the Orb Prime as well. So one of the best takers, even without the Hunt extra sustain, and with the rest of the team, is going to be able to complete it now. Primal Fangtooth has been started. Richter level 16 has got that black hole available. A big ultimate to use for Rosneft & Co. They have to walk in here.
Yeah, it's down to 2/3 HP as Behemoth is popped in. It is decided that they want to engage, not finish it off. A lot of damage coming down with the hypercharge in front, but here's the black hole. Gets cancelled by the skewer as it's going to be Richter going down for the first kill of this fight here. Crazy Legend doing his best to just secure Brondruid away from the rest of his team, but he will go down for it as 2 kills are so far being picked up across this fight here. It is Ven that's being put down to 1 HP. He's forced to jump away as Neff trying to do his best to put out his damage from the backline. He's doing a fantastic job stepping away as Brondruid is forced to now blink away. That's a lot of damage going down as Neff blinks in. He wants to finish off the kill and actually secure the win for this fight as Kira Stardust does go down for the 3rd kill of this fight. And again, it's actually Washneft that takes the victory.
They got the better engage. They immediately dealt with Richter's black hole, got the skewer onto it, and the follow-up damage fly trap and seal stab I think was also used on top of the Gideon, so maybe overspending the ult a bit too much. But 40% win. My goodness, Brandonite. His name's Brandonite. Brandonite is going to basically be untouched as even more damage is happening. Bondruid has returned. He's full HP, and that's going to be a dead Zen. Neff has to be careful as well. At half HP, they might go for some sort of event, but instead, they're going back to the Primal Fangtooth. There's still 3 Orb Prime members of Bond Effect in play. Richter has respawned. He's running back now. They only don't have their support. They can go for this. But what's Neft & Co? They still are pretty healthy. They have all reset apart from Neft, I believe. And it is going to be so dangerous for either team to really start this Pyro Fangtooth.
Yeah, Brown Druid was just splitting in that left side, managed to get the inner tower, the first one of the game. Still no outer towers for Washnef, by the way. All towers still up for the side of Bond Effect, and he was able to rotate and pick up Zen, who got baited in by the low health of Sparrow only, but managed to escape. But how many blinks were used in that fight? It has to have been at least 7 of them. It feels like so many are now down, so there's a lot less mobility on the table for both these teams, as the Pyro Fangtooth is now getting started up once again by Bond Effect. Sven now up and will be late to this fight, but here he comes to join it all now. They actually retreat off the Pyro Fangtooth. Bond again looking to just turn. Ven, level 14. He's a little bit under-leveled, I think, as this jungler, but he's still a tanky boy, as there's the Behemoth Park, as Ven is getting caught out once again. He just joined the fight again, and already he's been taken out, as Brandu with the last kick looks to engage back onto him, but Brandai is forced to retreat under his tower. Stasis Bomb comes up, locks up Conte, but he's just going to retreat as well, as a little bit more poke damage is coming out. Neff is off to the side and not able to actually join the rest of his team yet, as Bond Effect is just going to retreat and take the 1 kill, maybe go back to Primal once again.
It's only as a support that they still can't really go for this fully. They need to make sure that the front line is gone. That Neft, who's level 17 by the way, is gone. But they saw Neft on the map. They saw him dealing with minions. They can start this up. Bonju is going to do a lot of damage. Sparrow only is going to do a lot of damage. The rest of what's left to go is here. Neft is here.
Wait, they turn again. They just want the kills. They don't want to secure the final Fangtooth. They decide that they are going to take the fight instead. Crazy Legend just locked up. He wasn't even able to use any of his abilities, as the amount of damage that Washed Neft did not have enough to take it out, and Bond Effect take up 1 kill. Are they again going to start the final Fangtooth, or now they're going to take the reset? No. As, hey, they took an outer tower at least.
Minions are pushing on the map, and I think we're going back to the classic EU game of dancing around objective for who knows how long. Having another look at the items, you can see Neft has finished the Imperator, going towards most likely the Sky Splitter, I'd imagine, on the Skylar to deal with the HP pool of Ven in this game. Bodwood is also going to have not that much HP, actually, thinking about it. He's not going to be having any HP at all, but he is going to be very squishy against this Skylar. And with also Brandon Knight hitting that level 16 register, though, Torn Space in, Bonjour is here as well.
Yes, but nice little peel from Brandon were able to get him get away, the speed up being just enough to get him to safety. No kill yet. If the mid lane had gone down there, that would have been massive. Neft, oh, don't face check Brandrew. That's not a face check you want to take, as Washneft are moving as a complete unit here. 4 members stacked on top of each other means that if they do run into 1 member, that actually probably will not be the worst case for them, because they have got to pick a few times onto Kira Stardust. Maybe they're looking for it again, as Primal Fangtooth is started up for maybe the 3rd or maybe even 4th time now. I've lost track of how many times it's been starting up, but all 5 members on both teams are here once again. This Primal Fangtooth, again, this right-hand choke point of the map. Crazy Legend in the front line, looking to just see how much health. And again, here's the other turn ahead. Behemoth turn. I think I've seen this. This is deja vu. Crazy Legend's going to be the first one to go down. Buckshot to the face, takes that out. Black Hole comes out across the wall. That's a complete lockup. Wash Neff is getting completely washed on the front lines. Neff is in the sky doing his best with the hypercharge to deal with the damage, but he's now left all alone as Bond Effect now finally, for the 4th or 3rd time, however many times it took, finally take the team fight and will probably secure the core.
Richter with such a good flank from the side, getting that Black Hole onto 4 members. Crazy Legend just taking so much damage from Sparrow only from Bondrude. Wasn't able to do anything on the front line. And now Bond Effect, they're just going to go down to the core. They don't need another all-point. They don't need the Pyro Fangtooth. What's to do with the dancing if you can just get an ace and the core. That is going to be Bond Effect taking the game.
Now, Wash Neff definitely got cleaned up there at the end. After so many attempts to take the Primal Fangtooth, they never wanted the Primal Fangtooth. They always wanted the fight, and it never seemed to go quite that way. It always seemed to be a little bit of a detriment, but finally, in that last one, the Black Hole from Richter at the end there secured it and managed to just, take out all the members, go straight to the core. Death timers are long enough by the point in this game that, finally, that they were able to do it.
The Orb Farm as well, taking pretty stealthily. Bondru trying to do so much for his team with that was probably that opening into that game. They were ahead for quite a lot of it once Bondru did get out of that side lane on the Yin. And I mean, we were talking so much in that draft of, is this Yin going to be effective? Are they going to be able to do anything in this off lane? And against What's National Code composition, that was a 100% yes. I did see Neff's farm before the end of the game. It was 383, I believe it was, in 32 minutes. So he was farmed up. But if your front line isn't able to survive, it doesn't really matter, and we saw it there plenty.
No, unfortunately not. We do have to decide potentially on an MVP for this game, and I think there's 3 contentions. There's Bondrude, Ven, and Rickster, but obviously I think Bondrude is going to take the brunt force of potentially that MVP slot, and it's going to be hard to argue against that. He had such an impact in that solo lane. He just sort of had the free lane, as you said, versus the Steel. Steel really can't do too much about that, and the junglers always just kept focus on the duo side, which means he was able to take that pressure, non-pressure, and really run away with it, which means he got a little bit of a free game, but also that he was able to actually have such a massive impact. In that first fight he joined, he completely cleaned it up to manage to equalize the first Fangtooth, and the snowball just kept going from there.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Rickster had a very silently good game as well. Wasn't the key player at all, but it had multiple good black holes, was able to divide Rosneft and Co. multiple times around those Fangtooths as well, and I do think that a lot of the players on the Bond Effect can be valued in terms of carrying the team, but Bondrude overall did the most, even though, as we have said, he had a free lane. We're not going to put it past him. We didn't win the lane by a miracle or anything like that, but he was able to rotate properly. He was able to do what was needed on this Yin, and was just doing whatever he needed to do. And we can see the head-to-head on these 2 teams here, and yeah, I mean, every single metric we can see is kind of telling here.
Yeah, the Rampage had a more damage dealt per minute than Neft, unfortunately. I mean, it just shows also the case that Ven also had such an impactful game. He was always there when it felt like he needed to be for those objectives, for those dual lanes, for the counter ganks. I mean, you can't underestimate, like, everyone on Bond Effect did really well, right? It's so hard to just say this one person carried the game, because they didn't. They were the better team in this game at the end of the day to really take this first game away from Washnef. So yeah, props to all of them.
Props to all of them, and Rosneft and Co as well. They tried to do as much as they could to get back into the game. They were pretty, I'm not going to say pretty strong. They were definitely getting as much as they could with it. It was just down to basically this man. That is nearly 1,000 damage dealt in a minute. And I believe we had about a 33-minute game, so that's nearly 33,000 damage. 234 player score from a meta. 16 KDA. What else do you want?
Those are pretty big numbers you want to see from your solo lane. But yeah, congrats to Brown Dude, very well deserved. That was a statement performance. I think teams are going to have to be on the lookout now. Banning Shimby is not going to just neutralize this guy. He has other picks in his arsenal, and he is not afraid to bring them out. You're going to have to pay attention to him from now on.
That's for sure. I do think Yin was more of a pocket pick than we are led to believe on this one. 4 bans on the off lane in the first round is going to have that effect, but if he has got that availability to carry, he will 100% do that in the off lane. I don't know exactly what that means in terms of the bracket. We will get an update on that shortly, but actually, here we go. Yeah, FangDraft and Link Group A, Bond Effect taking the lead of the group. Rosneft and Co with 3 wins, Bamboo Blizzard with 2, Leftover Biscuits with 2, and Smote with 1. I just want to get confirmation quickly. Is that the final standings for Group A? We're just checking 1 second. 1 more game to still play, but that is going to be basically it. I'm not entirely sure if Bond Effect for 100% is going to go to the semi-finals. Rosneft & Co has a chance of getting in a head-to-head, so they will have to just wait for a little bit longer for these final games to finish before they know if not. But Bond Effect, with that first seed, is going to make their semi-finals a lot easier.
It is indeed, and yeah, those are the top 2 teams of the bracket, and I think they both showcased why they're the top 2 teams. Washnef, despite obviously losing that game, did have some really good moments and were hanging in the entire time, except until that last team fight. So I think they're both still teams to watch out for as Group B here. Sort of seems to have the same story with Tota Rena at the top with 4 wins. The Exporters behind him with 3. A little bit more consolidated to the top bracket there, as all teams seem a bit closer together. But realistically, there is not one team I think that's like a complete runaway favorite. I think all teams here that are in the top are still in contention for potentially taking the tournament.
yeah, multiple teams are still able to get through to the semi-finals. We still have one more round, so obviously some teams will have their buys. That will be their games for the day so far, but there is still plenty to play for both groups, and it'll be interesting to see what it ends up like. But we still do have that last round group game, and we are going to be getting it rather soon.
Oh yeah, so don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of action to happen here today. Fang Draft is not going anywhere. Okay. Hello and welcome back to more Fang Draft. We are going to go into the second game shortly here, as we are going to get Exporters versus Ping Diff is going to be the second game of the day. But I still have to feel like I recover a little bit from that first one, because for a first game of the day, that set the bar high.
It certainly set the bar high, that is for sure, in terms of the interest of the draft as well as the overall team fights. We're going to ignore the final Fangtooth Stars, because we've done that so many times, EU, come on please. But I am definitely happy for another game. I will definitely never say no to it. And in Group B, it is probably a bit more spicy. This group has a lot of teams that are very similar in terms of the skill level. It is going to be down to these minute decisions in the game that could lead to one team winning, one team losing. It could even come down to just a draft. If one team just gets out-drafted, that could be the game. That could be the entire standings decided by it. So there is a lot of... I'm not going to use the word pressure, because I feel that's ingenuous, but there is a lot of stress that can come from making sure you have the best abilities you can in the game.
Yes, draft cannot be underestimated, but what also cannot be underestimated is the roster for both these teams as they now appear on your screen. Immediately, the first thing that jumps out into my head is Import on the side of the Exporters, a longtime player of the game and has won already so much that already, if I was going to ask anyone who's the player to watch out for, I think that might be the name that 9 out of 10 people pop up.
I'm going to be the one though, because I don't think he is the most interesting player on this screen right now. I think it's Ray. Ray is not a player that plays as many tournaments. He doesn't play in every single one like Import does. He was a player in EWT, and in terms of straight up game knowledge, I think he's probably the best in the game. Helps that he is a game dev for a meta, so he knows how it all works, but it definitely translates in terms of skill. It is going to be the support for PingDiff, I believe, in this game, and just not the fact that he's mechanically good as well. The knowledge and the information that he can give in those communications for PingDiff are invaluable.
Well, we're gonna have to see who on this side is going to be the MVP and player to watch out for, because if we're going to base anything on the last game, I guess we have to look out for that solo laners because they can have such a huge impact. We saw the junglers in the other game always focused around the dual lane, and that seems to be the lane that a lot of junglers for a lot of teams tend to spend most of their focus around. It is the lane that has the Fangtooth, and Fangtooths are obviously highly prioritized, so that would make sense. But let's see if we go into the head-to-head here. Who do we have on the head-to-head side? It is going to be the jungle once again.
Yeah, Ragnarok, Import, both pretty famous EU players. Ragnarok, as we can see, is not one of your typical jungle players who supports the rest of the team. He is there to carry. He is there to pick up the kills. You can see in terms of the gold earned, just the difference between Ragnarok and Import, and the damage dealt as well. So he is going to be... He doesn't have to be the main carry source for PingDiff, but he can 100% be if he gets the right pick, gets that Seraph, gets that Yin, even gets something like a Kalari or a Countess. The entire team can surround themselves in the zone, get the early lead from that, and let Ragnarok do what he needs. Import, as we have seen in so many different teams and so many different situations, is more of that facilitative jungler, is going to get those lanes ahead, going to get those early objectives, and maybe give a bit of farm away to his carries as well. So even though he doesn't have as much gold, it is going to be as impactful as the likes of Ragnarok, but just in a different way.
Yeah, if we can get like a counter, if we could get something like a Richter versus a Kalari, that would just make my day. Like two extremes on the ends of how to play the jungle and how these teams could navigate around that would make for a very interesting game as well. We'll be into draft shortly, but one last question before we go into it. You mentioned that Ray was your player to watch. Is there any picks that are now based on the last game or the Ray in general that you are keeping an eye out for before we go into this draft?
That's a question. I do think we have to look at Ragnarok's champion pools. The Seraph is the big one. If he can get the Seraph, he can have an absolute monster of a game. And I do believe that is going to be banned. I think Simbi is also going to be something that's very popular in terms of pick. But the main thing we haven't actually talked about so far is the captain of PingDiff, M. If for anyone who has ever encountered M in solo queue or anything like that, he plays Fang Mao. He knows how to play Fang Mao. He will only play Fang Mao if it's an option, and he will carry on that Fang Mao as well. It used to be Gildas. I do think Eris probably overshadowed him as the Fang Mao player in Europe by now, sorry, Gildas. But it is probably going to be banned away from him, or at the very least going to be tried to pick away from him.
Is a pick we're going to have to see as well. I feel like I have been on the end of what's the right word? Catastrophe of an M Fang Mao before, as yeah, it can be quite dangerous to go against a pick of someone who knows how to pilot that champion. But we are going to pilot this draft right now as we're going to get into it. PingDiff on the front side, going to have the first pick of the litter.
2 bans for each team before the first pick is given over, so plenty of power picks can be shut down. Skylar immediately PingDiff don't want to first pick it, so they are going to get rid of it. And there's the Fang Mao ban, as everyone expected. You are not allowed to play that today or at any point today, so enjoy that one. Now, second bans are still available. Seraph is going to be the big one. There is also the likes of a Decker, the likes of a Bellica. They can also ban away the Yin if they don't want to pick it as well. So it is going to be interesting to see what they want here.
Who lanes are going to be prioritized again this time. It's the Terra that's going to be taken off. A decent sort of flex pick, usually in the offlane, but can be the jungle as well. But also just a really good front line. Bruise, a hero that, yeah, you don't really want to give over if need be. So it is taken off. I wonder if we're going to again get something like a jungle first pick. Usually is the type of role you want to get your pick for, because it's not safe. It's the least role that can be counter-picked. But yes, as you say, Shinbi being the last second ban for the exporters means we're not going to see any Shinbi today.
Not at least for us. There might be something later on, who knows, but Simbi's just way too safe in that solo lane, able to farm way too safely, gain that scaling as well. Howitzer first pick. That's very interesting for Pingdiff. I wasn't expecting that. He is one of the stronger mid laners at the moment in time. The R2000 does a good amount of damage in that laning phase. The ultimate is such a strong tool coming that mid to late game as well. Just a good amount of damage that Pingdiff is going to get from that. Exporters immediately import, taking that rampage, facilitative jungler, as we have said already. So that is going to be their game plan. They still have a second pick though.
Yeah, if you want to stop Make It Rain, how about just a boulder to the face? That can stop any Make It Rain any day of the week. As Deca, also the second pick being picked up. We just saw this combination in the last game itself. Rampage and Deca being a 1-2 is feeling a little bit of a repeat here.
It didn't do that well last game though. They did end up losing, but no, so it wasn't the Deca, it wasn't the Rampage Deca. Deca was on the other team for the Rampage. Yeah. Confusing me, CG. Come on.
I'm sorry. I just thought the same hero. It's like, oh yeah, that again.
Deca did do quite a lot in that last game from Zendo. And no, wait. I'm just going to go on to the next topic. Picking up the Drongo, picking up the Victor, getting that double silence. This is going to be a Victor support. Drongo Victor is going to be one of those OG lanes that is able to shut down a character if they get that Whiplash. Going to make sure they can't move anywhere, especially with that double silence. Exporters picking up the Murdoch is a pretty good counter to Victor, able to use those traps if he walks forwards. The box shot to get them away, as well as just that extra range on the autos.
Yeah, Deca and Murdoch lane once again for the side of the exporters were Yin and Iggy bans. We're not going to get a carry Yin this game, so we won't have to have a repeat performance on that. Iggy's an interesting ban though. I don't necessarily hate Howitzer into Iggy, so I'm surprised to see that ban come out.
It could be a target ban for exporters as mid lane. They may play a lot of Iggy. I'm not entirely sure who the mid lane is for exporters at the moment in time. I didn't see it, unfortunately. They are going to pick up the Faye instead. Vanderlei did okay on the Faye last game. He was shut down pretty hard in lane. Faye is normally pretty good in the Howitzer due to the fact that you can hit those Harvest Nettles on the bigger hitbox of the Howitzer a lot easier, so a lot of damage. There it is.
We got it. We got it.
Got through the draft, but the Seraph for Ragnarok has been picked up. Now this game changes.
Now this game is going to get some spicier. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Carry jungler versus tanky jungler. One's a facilitator. One's like, I don't care about facilitating. I care about killing. And that's what the Seraph is all about. Looking to dive into that Murdoch backline and just completely blow them up if possible. One last pick, ticking down to last possible second here, will be the Sevrog. Tanky boy. Death boy going in that offlane.
Exporters still have their offlane a bit. They can go for the counter pick into Sevrog. Crunch is a good one. You can pick it up. He hasn't been banned this game, so that is definitely a choice for the exporters. But do they want something maybe a bit more tankier? Have that front line available for Murdoch and Faye to do their thing, or try and get some sort of dive instead? They do need some way to shut down the Seraph.
Steel automatically pops in my head.
But instead they are going to go for the Crunch. A very good pick into the Sevrog. Sevrog does not have a good time into the Crunch. Crunch are able to follow the Sevrog's dash as well with that forward punch to get that knockups. It's going to be very hard for Pingdiff to do anything in that offlane Ragnarok. I would say help him, but we know how Ragnarok plays. He's going to be playing selfishly, getting that farm, getting those kills, so it might just be a case of leaving Sevrog to his own devices in this game.
Yeah, we will have to see how well that can be farmed up here. I was thinking of the steal to help with that shield wall for the Make It Rain as well, to just sort of block it if possible, because that's a hugely impactful if you can just negate a whole ultimate from Howitzer that really nullifies the champion if possible. But that is the draft for the second game of the day. Exporters versus Pingdeath, another spicy one here. I love seeing a Seraph, and I love seeing Crunch as well, don't get me wrong. Crunch is one of my favorite heroes in this entire game, so we are going to get into a game here shortly. But yeah, it's looking to be a spicy day for games.
I do think both teams got what they wanted in this draft. Got Pingdeath with that Seraph, with that Howitzer. They got what they needed. It's not as coherent as of a team composition compared to the Exporters. I do think the Exporters overall team melds better together as a team fight cohesiveness. You got the Rampage Crunch at front line, Decker able to support the back with Defay and Murdoch also hitting. So I think if teams are equal come these team fights, it is going to be Exporters having the advantage, especially if this Sevarog isn't able to get those stacks online, isn't able to farm effectively. Pingdeath might be in quite a bit of trouble.
We'll have to see how well the Sevarog can do. I have seen Sevarogs win that 1v1 against a Crunch. I don't think it's a complete whitewash, but it definitely can be in the Crunch's favor, especially once he hits that level 6 benchmark. It's really hard to punish a Crunch in the 1v1, so we'll have to see how well that gets navigated. Where will these junglers put the pressure on the map? Will Fangtooth be a priority for either of these teams? That's what we're going to find out as we get into game any second here. I'm excited. I'm going to keep an eye out for the Seraph for sure. I mean, I keep hopping on that point, but Seraph is just one of my favorite heroes to watch. It's either make or break. It's either you feed and go 0-10, or you're 10-0 and unkillable as you're just flying and dashing all around the map, just picking up kills left and right.
There is going to be no in-between in this game. Ragnarok is either going to be the hardest carry we have ever seen in this game, or is not going to really be really doing anything in this game, especially against the likes of Imports Rampage. And if I was Ragnarok in this game, I would be focusing on this dual lane, get the Richter and the Jongo ahead, because that is just a kill lane, and especially if the Whiplash does hit from the Richter, it is going to be an easy pickup for Ragnarok to start to snowball as well. Decker Murdoch is pretty good in terms of the poke, and they are going to need some sort of help to deal with that as well.
Yeah, I will say there's probably not as much setup for the Richter as I would like. I'm a big fan of having some sort of CC lockdown so the Whiplash can easily be hit. Otherwise, you just sort of hit it, throwing and praying that maybe they'll just sort of walk into it, because it's not the easiest ability in the game to hit, but if you can, that's obviously very impactful, and we'll have to see how many of those do get hit. If he does focus on that dual lane, though, that again does tell me that they don't want to just give away Fangtooth, and maybe they're going to use that early snowball that they want to get from a Seraph to transition to an early Fangtooth lead if they can get that snowball going.
That is 100%, especially if you got a Sevarog in the other side of the map. There's not really much point in ganking him. He might do it just to try and alleviate some pressure, but they want to just get the rest of the map ahead, get those early Fangtooths, get that rolling. Mini Prime doesn't do that much for them. He might try and take it solo in the 16-17 minute mark if he can, but with this level of teams from both sides, I don't think he's going to be allowed to do that. This is not solo queue. There is communications on both teams. They are going to be immediately calling their starting Fangtooth, their starting mini Prime. Seraph is A, Seraph is X, Y, Z. So that is going to be something that is going to be much trickier in this game. Saying that, the last game we saw that Bonju solo Prime for about 2 minutes without anyone realizing, so anything can happen. Anything
can happen. Who knows at this point? That's what Predecessor is all about, though, is the fun little surprises that we get along the way. I'll say if they do get a mini Prime, though, if you can get that mini Prime onto the Crunch, that means Sevarog just cannot lane. Not only because, one, it's Crunch and he has a mini Prime, which is one of the scariest things in the game, but it just makes it so much harder to farm those minions and get those stacks. It's just a little bit then more delayed in your scaling for that aspect, because those minions are really tanky with the mini Prime bust, and you get those under the tower as well, Sevarog's not going to have a fun time.
No, not a fun time is putting it very mildly. Having a awful time is more like the existence. Yeah. But we could also see Crunch starting to rotate, trying to put pressure on to the mid lane as well. See where he goes with that, because he has got the pay, he has got that flight trap available to help him as well, and we can't discount that whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not exactly a mobile mid lane in the howitzer, so rotation is completely possible. Does have that blast mine in his kit available to maybe take some distance or stop a crunch from dashing in, but it's definitely a complete option that they have. I think the options for the exporters is wide open on the table, so we'll have to see which option they utilize, or maybe they're just going to leave it up as a surprise. You can't predict what they don't know themselves.
That is for sure. And now we can finally get onto the map. We can see Ping Diff currently, M on the off lane, Ragnarok in the jungle, Ray in the mid lane, Metboy on that ADC, and we have... I'm sorry, I just completely missed that. I don't... Someone in the support. I am terribly sorry. I will apologize once I've worked out.
Knight in the support, I believe, is what I saw.
I am sorry, Knight. I did not see it, but Knight in the support. Meanwhile, on the other side, got Calipito in the off lane, Import in the jungle. I believe it is Simi goes hard in the mid lane. And again, I'm not entirely sure who's in the duo at the moment. We'll see it in a second.
Yeah, as both teams, not the 5-man grouping as we saw in that last game. Instead, it is just a more standard 5-point as all members are spread across the map, making sure there's no early invades as the little medium wards go out. There's the first one there by Ragnarok just to make sure that it's going to be on that camp to see where Rampage is starting, but Import is on the other side of the map. That's Import's favorite ward, by the way. I don't think I've seen a game where Import doesn't put a ward down by that river entrance. I think that's like a mandatory ward in his mind he has to do. It's his favorite thing in the game.
It does capture a lot of information, especially if there's going to be an early invade, so they know exactly where the enemy jungler is. Sorry, it is Kimbo in the mid lane, and it is going to be Simi goes hard in that dual lane on the Murdoch instead. So slightly wrong, but the minions have spawned. Both junglers starting on the red as expected, and we can already see Kimbo using those harvest nettles to do a decent amount. Not really too much damage to Raid. The auto attacks from the howitzer, especially with the passive, is going to be enough in return. And howitzer should have the early push as well, due to the fact that his AoEs are those auto attacks are AoE.
Yeah, Faye and Howitzer both have abilities that are just so annoying to dodge. Howitzer with the R2000 missiles, and Faye with the what's it called? Harvest Nettles? Is that what it's called? With it's just like the E ability, where it's just like, yeah, you little poke auto attack, but it's just so annoying and hard to dodge. So yeah, both of them have the poke ability to really be annoying in this mid lane. It all depends on who pokes harder, as both junglers we see start on the red side again, very standard start. So if this is going to be a dual lane, it is the exporters that have the early push and nice big health bars. Is very different than the last game where we saw very early blinks out.
The problem is Richter is in support. It's going to be that melee support, so your Wayfarer isn't going to be as much. You can't get those auto attacks onto it, unlike the exporters who will. And in this early game, that is going to be very valuable in pushing in the enemy. However, they have to be careful around that 3-4 minute mark. Ragnarok could be looking over there once he finishes that blue, gets that final full clear of the jungle. Now, M and Calipito doing a decent amount of damage, both level 3, but M is taking more damage. Calipito taking the minions though. The cannon minion from M is going to be there. Import taking no way. It's just going to blink away. Everything is happening so fast.
Yeah, Import with the border toss from downtown managed to hit onto Ray and put a lot of damage down. Ray only level 2 still means he did not have the base stats needed to really survive that, meaning he had forced blink away. That's an early advantage for the exporters in that mid lane as they rotate, and I believe get both river buffs. That's an early win for the exporters, as Seraph on this other side is just going to complete her career. Ragnarok's just going to complete her clear and maybe looks for this dual lane, but they're kind of pushed up far. I don't think there's much to get here, but instead they actually are going to engage on the fight there. There's the first damage coming out. Whiplash does hit down onto Murdoch, and that's going to be... Yes, Ragnarok picks up the kill. Simi blinks away, but it's a little bit too little, too late as they return the kill for First Blood.
Knight's getting such a good whiplash onto Simi goes hard there, getting a good kill. M now in the mid lane has got the subjugate available. Gonna use the Sniping Graph. Kimbo has got Blink available.
Yeah, this is an early rotation from the Sevlog. Not something often you see here. Only level 3, finally hit level 4 there, but does force the blink away for his mid laner, which means they're more even on that side of the map. And he's not going to lose much too. The wave is pushed to his side, which means he's just going to be able to get back, stack up those minions, and he's not in really any detriment. So very nice rotation by M.
It's a nice rotation. It is very unfortunate they used the landmine and subjugate at the same time. Basically, Faye was not caught in that CC, was able to blink away due to it, and was able to escape. But that is a blinkless phase, so that's going to be something that PingDiff definitely wants to try and abuse as much as possible. But going back to the gank, it was what we expected, getting that kill lane up and running with the help of Sarah. Calipito doing a decent amount of damage, but the base stats of M is more than enough. Here.
Yeah, Ragnarok in the wings and Subject coming down. The damage. Crunch has no chance. Early level Crunch is a little bit weak, and showcasing that right there is locked up by Subjugate, and with the reset onto Ragnarok, he has a couple of items underneath his belt, just components, but it's enough to just completely obliterate him, and that gives Sevarog so much free time.
So you know how we said earlier, Seraph either goes 10 or 0 or 0 and 10?
Yeah. How's that going?
Ragnarok's already 2 and 0 5 minutes into the game, so it's definitely going more than one way. And Kimbo, you don't have any blink, no wards on this side of the map either. He has to be very careful. Ragnarok going maybe on the longer distance around. Kimbo's still unaware.
He's unaware, but House is a little bit lower. Ray doesn't want to just step up entirely. They don't necessarily know where Rampage is currently. Import is on that left side of the map, maybe looking for the duo. I think that Knight is going to spot him out there, though. Yes, they do know where the Rampage is. Ragnarok still just hovering there. All this time spent hovering, though, and not farming is going to be a little bit of a detriment. But yes, his import border to the face will lock up Ray. He's forced to blast away. Yes, that gets him away from Kimbo's damage. But here comes Ragnarok on the flank in that mid lane. He's going to go onto the Fae. He knows that Kimbo does not have a blink, and the amount of damage he's able to put out was going to be enough. The speed up from Kimbo is not enough, as one kill picked up by Ragnarok wants to turn it onto import, but he's already safe underneath his tower.
Kimbo didn't have that fly trap available. He didn't have that extra CC. Meant that the damage was not enough, especially with the landmine. Now, Fangtooth started early. Import is on this side of the map, yes, but isn't really in position to help. And they also have Way over here coming with that level 6 Make It Rain available. Metboy Knight also going to wait the rotation. This 4-man should be more than enough for PingDiff to start. 3 and 0 now on the board. Import still finally making his way as well as Arco and Simi goes hard, but no Fangtooth left for them to contest. Only a few kills, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get any of those either.
Can we do a clip of what we said was probably going to happen? That the game plan of PingDiff at the start was that they're going to get an early snowball Seraph and then get an early Fangtooth because of that. As yes, a little bit of pressure from Import will force Arco to wait. M goes down in the well, no, M takes a kill in the side lane, taking a solo kill onto Crunch, who's only level 5 still. That's not what you want to see with your counter pick.
No, that's really not a good position to be in. Knight taking a lot out from Import, but Ragnarok and Metboy are still around. We've got a 3v3 happening here, and I think Ragnarok just want to go into the cage. It's so good, though. Yeah,
nice containment fence from Arco will allow his Simi to get out with just the scrape of his teeth. He did not have a blink available still, so if Ragnarok was able to get onto him, that would have spelt danger, but a good support will save his carry. As look at this offlane now, M with a 2-level lead, getting the Cyan buff as well. I cannot understate how much this is a bad counter pick. Well, it was a good counter pick, but it's gone horribly.
It's not gone well at all. Ragnarok getting that gank on early meant that Calipito is just behind in terms of experience. The level 6 power spike from Sevarog is pretty good. Colossal Blow, especially if you can get your enemy into the tower, is going to do a sizable amount of damage. And we can see Memboy using those rad rounds to get that extra damage onto the tower. Should burst quite soon. It's going to get that first plate for the team, but isn't picking it up just yet. Only able to get one. You can see the Simi goes hard. Is going to be able to defend the other one. Can't walk forward too much. Import though.
Import with the behemoth jumps in on top, and it's just on top of them both of the dual lane. Blinks a well to get onto Drongo right there. And I think he might have enough damage to get on. Murdoch with the buckshot will pick up that kill, and they're going to tower dive to pick up Knight as well. Double kill for Simi in that dual lane. Exactly what Exports needed.
And Import just coming out of absolutely no. I didn't even see him on the map. And that is going to also be the double blinks coming out of the dual lane of PingDiff as well. Makes their return ganks much easier. However, Import showed himself on that side of the map. Ragnarok is going to start at this mini-prime. Has the Sky Splitter, has the Liberator already. Has got more than enough damage to deal with this. Import is here. M is here though as well. Level 8 on the Sevarog.
Is he going to be able to get in time? I don't think he knows exactly how much health it has. Down below 1,000 now. He's not going to go for it. It's just going to leave it up to PingDiff as M takes it. Ragnarok actually being a little bit selfless there and giving his soul lane. He knows how much of a pressure he has in this dual lane, and if he can continue to exuberate that, M is just going to have a completely free lane in this soul lane here. And yeah, Crunch, I feel like he's almost out of the game completely at this point.
not out of the game completely, but definitely is not going to be able to do what we were expecting on him. We can see on the map items, M has completed his 5 Blossom. Calipito still building towards, I assume, the Mutilator. Once he gets that online, he should be able to do a bit more damage into the Sevarog, but it's definitely not going to be what we expected as you normally see in terms of the Crunch Sevarog matchup. The rest of the map, though, pretty even. Obviously, Ragnarok is sitting very well on this serve. Already built to that first item, building towards the second. Simi goes hard, has the 2 kills of Exporters, but in terms of the farm, it's going to be pretty equal. Knight, though, still level 5. It's not that skewer available yet. That might be an issue for them.
Yeah, Simi goes hard, is going to have to go really hard in this game to carry his team, as he has all the damage currently. Maybe like 5-man fly trap would do a lot in order to get them back into this game if they were to take a team fight. But yes, Crunch, he's not even going to be able to take the minis out, but he's just have to do the damage onto M. But with a mini prime, yes, Sevarog is just so tanky at this point. I don't think he wants to take that 1v1. Look at the health bars on the top of the screen. He's about to go down again. M on 1 HP, but as well as Calypto on 1 HP. A little bit of a trade there. I mean, neither of them goes down, but M is really putting the pressure on. As if we look back on the left lane quickly, Ragnarok is just hovering around. Riplash comes out, hits onto Arco, lockdown as well with the Drongo Misi silence. A nice containment fence, though, will stop Ragnarok from jumping in. But actually, yes, manages to go in there, though. And he is forced auto retreat, though. No kills going down yet.
Did Ragnarok blink in? I'm not entirely sure how he managed to get in there. I do believe he blinked into the Heaven's Fury to just close the gap. Going back to that solo lane, though, I'm assuming M accidentally hit Calipito under the tower, which is why he took so much damage. Otherwise, that fight would not have been as equal as we would normally see. Import has found Ragnarok. It's going to jump up Ragnarok into the air, but that's not going to last for long.
Yeah, Import with the level lead that's actually above Ragnarok in damage. Make it rain, though, coming completely down onto Rampage is not the person you really want to be talking with that. As Kimbo picks up the kill onto Ragnarok. That's a really nice kill off by Import there, finding the kill. As now it's Meat Boy here going 2v1 a little bit, but he has support from his team. Out is behind him, as well as M on the rotation is going to, yep, there's the kill going on. It actually gets picked up by Bet Boy. That's a return kill, but it's only onto the support. But now the Fangtooth is back up, and with the 1-for-1, it's a jungler down for ping def, but they're the ones that are still going to start it.
Import stealth back and was able to be not seen, but that is going to mean he has returned to base. Isn't going to be here in time. Should be an easy pickup for ping diff for this to be taken. However, Calipito on the other side is going to take a decent amount of damage to this tower. Ragnarok is nearby. He might try to defend it. I don't believe there is going to be a fight in that area. Calipito just going to back up, get as much as he can. Ping diff are sitting pretty well here. They have got that third Fang-Tooth possibility around 17 minutes into the game before the Orb Prime spawns.
Yeah, and here we go. Import again coming to this dual lane. Met Boy taking the gold buff, but here, no, Import's just going to walk away, realizes it's too far, not enough to be done there. Yes, Ragnarok rotating to that right lane was not needed for the Fangtooth, who was able to just stop the Crunch from potentially taking all of the plates on that outer tower, which would have helped him get back into the game immensely. So good on him to stop any potential comeback for this Crunch, as they're going to go back to trading there. As it's Exporters that just kind of rotate into this enemy jungle here. Import's trying to steal this blue buff. Ball to the face of Knight will stop him in his path. Ragnarok is still not around here, though, but is going to push Import out of the jungle.
Meanwhile, in the solo lane, M's taking a lot down, so Calipito is going to be even more. Ragnarok went for the gank, is able to get a kill in return. Import still hovering around the mid lane, but M with this kill, 20 seconds on the death timer of Calipito. Unless someone from the Exporters goes over there, it's going to be taking the first tower of the game. Instead, going to take the sign buff. I think that's a bit of a mistake from him. Actually, it's not even up, so he's not going to do that. Is able to 100% take at least one plate. Should be able to take the entire tower. The rest of Exporters not going to defend. We have to see quite a few backs coming out from them instead. So actually, they're saying that it does look like M is going to go for the safer option. Only taking one plate, isn't going to go for the full push. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about that. It is the safer option. Isn't going to mean that he will fall, but it isn't the most ideal way of doing it.
It's also an interesting fact, because if you take a tower, that means the lane is obviously going to be pushed up a lot more than you want. And as a Sevarog who doesn't necessarily want to be pushed up, you want to still be farming a bunch of enemy minions to get your stacks up early. And that would be better if it was nearer to your side of the map, and the tower allows that to happen. So he's keeping the tower up, I think, for just that fact alone, to try to keep the wave in a better position for him long term. Because it is still a Sevarog. You still have a scaling. It doesn't matter that you're ahead early. if you can still scale harder, that's still better than if you're just going to force Crunch to like have a lot more free farm, or the tower's going to deny a lot more of that. What instead is going to deny is ping diff, as they want to deny these camps, as Import is, I think, going to secure that. Kimbo was there for the support, and a little bit of scuffing around in this left side jungle. Nothing happening quite yet, though, as yes, they go on retreat.
Nothing else really be taken on the map.
Ooh, make it rain.
Wait, going up in reverse. Make it rain. Kimbo going to use the E-pot. Long on Law is going to go wide. Not going to go wide, actually, because Eric Calipito are fighting on the other side of the map. That's going to be another kill for the Serval. He is rather low, but with no one else on Exporters nearby, this should be an easy tower.
Yep, and Bolt of the Face with the Behemoth means it's undodgeable, and Flytrap gets stasis though. Nice stasis will keep him alive as Ragnarok now goes onto the Fae, and he has no stasis, which means that's going to be an easy kill, and now Import is all alone in no man's land, is forced to blink out. Ragnarok is in his hearsay form, though he's a lot of damage, but that's a nice kill picked up in the mid lane for Ping Diff, as well as the pickup in that outer lane tower. They are now taking ahead this game. This snowball is blossoming.
15 minutes on the board, so that means there's no tower plates left for this mid tower to be taken, but they can also go to mini prime. This is going to be the second of the game. Ragnarok probably going to secure this himself. Knight isn't the best for sitting off a mini prime, especially if you are playing a Seraph. Ray is also going to be resetting, so this is just going to be slayed away at 1,000 HP, as we see there. That's going to be every single jungle objective taken from Ping Diff. That's going to be both all mini primes as well as both Fang Tooths currently, and this mini prime will be still available for the third Fang Tooth. So Ping Diff going to set themselves up really well for this.
Very scary on the side of Exporters here, knowing how much tools that Ping Diff have in the belt. It was also just in that mid lane fight, it was a really nice stasis by both mid laners. They had just stopped the damage and CC from both the opposing mid lane ultimates, but that meant when other members of the teams came to join the fight, they just didn't have any survivability, and instead Kimbo was just collapsed upon to be killed. But for this next Fangtooth, I think stasis will be back up, but what is back up now is another fight. As the round comes out again, Kimbo is just taken down immediately. Make It Rain makes it completely death for Kimbo, as Import is here a little bit too late to support his mid laner, as now I think the turn onto him. It's just a Knight here as the victor, and instead is actually turned on as Import with the Behemoth forces Knight to blink away. He has this dual lane coming in for support. Doesn't matter if outer tower goes down. It's actually the Exporters that took that tower just in the midst of it, because the dual lane was on the rotation over. I think it was mostly minions that took it out, but instead it's just going to be a retreat from the Exporters. Maybe a little bit of damage onto Knight, as Hearsay is popped from Ragnarok to try to get onto Simi, who's forced to blink away. No damage though, but now the third Fangtooth is up, and with a lot of tools down for the Exporters, as well as the ultimate from Import, as well as his blink, means I feel like this is just going to be a free third Fangtooth for Ping Diff.
It should be. Import's still on half HP as well. We can see that Ray is doing the zone in action. Knight is going to help him. Met Boy Ragnarok more than enough damage to secure. That is going to be the third Fangtooth, that 8% physical, magical, and armor buff for them. They are going to be able to get away scot-free as well. No fight is going to happen for it. Ping Diff, not many kills on the board. 9-3 in 17.5 minutes. But in terms of the momentum, in terms of all the objectives, they are running away with this game.
And running away, they managed to get an outer tower, the Exporters on that left side, and the right-hand tower is almost dead. But besides that, it's been completely in Ping Diff's favor. 5 neutral objectives, 4-5, has the kill advantage, and this Ragnarok here on the south, 4-1 so far. Did take a snowball, and is going to meet an enemy Decker in the middle of his jungle. I don't think Arco really wants that fight. Already brought down to half HP. The mini prime doing wonders. As Skewer comes out, will lock up Kimbo. Flytrap gets onto 3 to peel away for his team, left in on 1 HP, as well as the border task for the peel. Really nicely done for the Exporters to run away and will not lose a member. Nice peel from everyone.
Really good peel, especially from Import with that border toss. Kind of stopped the momentum from Ping Diff during that, but we just saw the amount of damage that can come out of this conference. Calipito and M once again fighting using that reversal damage. Calipito has taken so much damage from himself. The Siphons are also chunking him for a lot. The Colossal Blow is going to be followed through. Subjugate going to miss. One more Siphon is going to be enough. That's going to give even more stacks, as well as another kill. 3-0-3 on this server. Ray now also in the air.
Oh yeah, Make It Rain going down onto Import once again. The tankiest member is just getting his health bar melted, but is still alive. It is only Knight here for the help of Ray, and he does not exactly have any damage, which means Import will limp away once again. The Behemoth saving his life there, as just the pressure that Ping Diff is able to put onto the map with that soul lane completely on lockdown for them, though. Like, like Calypto is, yes, he's just not a character in this game, unfortunately. He's just fallen way too far behind, and if you can't win a 1v1 versus a Sevrog, you're not going to have any impact whatsoever.
He really needs to try and get out of this lane, try and deal with the likes of Ray, the likes of Metboy. If he can try and just deal with the backline of PangDraft, he might have a bit more success. But I'm looking on the side of Exporters, it's going to really have to be Simi Goes Hard to deal with the Sevrog in this late game. The Fae is okay at dealing with tanks, especially once you get that, considering you buy Mega Cosm pretty consistently on the Fae. But you're not going to have that burst. You're not going to really be able to deal with M in this game. So it's going to be down to Simi with that Demolisher, with those shots from a distance. And even saying that, I don't really see that happening.
And I think they agree with you that Simi is the danger point, so they're going to focus him instead. Tower die by Ragnak, which means Metboy will pick up that kill. Yeah, they agreed with you that he was the power point, so why not just shut down the power point? And yeah, free kill picked up for FangDraft, and that gives them another outer tower.
Yeah, Simi can't do anything if he's dead. That is a fundamental of the game. You are definitely going to be doing 0 DPS if your screen is great. Now, M pressing on to that tier 2 level lead against Calipito, so taking basically 0 damage. He's got that stone wall on Linus now, really normal counter into the Crunch, considering Crunch's abilities are his main damage source. It's starting to link up with the rest of his team though. Is able to start rotating, not max stacks just yet on this Sevrog, but not far off, going to be within the 120 to 160 mark. And 21 minutes on the clock. It is a very good stack level.
Yeah, that was my favorite tip of the day. Pro tip, you cannot do anything if you are dead, so please don't die in the game. That's a very good tip for most MOBAs in general. But it's also a good tip is if you want to win, you take neutral objectives, and PangDraft are going to do that right now as they start up this Orb Prime. But the rest of the Exporters know that this is happening, and here they are on the flank. As well as Import now popping the Behemoth is going to get locked up by Knight. He's going to make sure he's just forced to jump away, actually kind of abandoning the rest of his team as the fight breaks out on the other side. Make it rain coming down purely on Calypto on the Crunch. Probably not the one person you want to focus, but it's Gimbal that's forced to retreat, putting on low HP. Simi Goes Hard is now in the midst of everyone. That's not where you want to be as Simi, but he does take out the enemy Durango. Metboy going down. That's a trade of 80 carries, and considering the amount of damage that PangDraft has, I think that's a success if you just trade 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1. Ragnarok's so low though. Import has found him. Calipito is also going to be there. Using the Heaven's Fury, it's not going to be enough. Kimbo gets the hidden blow. Kimbo is doing so much damage in this fight. Did everyone from PangDraft had to walk through his Untamed Ghost. That's why they were so low at the end of the game. And I mean, that's their two main damage sources. Ray is still alive, yes, but he's not going to be really doing that much damage on the objectives, so they can't start anything. And I mean, even with the amount of momentum had, with the lead that M has in this game, they weren't able to capitalize on it, weren't able to do anything with it, just because of the situation they found themselves in. Import doing such a good job of tanking a lot of abilities up for the Exporters, and once the fight came to the rest of the team, there wasn't really much left from PangDraft.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a success if they went 1-for-1, but instead they went 2-for-1, picking at Ragnarok up at the top of that, as well as now pushing in this mid-lane tower, gets that outer tower. The final outer tower for them finally falls, and they actually get the local gold for this one, as opposed to the other two, I think, which went down to pure minions. So they actually are evening the gold difference out a little bit here, as now all 5 members on the rotation to this left lane, but there's a reset from Calypto. There's Primal Fangtooth is now up. I don't think they necessarily want to start it, because it is going to be a lot of damage, and with Ragnarok on the other side of the map, he's not exactly in a position to help very quickly, as yeah, they're just going to rotate here and set up some vision.
You remember the last game where we had about a 10-minute dance around the Primal Fangtooth?
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to get a Deja Vu round 2 for that one. Simi Goes Hard, Narco, no, might get caught. M using the plan was
Colossal blow! Hits him back into his team, as well as just completely locked up CC. I think he blinked away. Yeah, he's running away a little bit, but Riplash hits him in the back. That was unnecessary, except kind of was to secure the kill. But Knight picking up that kill, and that might lead to a Primal Fangtooth stop, because the most important member of the Exporters is now dead.
Exporters not using their wards, didn't have anything defensively, and was just able to get behind without any knowledge from the duo lane. Simi Goes Hard as well, using a blink in basically pure desperation. Wasn't really something that he's still used now. Final Fantasy already down to half import in the area, but no one else really able to help. Knight trying to stop it as much as he can. Has the skill available, I believe.
Import!
Jumping, going to go in!
Import! No, he's not able to get the steal. He's not, just a little bit too late. Knight doing good enough job to block him. Is now just on the retreat because he is all alone in no man's land, but will get taken out. Calypto was in there for support as well, but he actually gets taken down. Import actually made it away. He's completely in enemy territory right now, backing on a ward. He's not gonna, well, he is gonna be able to get out as they're not gonna be able to chase it in time. Really nice attempt from Import, but unfortunately just barely not enough as Ragnarok has the better smite.
That is going to be 5 on 4 members. Ray does go down. I believe he was simply goes hard. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. It was off screen. All Prime now started. Ragnarok and M have a good amount of damage, and they still have Metboy available as well. Drongo is the main damage dealer for these objectives, is able to get those rat rounds. That silence in as well. Import Kimbo first to the scene. Rest of the exporters are coming.
Round two on the steal. Import going for another steal. He does not have the behemoth this time, which means he's immediately going to get turned onto. Already brought down to half HP. Containment fence coming out to try to steal away. It's actually FangDraft that's first on the retreat as the Ragnarok gets taken down. Iron Spike will secure 1 kill as well. Drongo going down. Metboy, that's 2 kills for the side of Exporters. This was a really bad start from Old Prime. Apparently, despite having Primal Fangtooth, it is actually FangDraft that does not have the damage, as Import is just doing so much massive work in this fight. And yeah, this is now going to be a free Old Prime.
I mean, FangDraft, they just took too much damage from the All Prime. M was half HP, Ragnarok was more than low, and Exporters, they are behind. Yes, they don't have Pyro Fangtooth, they don't have a single Fangtooth in this game, but they have the farm, they have the items. You can't just discount the amount of damage this Faye and Murdoch are going to do to your backline. And with Import once again taking the lead with the amount of CC available from the Decker and the Rampage, it is more than enough to deal with half HP bars from FangDraft. Now they've made a mistake, and even with the fact that they still have a few members with Primal Fangtooth, they are not in the lead.
Oh, and Calypto coming in, stealing that Cyan buff away from Ray, and now he's kind of all alone in no man's land. He doesn't even have the teleporter out available because there's too many members of the opposition here, which means this is going to be a free kill. Border toss misses, but Calypto picks up a kill. All of a sudden, this Quench, who felt completely out of the game, feels like he's just right back in it now off all this.
He still took quite a lot of damage from the fact that he was trying to 1v3 a Howitzer, but it is definitely going to be a lot of help for Calipito. He is going to be a bit more tankier in this game, going to be helpful for that survivability. Ragnarok also getting quite a lot of tankiness. Looks like he's building into, I assume, into Conum. I'm not entirely sure. It could be Citadel as well. It's been a little while since I have built those items, and I do like how they're splitting the map with FangDraft. They are trying to gain as much farm as they can in different areas of the map where Exporters are not. But Exporters, they've grouped up. They're going towards that mid lane.
If you actually be looking at the items quickly, I think Import's going for a more Bruiser type build as well with the Overlord. He is not, despite the amount of damage he's tanking up, he's not building pure tank. He's also being a threat to these carries on the side of FangDraft as well, while Crunch is going also a very high damage build. So despite not building the tankiest of items, these people are still managing to tank up a lot of the damage that FangDraft have and are managing to turn the fights. We saw them, they're able to actually turn an Orb Prime fight despite being behind in gold, and now taking it out in a turret in the mid lane as well. Means that they've, I don't know what the gold difference is, but it feels pretty equalized at this point.
It's certainly hard to say it's equalized. There's still a large kill lead, and we always have to remember the fact that FangDraft have got those 3 Fangtooth buffs as well, so that is going to provide a significant difference. Exporters are, I would say the game is equal-ish at the moment. I think FangDraft still have probably the item and experience lead overall, but in terms of momentum, it's definitely the Exporters. The question is what happens once that Orb Prime runs out. Exporters really need to do a bit more during this period, because once it runs out, they are going to be on the back foot once again.
Well, is Calypto going to be on the back foot now as Ragnarok is coming around for a long flank? The rest of the team is grouping in the mid lane. They don't realize that Seraph is here as Calypto is now going to get on a 2v1. He's going to tank the damage. No, he's going to just blink away immediately as Ragnarok gives up the chase. Is just going to focus on the wave instead. Good blink forced out by FangDraft as, yeah, they're just going to be retreated now.
just the dash range of the Crunch is such a strong component of that kit. But the Blink God is going to make his engages a bit more troublesome, especially the fact that he needs to try and get onto the likes of Ray and onto Metboy in this fight. FangDraft nearly back up, probably within the next 15 seconds or so. You can see that esports have reset, are back over here. No real wards for them though right now. FangDraft have a few around the pit, has a little bit of a aggressiveness as well, especially in the mid lane, but not too much in the enemy jungle. FangDraft has spawned. Ragnarok not anywhere close, so I don't think we're going to get a instant start for this one.
No, it's just all converging here in this left and middle lane, as it's actually Simi that's getting collapsed upon by M in that left lane, as now Drongo, I think, flashed blinked in as well. Simi brought down to 1 HP, the shrapnel cannon dying to burst him down. The shield is going to be enough to survive him though, as again it is FangDraft that's still on the forefront of this aggression, trying to catch out a member. M dashes into 5 members. That's a lot of damage coming out though. The crest and the blink in from Knight trying to get some sort of lockdown on, is not actually going to get the skewer out though, as Import with the Behemoth is taking up so much. It is 2 for 1 so far right now on the side of FangDraft. They are winning this fight. M brought down very low. Ray going into the back line, trying to just kill off Import, but he's a little bit too tanky. Kimbo is also brought down. 3 members on the side of the Exporters fall.
By my FangDraft, it is guaranteed for FangDraft. Import is going to be way too low HP to even go for the steal. And Simi was taken down way too low for the start of the fight. That is your main down source. Was able to use the cleanse of the Liberator to deny the rad round burst from Metboy. That is why we saw the shield there in the early time. But M doing a good job of just trying to get the engage. Got to subjugate onto Simi. That is the guaranteed death of the Murdoch. Kimbo dived on by Ragnarok and by Knight. Kept him locked down. Even though the front line did go very low for FangDraft, they wasn't low enough. Ray basically untouched as well in the back end. So that's going to be the pile of FangDraft. That's their 5th FangDraft of the game in 31 minutes. All 5 is going to be spawning relatively soon as well. And the worst thing for exporters, the later the game goes, the more damage this Pyro FangDraft is going to be doing. It stacks per minute in the game to, I believe, 40 minutes. So every single minute this is available, it's going to be doing more and more damage to them.
More damage via the Primal Fangtooth, more health on the Sevrog, more tankiness all around. It's just so hard for the Exporters now with this Primal Fangtooth on top of Ping Difference. And with the Orb Prime up, Drongo did go to the other side. Metboy does not immediately go to the Orb Prime, which means this buff is ticking down. If Ping Diff want a double buff, they have to go for it soon, but it doesn't look like they're willing to commit to it. Ragnarok on the reset, while all 5 members of Exporters are just securing vision around this Orb Prime. I don't think they're going to start it though.
They have to be so careful. Any sort of catch, any sort of subjugate will be followed up by a Ripless by Knight, or even just a landmine from Ray, who's level 18. He has the most, I don't know if he has the most farm, but FangDraft have 3 level 18s in this game. Metboy's level 17. Knight trailing behind, but that's just because the rest of his team has been hogging the experience from him. So poor support as per usual. Now the push is starting to come through. Ray is on his own. 4-man grouping from FangDraft. Meanwhile, and it seems like exporters are catching most of it. Calipito might be in a bit danger, but is able to back up in time thanks to the containment fence of Arco.
Yep, they're just pushing the Exporters out of their own jungle as that left lane is in the side of FangDraft, is getting pushed up as M. There's the Phantom Rush in. He's going to lock up one member and Colossal blow him into his team. He attempted to, but it kind of actually pushed him into his own turret. Arco is going to be able to survive, and that's a key ultimate down so far for the Exporters as they then turn for this Fangtooth. Maybe they're actually looking to collapse onto Import, but he's a tanky boy. I don't think you're going to get much out of him so far, as yes, they are just going to retreat and start up the Sword Prime.
Luckily for FangDraft, Colossal Blow is on a relatively short cooldown. I think it's about 40 to 50 seconds at max rank, so that will be up soon. But the damage on the All Prime, this is going to go before
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Import wants to go again for the steal, pops the Behemoth, but it's already gone. Yes, too much damage on this Orb Prime, and with the double buffs, this is not a fight that I can imagine that Exporters want to take. Simi and Arto already going down. That's 2 kills picked up for the side of Ping Difference, as the rest of the team is now just in no man's land. Ray hovering above. Calypso trying to secure at least 1 kill, and he will. Ray does go down. 1 kill picked up as Import jumps away. Metboy not able to finish off that kill, and now Calypso and Import just running for their lives as 3 members of the team are dead once again.
Calipito going the wrong way. I think he's due to a lot of people, but he has not due to M. That Sevrog is floating towards you as much as possible. Ragnar just in case taking farm. And just like Calipito is going to get away on the arc shot. It's going to go to the other side of the map. There's no following on that one, but the base is the main issue. Metboy Knight already pushing down this mid inhibitor and going to take the side solo lane. Ragnarok now link it up with his duo. There's nothing else to take for the moment. They still need to push these minions in. It's not perfectly set up for them.
Oh my,
but
import.
I mean,
He's
5
taking the
seconds in
wave.
Arco. He's taken away. Yeah, it's a hit on the inhibitor. They could go for the inhibitor themselves, but the tier 2 tower is still alive, so they can't.
Yeah, the rest of the team is now coming up for the Explorers, which means I don't think this is going to be the end of the game right here. We'll take 2 inhibitors. Import with the just big brain play of taking the wave instead of just trying to actually kill it. He just draws it underneath the tower so they don't have the debuff they need for the core in order to take it. Bullet to the face will lock up M for a second, but I don't think there's much going to come with that. I think the Explorers just have to take their base in shambles. And are they actually going to go a bit aggressive here? They were looking for it, but no, they're just going to reset, make sure the base doesn't get any more damaged.
They need to deal with the minions. A lot of PingDiff have already reset. We can see Ray and Knight have got returned back to base. And the rest of the team will be back with that enhanced recall as well. We can have a look at the items and building World Breaker gone a bit more offensively. Metboy,
Oh, wow.
full build, got that 100% crit chance. Imperator completed. Ray not far off, building towards that Oblivion Crown. Probably about 200 gold or so off at this point in time. Probably not even that. Should be able to get it just from this wave. And it feels like this game is going in the circles because Primal Fangtooth is up within about 20 seconds.
About 20 seconds, we might see a 6th Fangtooth of the game here going completely onto one side. Not something you see every day, but there's no... I'm not going to say that yet. Import has been trying to get these steals and has almost been successful a couple of times, but Ragnarok just having that little bit of a better timing and Knight doing a really good job zoning has just not allowed it to be possible yet. But if they are able to steal it, Exporters are not out yet. If they get the Primal Fangtooth on top, I think they might have actually enough damage to take the fight. So yeah, they're not out of this game yet.
The game's not over until that core explodes, so Exporters can do whatever they can, but they are definitely fighting an uphill battle. M is so tanky, hasn't been killed this game at all, and the amount of armor he has, he got 3 items fully completed on that armor, building towards that 4th, only got that crystalline carapace in terms of the magical protections, and I mean, you have a 4 build Drongo, that's just gonna die.
Yeah, Import again trying to pop the behemoth and get in, but these neutral objectives are just getting completely annihilated. They don't realize the amount of damage that PingDiff can actually put out onto them because they're just getting melted like butter as the 6th Fangtooth for PingDiff is secured, and they want to try to chase down and get some kills, but are not able to as the Explorers are able to retreat successfully.
They have got everyone alive, so that is at least something. Calipito might get caught out. M is in the area, but this Sevlog is more for the front line, less for the assassinations. And Calipito is able to get away, and at least a benefit for Exporters is that the Orb Primer has one off. They don't have both buffs at the moment in time. However, they don't really need the Orb Primer anymore. The Primal Fangtooth is going to be more important at this stage of the game. They only are really losing those enhanced minions to try and take down the core, but they don't need any sort of sieging capability because they have this tower which is going to go down in about 5 seconds. That inhibitor we see in front of us, and then just that glowing... I don't know what the shape is, but that glowing core in front of us.
Yeah, there's only one more lane with an inhibitor up. All 3 inhibitors would be a complete base shatter for the Exporters. Not having the superior minions does help, but it's really only Faye that has the wave clear on the side of the Exporters. Murdoc's okay, but you can't really step up because then you'll risk getting a Whiplash and Hook from the Richter. So it's really only the Faye that they have to consistently clear these waves if need be, and all these lanes of super minions now coming in means that Exporters are on their last lifeline here, but the heartbeat still is ticking.
It's going to be so tense for the Exporters. They have to just huddle around this core. They can't really justify trying to defend this inhibitor. It's going to go down way too fast, and they have to deal with the rest of the minions. Now, these minion waves are going in at different times, so they can clear each one individually. Or Prime still not up for PingDiff to take. The rock goes wide from Import.
Is Nike
again, It looks like he is stopping at the moment, but he might just be doing something else.
Oh, there he
FangDraft just waiting around is able to start with moving once again, luckily for Knight. And again, the minions are being pushed in. They don't really have that much damage coming through so far. Import just trying to fist what CC he can. Same from Arco. Now the Rays are starting to push in. FangDraft, they're making their push.
They're making the push. Import gets hooked in, is not able to pop the behemoth, but there it goes. All members going down. Wait, Meat Boy is the first to go down, as Calypso is actually doing a huge amount of work to lock up that backline. Is jumping in onto Knight now, trying to pick up at least one more member. Colossal Blow will knock him away into the subjugate. He will go down for his efforts. No, he blinks away. R2000 missile, though, is not going to be enough. He actually managed to get away. Ragnarok's the second one to go down, as Ray's going to be first to follow. It's the Exporters holding on to the base.
They just took 3 people down, 70-second death timers. The mid-inhibitor spawn, they have got minions being pushed in to the core. They need to deal with them, at least someone. But it doesn't look like they're going to catch up to M and Knight. Orb Prime is available. They can go for this. They might go for the end, though. I don't think it's wise. They should go for the Orb Prime. They need someone defending. Calipito has chosen that as well. They're going to get the solo side inhibitor defended. That mid inhibitor is already back up. The duo one is not going to be up for a while, so they have to make sure those minions don't hit the core. 4 members of Esporters are going to be more than enough damage to take this. There is a jungler alive for FangDraft, but that is... No, it isn't. There's no one alive on FangDraft that can take this, so that is going to be the second Orb Prime taken for Exporters. They have a chance in this game. We are going so late that the lead is no longer relevant for FangDraft. They have... both have got full builds at this stage of the game. It is going to be down to the execution, and with Exporters having this Orb Prime, they might be able to seize the base of FangDraft.
The first neutral objective for the Exporters picked up 40 minutes into this game, just shy of 40 minutes, is an Orb Prime uncontested because that was the base defense of the tournament so far. All 3 inhibitors down. Primal Fangtooth on the enemy team, and you still managed to lock up that backline. Calypto doing work despite having honestly, not the best game on this crunch, is showcasing that he is not out of this game and is able to actually have some impact still in these fights. He is putting his team on his back in that last fight, and hopefully will not get caught out here to throw it all away, because this would be a disaster.
He's going to use that double dash. That is going to be it. M has got the subsidy. It's slowed slightly by the ice corn. Met Boy is going back to his wave. That is going to be it. They can't spend too much time on this. Primal Fangtooth is going to be up relatively soon. I do want to point out Kimbo getting that fly trap on to 2 members of FangDraft did so much damage. That is why Calipito was able to dive onto that at the end of it. And it basically saved in the game. I don't entirely saw how Met Boy did die at the start there, but Ragnarok getting caught. Import has got the boulder. It's going to get Whiplash into the team.
Whiplash into the team, but that's the least important member you want to Whiplash. Import kind of is actually most happy to be Whiplashed in, as currently the Exporters are doing a 4-1 push right now. Crunch solo pushing down that right lane, has no one there to contest him. Maybe get this outer tower,
so
but Ray
tense.
is there to support. I think he might be able to get it anyway, as M is also on the flank around. Ragnarok in the air. Where's he want to go? He wants to go backward. Boulder toss hits Metboy in the face, as 4 members here now looking to potentially catch someone out, but they're not able to, as FangDraft are on the retreat and are able to put distance in that back, as now everyone is going back, as the 7th Fangtooth of the game is now up.
That's ridiculous. Thank you, that is ridiculous. But that is the reality we are staying in. 42 minutes on the clock. We have 1 team fight left. If FangDraft can even kill 3 people on Exporters, that should guarantee them the game. They can just rush down the mid. These inhibitors are there, yes, but they are basically glorified decorations at this point in time. They're only there to make sure the minions stop being pushed into the core. There is this dual side inhibitor being pushed in, but more importantly, that Primal Fangtooth has started. Simi Goes Hard is in the area, but no one else is.
No one else is in the area. Import isn't near. Again, it's at 3,000, 2,000. It's going to be at 1,000, and it's secured 7 Fangtooths in a row for FangDraft. They still have the Orb Prime on the set of the Explorers, with Import popping the Behemoth. It is a 4v4 with the mid laner of FangDraft in that off lane. Means he's not there to support.
Knight!
There's the dash in for Knight, trying to lock up someone, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Ragnarok on top of Simi, going to take out the Murdoch. That's the carry down. 1-for-1 so far. Border will lock up M, but he's the tankiest member. He's not what you want. Ragnarok going deep into that back line. Now onto Kimbo. That's not where you want to be as a Kimbo, as a Faye. You're getting shrapnel cannon to the face taken out. That's 3 members for the side of the Exporters dead, as Import's now trying to run away. Calypto trying to do something maybe to secure this game, but now he's on the run, as now Exporters. You thought they made a comeback into the game, but it looks like now they've completely collapsed.
Metboy is just going for the end. He's gone to the duo side. Import is going to get caught by 2 people. M trying to do what he can. Is going to have to run to the side of the traps. Metboy is still in this area. Calipito is in the duo lane as well. There's just so much happening. There's still such a long death timers on Exporters. They can't believe they got... they didn't realize the fire was up. I don't know why they weren't there. Metboy is just going to try and end the game.
Yep, here he is. Rampart finally back in his base, but he's met with an opposing AD carry. I don't think he's going to be able to get to the minions this time. He's not going to be able to do the same strategy as Metboy. Bringing the minions into the core means that he's probably going to be able to take this out. The rest of the team is now coming to support. Calypso has to do whatever he can to support. Cole is down to half HP. He's on top of the Drongo, but he's not able to have the damage, and look at that. He's completely taken out. It took 7 Fangtooths. It took 43 minutes, but PingDiff finally take the game over Exporters.
That, what a banger of a match. I think that's the best way of saying it. The game went so long, I am now in darkness.
Where are you?
I haven't had the chance to turn the lights on. I've been watching this game for such a long time. But I hope you can see me high on here. I'm in the pink shirt. But going back to the game, I mean, 7 Fangtooths, that's like... that just shows how close that game was, because even with that amount of primal Fangtooths taken, they weren't able to close out the game cleanly until that last one. Exporters, they only needed to send 1 person back. If they had 3 people there, I don't think PingDiff could have started that Fangtooth as they did, but because they saw multiple people on that wave, they saw Import there, they knew they could freely go for this. Simi goes hard, has a lot of damage, yes, but he can't walk up, so it was an easy take for them. And then the fight after, they had that Primal Fangtooth buff, they had the damage, it just was easy from there.
Yeah, Import just a few seconds too late for almost all of those neutral objectives. He was in the pit for that first Primal Fangtooth, but every other time it's just a little bit too late for any sort of steal attempt. It felt so close to be in the hands. Both Import and M did not die this game. If we had to choose an MVP, I have to go with M. He had such a performance in that solo lane, no deaths, pure tanky, dealt a lot of damage, and had such an impact that just was felt even despite having a little bit of a, scare there at the end with 3 members going down and them getting Orb Prime. PingDiff able to hold on off the back of, I think, M and Ray really just, yeah, they held on, and despite a little bit of a scare, won the game.
I've got to remember, M was playing into a counter matchup, was not expected to do as well as he did. Nearly 9 CS a minute on a Severog is a really good target to hit, and considering 43 minutes on the block as well meant that he had plenty of stacks, nearly took as much damage as he dealt. But I mean, 18 KDA, 943 damage basically a minute on a Severog is a ridiculous number to hit.
Those are some nice stats there on top of one of the god of death himself, so to speak, and shrouded Exporters in darkness, quite like yourself, really. Yeah, the Night Veil came over and was able to completely take over that game in a counter matchup, like you said. Very well done, again, by really every member of PingDiff. Ragnarok obviously also had a very nice early snowball that never seemed to quite stop. It stopped a little bit at the end there, but it was just enough to get them the core at the end of the day. So what a first 2 games that we saw here from Fang Draft today.
Oh, and they have been so good. My voice is shot at this point in time. But, I mean, if every game was like that in the groups, then I feel like we need to have watched them more, because, my god, they were brilliant. And, obviously, we have reached the end of the group. So if we're able to have a look at the standings, we can confirm who is going to be going forwards. Bond Effect winning their game. Wasp, Neft & Co. is going to take that 2nd seed in Group A. Bond Effect taking the the first seed in Group A as well. So that game we saw previously did decide that standings overall. Bamboo, Blizzard, Smoked, Leftover Biscuits, all 2 wins apiece, are unfortunately going to be ending their series here. Meanwhile, in Group B, Totorina with a perfect 5 out of 5 wins in their group. PingDiff coming in 2nd place. That win over Exporters is going to secure them the continuation of their play into that semi-finals. Exporters losing the game is going to mean they have the end right there.
Yeah, but not out yet currently, as unfortunately that is how it just happens to go. But here we see the bracket here. Bond Effect versus Ping Def, the two teams that we saw won these two games we've seen so far today. And on the other side, we see Toto Arena versus Washneft and Co.
Toto Arena, the only team we haven't actually watched so far in these semi-finals. It's going to be interesting to see how they play. Just as a point of reference, I believe the best of finals are a best of 1, and the finals is a best of 3. So these semi-finals are going to be a very questionable in terms of the draft, because anything can happen in those best of 1s. And I'm more worried about what the players' fatigue is like. They've already played 5 games in today, and they have to play even more.
Well, it's all going to be about who has the best mental fortitude and the best hands in order to keep up with those reflexes and skills and shot calling and everything else that comes within a MOBA. Everyone, that's been me, Cinematic Gaming, and my co-caster Falcon. That is it for us today, but don't go anywhere as there's more coming up after this. Stay tuned.
How is it going, everyone? Welcome to Fang Draft number 2. We're here at semi-finals. What a group stage we have had. And 10 teams started this tournament. We're down to our last 4. TJ, DJ here. And I've got the one and only Mike TV alongside me for this one. We're going to have an absolute banger matchups here for both of our semi-finals. Mike, I hope you're looking forward to this one because these games have been electric so far.
Yeah, that last game got me incredibly excited for the games that we've got coming up. And in fact, I believe we've got the matchup I want to see coming up is M versus Bondrude.
Yeah, that first game that we're going to be showing you is going to be Ping Diff versus Bond Effect. Ping Diff, of course, we did recently see them on the broadcast as well, with M and Ragnarok, Ray, Metboy, and Knight will be coming back on to show up against the number 1 seed from Group A, Bond Effect, as well. There's so much to look forward to. I mean, you did highlight that matchup. We're going to go into that in a little bit more detail, but you know, both teams really put on a show, and now we're getting into kind of the clutch moments of the game, right? Because now we're in eliminations, best of ones. The tickets to grand finals up for grabs here.
Yeah, we were just kind of pre-discussing the some of the flavors that are going to come out, and I think with Toto Arena topping their bracket and the Washed also being like very, very close to only one game off. I mean, both teams have been so close to that top. We really are seeing the finest 4 that we're going to see.
Yeah, and I think like right at the start of the tournament, you could have made an argument to say like these teams kind of not quite air quotes thrown together. I want to say, of course, the player draft did go through 2 weeks ago. Now, I don't think these teams can really like use the excuse saying, "Hey, we're a new team." Like we've already played 4 games together. You've already got that synergy, and hey, just looking at your results, it's definitely working. So now we get to see which team has adapted better, which teams have actually come on top and are worthy to take the Fang Draft number 2 title. Bond Effect of Ping Diff, of course, is going to be that first matchup we're looking through here. The rosters down below, as we did just have Ping Diff here. Bond Effect as well, also shown on broadcast. Stat rosters just all across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at every single name and the entire, especially the EU community, know exactly who they're looking at for the most part, right? There's a few names. Obviously, you've got Switches as a backup for Bond Effect. I mean, they've already got a stacked team, and then they've got a sub there that if they needed him, that could fill many roles, no problem at all. You've got Metboy, classic ADC there in the EU scene. Ray, everyone knows who Ray is. We've got Ragnarok, really having a huge impact on that Seraph over the past few games that we've seen and through some of his match history. I think it's a battle of the titans in this particular semi-final.
There's so much to look forward to as well. I mean, we have got the head-to-head ready, so this was the matchup, Mike, that you were wanting to get. You were getting the most excited about. It's Bondrude versus M. Of course, you can see the player, the hero banners with their most iconic picks here. Bondrude's on an absolute tear. M, though, has had that Feng Mao taken away from him many times, respectfully banned in each of the draft phases. Maybe we see it in the semi-finals. I'm not too sure, but let's dive a little bit deeper into these stats.
I don't think either of them are getting Feng Mao because Bondrude is also a decent Feng Mao player. Obviously, he does have a huge, a match history on Shinbi as well, as you can see. His CS per minute is just as close as the Feng Mao is there. So it's anybody's game, right? It all depends on who gets the favourable, pick in that offlane.
Yeah, and I think, like, especially with the offlaners, what we have been seeing is just the aggression coming out, right? It's these offlaners rotating from their offlane early, making plays in the mid lane, coming over for that first Fang 2, second Fang 2 fight as well. Mini Prime, with these 2 top offlaners, might actually just be a massive objective that both teams will be contesting it.
Yeah, we saw in some of the group matches, those you think one of the teams sets up on an objective, you think everything's going fine. I mean, we saw that Import was trying to get in there and steal those objectives, and the damage was just too much. So are we going to see that? Are we going to see the more, as you said, the more assassin-y type style offlanes? Are we going to see more tanks? mid lane, we haven't seen a huge amount of Gideon. We saw him once or twice. Gideon gives that pressure in those objective areas. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what they decide to draft.
They've certainly got options, and when you have rosters that are just like this loaded with players, you've got iconic picks, and also you've got picks that kind of like almost define this little meta that's formed around with Fang Draft. Of course, we are still on 1.3, 1.4 arriving very soon as well, so teams still get to play with these heroes in the current state. 1.4 is going to change a lot of things, but for now this might be one of the last events that we see here on 1.3. And honestly, like Mike, you have been keeping track throughout the group stages of the heroes that we're expecting both of these teams to play. So what patterns are we seeing, as we just got a little bit of a delay before the draft is ready? So let's talk a bit more about the draft until that pops up.
Okay, so if we're let's look at the Bond Effects team. Kira Stardust, for the most part, has favoured the Decker. Now, Decker, pretty much number one range support going at the moment, with Zinx being very, very close, very favourable. And interestingly, statistically, even though we're talking about this offlane, we're talking about the Shinbi, we're talking about the Feng Mao, Bond Druid has played Yin twice in the groups. So he's warmed up. He can pull her out whenever he wants. The question is, does M know how to play Yin? Is there anybody else on PingDiff that can play Yin that could then cause them to think, oh, we need to ban Yin? We don't know that yet. We had Ray in middle. He's picked Howitzer twice so far. So again, comfort pick there. Knight has just played Richter. That's all he's played. So you could throw him off by banning the Richter and then putting him on a ranged tier or forcing him on a ranged tier, and he might not be comfortable because he's so used to that melee kind of in and out.
All right. I mean, we're looking forward to see what the team's wanting to disrupt that pattern. The draft is available. Bond Effect going to have the first pick and the first ban of this one. PingDiff, of course, on your Dusk side. 2 bans to start things off as well. And you know what? I'm really happy with the 2 bans that we've had. Of course, this is our first event. We've decided to trial the additional ban at the start here, Mike. So I'm wondering what these teams are going to go for, because now it's like, if you do ban like the Yin, if you do ban the Richter, you've not paid the tax. You still have another ban to maybe go for the target. Seraph, though, Turbo banned, going to be banned once again.
Yeah, they've seen Ragnarok on Seraph and said, no, mate, you're not having that. Like, get that out of here. Because the thing with Seraph is, she can always make something happen. She is an assassin, right? In terms of, she can be bruisery, but she's mainly an assassin. So you've got to get rid of her because you know he's good at it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here that the respect being shown towards PingDiff. Feng Mao, Seraph immediately banned away from Ragnarok and target bans coming through. But, I mean, just looking what they've been playing, M has had to go on to Sevarog, and he had an absolute monstrous game in that last one on broadcast as well. And Bond Effect's going to throw a pick priority towards that top side of the map, going to lock the Terror for themselves, has got the flex potential to go in towards that jungle. So I wonder what PingDiff are going to respond, though, with that Yin available, and Yin will be picked up. And, if this is going to Ragnarok, going to M, man, this is an interesting one.
Pretty certain it's probably going to go to Ragnarok. I haven't seen, and I didn't even think to do any research on Yin picks. So I'm not sure if M has ever played Yin. He could have. Maybe he's done it secretly. But I think that's probably going to go on to Ragnarok. Drongo for Metboy. Interesting fact, Drongo has been picked twice for Metboy in these groups, so again, he's happy with that. And there's the Decker for who was it on the other one? For Kira, yeah. So he's got his comfort pick there.
Yeah, and I'm definitely getting the sense here of the comfort picks coming out here. But it's going to be a question, though, of how the teams actually synergize against each other. You get heroes that everyone's familiar with, everyone's all comfortable on, already warmed up. I mean, you've already said that yourself, right? The Richter is still available in this draft right now. So I'm wondering if PingDiff decide to take this now before the second phase of the bans, just to make sure that they do secure that. Because I expect that will be banned away. So we'll see Murdoch does get locked in for Bond Effect. Dual lane is going to be secure. Let's see what PingDiff have got up their sleeve.
It's interesting that Bond Effect has decided to pick the Murdoch early, because Drongo has been picked already, so they don't really need to rush into picking their ADC. Unlikely Drongo is going to be played in middle. M being gifted his Sevarog. He played a really, really good Sevarog last game. Sevarog doesn't play too badly into Terra if Bond Effect decide to play Terra in the offlane. Obviously, Terra, as you mentioned, is a flex, could be played in either jungle or offlane role, so be interested to see where they put him there. The Wraith ban. I mean, Ray could potentially play Wraith, but I've not particularly seen him during these group stages pick a Wraith, so that's quite an interesting ban there.
Well, the Richter is also going to be the second ban. I think going to that Wraith pick though with Bond Effect, Richter, he's not been allowed the Wraith this entire tournament. He has been on the traditional majors, but the Wraith is one of his signature picks. He is
I've got the teams mixed up. I do apologise.
Yeah,
there. Yes,
good,
you are right. Yes, Richter does play Wraith a lot, so that would make sense.
Well, we're also going to hold it there. We're going to be seeing Morn for the first time on our broadcast going for Ping Diff. Mike, you're making some interesting faces. I feel like you got some thoughts here.
I don't like Morn. I think Mega Creeps are better than Morn. It's just... This has got to be for the memes, right? It has to be. It has to be.
I mean, semi-finals, if you're going to go for the meme now, this is quite the time to do it. I must say, more locked in. Gideon going to be taken by Bond Effect. Richter just on Gideon duty. I mean, he's been playing it very well. This team composition pretty much plays itself, really, when you see it. But there is going to be the spanner in the works. It's going to be a Kalari lock-in as well for Bond Effect.
Okay, so that's probably going to be Ven then on the Kalari. Don't see Bond pull out the Jan offlane Kalari very often, so I would imagine. And Ven is very, very good on Kalari. He's one of those, you're playing ranked or you're playing standard, and you see him lock it in, and you're like, he's got to camp my lane, which is what Kalari's like to do. So yeah, that's definitely going on to Ven. And there's the howitzer for Ray, I believe.
Yeah, Ray just getting that howitzer pick once again. Already warmed up here. So both teams, going for comfort, going for what has worked for them previously, but still trying to throw a few curveballs here as well. And with the Kalari as well. I mean, you mentioned Jan. Of course, shout out to Jan, who is also on observer duty as well. Just kind of, very used to being in the shadows observing team fights. And now it's transitioned perfectly into observing. He's been doing some stellar job for us there. So I wonder how much attention Jan will be putting on towards that Kalari pick wherever it goes. Right, Mike, before we go in towards the game, I've got to throw the standard question to you, man. On paper, on hero picks, which team goes to the grand finals?
Because of the Morn pick, I'm sorry, it has to be. I think Bond Effect has this, unless Ping Diff have got some, unless the Yin can just snowball out of control, the Sev becomes a problem, and then maybe the Morn Ultimate can have an effect, right? You can blind everybody, it can make a difference. That's his biggest strength, but beyond that, we'll see what happens in the duo lane, but I'm going to go with Bond Effect.
Well, there we go. I mean, as I say, I think the Morn pick, I kind of already knew which way you were going to go for that one before I even finished that question, but we all want to see the game. We could probably talk about draft. We could do a TED talk on all of the intricacies, but these get decided on the Sanctuary map. Semi-final number 1 coming your way. It's Ping Diff versus Bond Effect. Ping Diff going to be your side on Dawn. Bond Effect onto Dusk. Everyone onto jump pads. Everyone into the map, and let's get semi-finals of Fang Draft number 2 on the way.
This is going to be exciting. Like I said, I want to see what happens early in this duo lane, because the Morn, look, he does have a hook, right? He has the ability to get that poke, but I just feel like Decker is not going to let him do that. We'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think Mike's going to take a little bit of convincing about this Morn pick. The Morn going
I hopefully can be convinced. Yes, please convince me.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we want to see, a bit of the redemption coming through maybe here. But you can just see where some of these heroes going. Ragnarok, of course, taking the Yin in towards that jungle. The Terra looks like, the Terra is currently indicated to be the supporting role. I don't think this is Terra support because Bondrude is playing it. So that's just got to be something we got to keep in mind. That does mean, of course, Kalari goes in towards the jungle, and everything else kind of falls into place.
Yeah, Bond and Emd having a bit of a gentleman's handshake here before the minions crash. I feel like that's one of the probably the most passive moment we're going to see between these two.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with how strong these two offlaners have been in the laning phase as well. I mean, to go for the gentleman's handshake, these players have probably played against each other so many times, know this matchup inside and out. Gonna see who is gonna come on top as well. You hover over towards that left-hand side. Nightstone not on Richter duty, but still plays a Morn. Still has a hook available to him. Misses the first one of the game, though. But we're going to see what happens as the minion waves crash, and this game truly gets underway.
Ven being very aggressive here on the howitzer. He went for the level 2 gank there at middle, but Ray was just like, no, I'm going to make sure you don't get that early level 2 gank, because that's one of the biggest weak points is, you know, the Kallari coming in for that level 2 gank while the howitzer's still level 1.
Knight's going to hit that first abduct on Sakira. A bit of a damage trade. Metboy able to get some damage down. Although we are going to be looking towards the junglers to make that first moves to really find the impact on this map. As I said, you know, Ven already trying to go for the cheese level 2. Bondrude hitting level 2 as well. Currently winning out on the health trade as they're just trying to play this one out here. I'm wondering on the Kallari and also on the Yin, what do you think the game plan's going to be, Mike?
So with the mini shutdown there on the Kallari, as I want to call it, you're just going to see both the junglers probably just do a bit of a full clear here. You're going to see a bit of a back and forth in every single lane, bit of poke, and then. But I really think, we might be seeing Kallari looking for that. You know, the rivers are spawning at 3 minutes. Kallari's going to look for something, going to invade, going to try and have a look to see if he can get some picks here at mid.
Richter going for the taunt space forward. Landmine throws Ven back under the tower. Going for the blink as well. Deathmark is on. Ray might still be alive. Richter finishes them off underneath the tower, but the tower's going to answer back. First blood does go the way of Richter, but Ragnarok is here to at least clean up the blink of an eye. This mid lane, it's these 3 kills.
I see. You know, I understand that they wanted to make that play. They wanted to get that level, the early gank, but turning in favour of Ping Diff there, Ragnarok's got to be happy. I mean, he just kind of walked through the fog wall and was like, oh, there's a kill for me. And now he's gone back to farming, no problem at all.
Oh, Kira going to look for that stasis bomb. Not going to find it. Metboy goes for the dodge. Containment fence down as well. A few cooldowns utilised. I'm kind of feeling the pressure at the moment from that duo lane. Hover back over towards the mid laners as well, just looking to see what Ragnarok does. See him in that river on the left-hand side, possibly looking towards the duo lane, but at least, you know, Bond Effect got the fundamentals down. The ward is there. I think they're aware that Ragnarok is trying to look for an angle on this duo lane, but Kira's still going to walk into him. Stasis bomb does come loud. Ragnarok finds the lash kick in midair as well. Blink over the top. Kira on full retreat. Ragnarok sees the opportunity, blinks after. Containment fence comes down, but cannot contain Ragnarok. Gets himself the isolated kill. Now in the mid lane, Ven wanting to find a response. Daggers onto Ray. Richter finishing blow with the basic attack. It's still an answer back. 3 for 2 in an already crazy early game.
Yeah, Ragnarok was looking for that early pressure on left because, you know, his duo lane is potentially looking for the gold buff there. And he positioned himself well. The Decker comes down to blind check, really. Gets picked out, and then luckily he's able to obviously poke him out and get the kill. Not having a huge amount of fun with an entire wave and a terror kind of running at him. But then we saw the Kallari come in middle, and that's going to be the story of Ray's life, really. He's going to have a Kallari living in his lane.
Oh, Knight's going to hit that abduct, but he has to blink away from that stasis bomb. Metboy does get hit by the stun. Caught on a containment fence and a blink out from both members of the Ping Diff duo lane as Ven earns resources with another impactful gank.
This is what he needs to do, and he's doing it perfectly. He put that pressure on mid, Ray. He got the kill on Ray, and then he decided to just kind of make his way over to do it. And the beauty of a Kallari is he can pretty much gank from wherever he wants to. He gets that speed buff in stealth. He can just walk into the lane. He knows if he's been spotted. He can throw a couple of daggers for a bit of poke if he needs to, and he can just keep that pressure on that duo lane and mid lane.
It does seem to be the game plan from the Bond Effect jungler here. Fangtooth has spawned 35 seconds ago. Potential on towards his left-hand side as his duo lane just constantly trading, and this might be the first flashpoint of the game, particularly if either team can get a solid advantage over on the left-hand side of this map.
Well, Metboy and Knight both don't have their blinks, I believe. No, they don't. So this could be a chance for this a pick before Fangtooth, for then once he's potentially cleared his blue jungle, look for a gank middle, and then potentially look for that left pick before they engage in potentially trying to take this objective.
Already here, Ray, Richter just dueling it out with the minion waves. Both junglers on your minimap's going to go over towards our right-hand side. Mini Prime objective I was expecting to be quite heavily contested by both sides. Will be spawning in about 40 seconds. We'll be looking for an angle here. Ragnarok with that sweeper, just going to try and clear them on the vision. Maybe look for an angle on towards Bond, who does have the level 6, has got CC immunity, and level 6 ticks over by M and Ragnarok. Would be dangerous here because Ven's actually resets, so Bondred is on his own. Quellingale comes down. Bondred just dashes through it with the Roof Assault and the CC immunity, gets himself out, rejoins with Rickstay, will get himself to safety, but Ragnarok trying to make the plays on our right-hand side.
Bondred having to use his ultimate there to get out. He popped it early because he didn't want to get Severog ulted back into the tower. He waited and waited and waited. He finally dashed out and was able to blink out. Rickster having a bit of trouble here in the middle. Ragnarok looking like, okay, there's not really much going on there. Ray's getting a little bit of a poke. It's a bit of a favour for M here. He's going to have a little bit of a respite there. Not, you know, the fact that Terra doesn't have her ultimate, she's going to have to be a little bit more careful. Potentially, we might see the Severog rotate across for Raptor, but I don't think he'll leave his lane too quickly, as I don't think either team are going to look for that early Raptor just yet.
No, I don't think either team is too confident to really start it up without getting that first pick, especially with both junglers going for the assassin junglers as well. You don't really have the front line to tank up these objectives, not got that Chimera for the early Fangtooth take, so looks like they're going to do this the old-fashioned way, get that pick first. But just looking across the maps here, as you say, dual lane for Pingdiff still without their blinks. Ragnarok also does not have a blink, so Bond Effect do have opportunities available to them, and they capitalize on them if and when they do present themselves.
The biggest problem you're going to find for Bond Effect is they're running that Kalari, you know, jungle. He's fantastic at ganking, but being able to force an objective like Raptor, being that they're on the weaker side of that Raptor, means that the Pingdiff dual lane can rotate in very, very quickly, and with Kalari not being able to sit there and tank that objective, it can turn into a mess really, really fast.
Well, maybe we need to look towards the mid lane then, Mike, though, with Ray and Rickster. You know, an early rotation from a Howitzer, early rotation from the Gideon would be the difference maker here in these fights, but neither team, as I say, neither team looking for an opportunity, playing very safe, has to be said. Mid laners also on the minimap, trying to jockey for position for that left-hand side river buff as well. Junglers starting to make their way over. Vent is on the left-hand side. Yin still taking a bit of farm and also going to help secure that right lane side. So Bond Effect still have an opportunity. There is a window. Maybe might want to look for the pick first, because blinks have now come back off cooldown for Pingdiff.
Bond able to pick up that... no, sorry, it was already picked up. Bond was able to push that out. Bond looks like he's just going to kind of return to his... But we do see that Pingdiff started on the Prime.
God, the Mesmerize does miss, though. Stacy Bomb does connect. Ben stays with Metboy, and it's going to be an execution on towards that ADC. Knight trying to put on his fancy juke boots to get away. The damage already done. Pick has been secured, and immediately Ven's going to start the Fangtooth. But right-hand side, it was Pingdiff seeing the opportunity, actually secure the mini prime for themselves. So it looks like we got ourselves a neutral objective trade.
I think Pingdiff didn't really know that gank was coming, obviously, because it's a Clarion stealth. I feel they feel that side is their stronger side. Right? They've got the Severog, they've got the Howitzer, and with Bond not having that huge lead that he's used to having, I believe they felt more confident in picking up the Prime there. It's just unfortunate that Metboy and Knight got picked out just ever so slightly there with the Ven hunting, and then they were able to pick up that Fangtooth.
Able to find that pick, able to find that secure on the left-hand side. Not really opened up the game, so to speak. Still very tense, still very nervy. Ragnarok, Weeper in hand. Might be able to catch on to Sparrow only. Interrupts the recall, lash kick, and the Quelling Gale down to Sparrow. Will have to take the long way back towards his base. Ragnarok, Blink is a cooldown. Blink immediately used, trying to find the wind burn damage on towards Sparrow only. Ven is able to help him out there, but Ragnarok still feeling confident. Blast Flower does get Sparrow only away. Ragnarok lash kicks forward, trying to get the pick on towards Ven, but cannot find that killing blow.
Bond Effect's team here getting super, super lucky. I mean, Sparrow with a pretty disgusting lazy back, and he got punished for it. And it nearly cost Ven his life, because Morn was able to pop that ultimate. And Ven was blind. He didn't know exactly where that jump flower was. So as soon as he got vision, he was like, oh no, I'm nowhere near the jumper, you know. So he was then in a panic, and they got a few flashes, especially Ragnarok's flash was used there, but so was Sparrow's.
As we approach this very interesting point in the game with the kills score locked, 3 kills to 3. Having a little look across the levels as well. Gotta be careful here as well. I was gonna say, oh, this dual lane feels massively ahead. 2 levels on the support. No, that's Bondrude actually over on the right hand side. No, to level 9 to level 9. A slight level advantage for Ragnarok in that jungle. Mid laners locked, and also a slight lead in the support. I mean, Mike, what's your take of the state of the game at the moment?
At the moment, I mean, I'm favouring the ping diff there. Yes, they've lost that first Raptor, but the ability to be able to pull those blinks and those kills, it just shows that there is a bit of hope for Morn here. He can do something. For me anyway, you know, he's bringing the confidence level of me back up, that potentially this Morn could bring a team fight back for ping diff from minute to minute.
Well, unfortunately, he does miss the abduct as soon as the camera does go onto him. That's the caster curse right there.
Caster curse, yeah. I should say that more often, I guess.
Mike certified Morn hater on the casting booth here for this game as well. Still, again, just easing into the next few moments of this of the game with 12.5 minutes. Let's just check in with the structures at the moment. All still standing. But the side lanes definitely feeling the burn, and also in that mid lane as well. Rix has managed to get a little bit of chip damage his way, but now on this left-hand side, Ven is over here. So is Ragnarok. Rix has got to be careful in that mid lane, but he should feel pretty safe on that Gideon pick. A lot of posturing from both of these teams. There's not really much over here to take in terms of objectives.
Not really any objectives for them to take as we speak, but one thing to note, Bond Druid is starting to have that heavy pressure in that off lane. You know, Sevrog, yes, he's going to get those stacks, he's got to be it, but then looking for a poke here on Knight, not really going to find much. Kira, nice little sidestep by Knight, but coming back to the Bond here, looking for a little bit of middle. Ray, slightly out of position, but I think he may know or may not know that Terra's on his way.
Well, he's certainly going to feel the Highland health. Goes into the Make It Rain, able to get to safety. He's just got to stay above. Blinks in the air, slow mines down, but the blink follow coming from Bondrude. Wants the pick, and he's going to find it. Ray is going to fall. It's the first rotation from the solo lane, and now in the mid lane, Ragnarok gets caught out because Ven is here at the right place at the right time. Takes down Ragnarok. It's Bond effects finding 2.
I'm going to say Ray didn't know he was on his way. With the fact that Bond was able to get like a full combo and then able to also get the pick on the Yin, which I just didn't see coming. So that's looking absolutely fantastic for Bond effect.
Stasis bomb is going to land, and the iron strike coming down very low here, combined with the long arm of the Law, and that is enough. But Metboy sees the opportunity, he blinks forward, immediately blinks back from Sparrow only, does get the kill with that long arm of the Law, as Metboy does finally get some revenge and takes down the support. It's a little bit of a trade on that left-hand side, but this game's starting to open up a little bit more.
A tiny bit, but we're now starting to see that effect that I mentioned about the Morn, right? If the Morn is able to get the CC on a target, he can lock somebody down. But if he misses everything, he's like a duck off on dry land, you know? He really, really does struggle to be able to pull the fight back once it's going, but Dekka's just going to pull the trigger and just keep going.
Just seeing an opportunity. It really is. You're starting to see the team play, the link-up play as well, which has put these two teams into the knockout stages of Fang Draft number 2. Of course, remember, this is still a best-of-1. Ticket for the grand finals is up for grabs for both these teams, and neither one really wants to give it up too easily. But now, looking at the minimap, you can see the rotation supports out of the dual lane. Starting to try and find an impact in the mid lane. You got to feel that Kira might find a bit easier though. The stasis bomb, the 3-pointer attempts, not going to find a stun for now. But it's Bond effect setting up for a potential start on the second Raptor.
I feel that Bond effect are going to be quite confident here. They've had a few back and forths. They've been able to get quite a few picks, and they're very confident, especially with the Kalari having a little bit of a respite from being poked in and out. And Bondruid just giving Ray
corner. Wow. Ray also waiting in the wings, gets the kill, and Ray drops down once again. Solo lane is getting involved. Actually, Ven going low because Ragnarok saw an opportunity still in the mid lane. M does get rooted up by Bondruid. Pops that raise back, keeps damage going, blink away because here comes Metboy, here comes Ragnarok, and the Shrapnel Cannon does get down Bondruid, and the blink away from Rixer to try and escape from Ragnarok, who's on the hunt. Wants a lash kick, wants that reset to get in towards the fight. Throws down the Quelling Gale. Probably trying to stop a potential re-engage coming in from the mid lane here. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laner, a solo laner.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if Bondruid is trying to hint to a meta city that he wants, not a meta, to a meta that he wants ARAM, but he is camping Ray all day of the week. He just wants to be able to get those picks, obviously, for his team, which has been able to pay off. In fact, no, it hasn't paid off, I do apologise. PingDiff were able to throw that back because of the cooldown usage that was used at mid. M kind of charged it up at middle, but not really much is going to come from it.
Going to be instantly hit by the daggers. Enough to back away, regroup with the team. As Fang Draft over on his left-hand side. Naturally has to be the next battlefield, and look at that, 10 players, or 9 players, sorry, with Ben coming back here, but Ray is going to be stuck here. The Epoch comes down, brings a black hole over the top, instantly cancelled though, and PingDiff able to regroup, looking to isolate Rixto, stayed alive for so long, but Ragnarok finally takes him down, and now they're also going to get the pick on towards Sparrow only, as PingDiff looking to run riot, taking down 2, looking for Kira, then looking for an opportunity, looking for a time to re-enter this fight, but I don't think he wants to. Kira is gonna drop. It's PingDiff finding the first big clean team fight win in the mid lane.
I know, just as I was like kind of singing Bond Effect's praises, suddenly the pendulum swings the other way, and M just comes in and is able to just be that brute force. Ray just was the focus of that team fight to begin with, but the stasis was able to buy him a lot of time, and in fact I can't remember if he died or survived in that team fight, but it was able to swing that fight because Bondruid was slightly out of a position there, and it just allowed them to just pick him off.
There's a good punish coming through by PingDiff as well, as they're able once again even up the kill feed, and this game is still close. I daren't say, you know, to call it either way at this point here, as we're approaching a very important stage of the game. Or Prime will be dropping in 2 minutes. Teams definitely know about it, but once again, we're in a situation where neither team is able to find that clean advantage just yet. I'm wondering, Mike, where that is going to be in a very important next few minutes.
I believe that the advantage we're kind of looking at here is the Bond Effects duo are going to have a slight edge here, right? Because as I mentioned, the Morn has a great engagement with his ultimate, but when it comes to the 2v2, they're pretty much just having to sit there and farm. That then allows Ven the ability to just wander around, try and get these picks on the howitzer, and try and get a pick before this next objective, which I imagine will be the Fangtooth.
We have got a bit of time to wait, about 3 minutes for the third Fangtooth to spawn. Both teams have got a Fangtooth each, so neither team going to be on free Fangtooth Point, not going to be on Fangtooth Monty, as I like to call it. Get those permanent additions to their offense and defensive stats here. Still fishing for opportunities, as I dare say I want to call a bit of a lure stake as the M going for a reset. I get the sense, both teams preparing the board for the next few moments here, Mike.
Yeah, looking just quickly at the items, Rixter's got that, combustion, so he's got quite a lot of burst there, so is the howitzer. We've got Ven here, obviously he's got his Malady, he's going to be building up the stacks, he's got his Vanquisher. As the game progresses, you're just going to see the Kalari come into either lane and just completely destroy someone.
Well, Ragnarok's trying to hope that he can have the same effect here as he goes for the gank on the right-hand side. Lash Kick did connect, M hits with the Subjugate, but the ultimate does get popped. Bondruid able to get away from that one. Again, both teams, it's going to be PingDiff looking for the opportunity as Ragnarok still on the hunt. Going to maybe get bumped into, ambush by the side of Bond Effect, but the Lash Kick, going to follow through, Ben following through. Sparrow only hits the snipe, the long arm of the Lord. The Epoch comes down from the mid from Rixter, but he's not going to be enough to save his life as Metboy gets the killing blow. Here Stardust got a retreat. Sparrow only already impacting things on that left-hand side as PingDiff on the hunt, but Bond Effect too far away.
We saw the pick there. It was really, really good. We thought that, that PingDiff were going to have a huge advantage there, but all of a sudden, Gideon comes in and then Yin gets picked. I mean, Ven's just chilling in the red jungle there, just taking some as he left. Bond being bullied away by M. Like I said, the pendulum here in offlane seems to be swinging back and forth. Metboy getting a pick on that dual lane on that left side. So Metboy's having the game of his life right now.
He's carrying on his form from that last game on broadcast. Whilst all that was going on, Sparrow only not only takes solo XP, not only gets a kill with that long arm law, but also drops the tier 2 tower on the left hand side. And PingDiff are going to respond by just pushing down the mid lane. Ven, though, in a very dangerous position, going to be spotted on the ward. PingDiff fully aware of this fence, gets some damage on towards the Morn. Trying to get away, the Mesmerize does come through, and the Blink to get away from the support, but here comes the rest of the team looking for an opportunity, but Knights, though, is going to dawn, and that's going to be him going down. Bondrewd looking for the Highland Hole, not going to find the mark. Ragnarok throws a Quelling Gale. Bondrewd, no reckless assaults forward, dives into the backline, and there's the combination. Ray is going to fall, and here comes Bond Effect looking to make the plays. Rickster, Black Hole, Fortis out the Blinks, then going too far deep. Metboy responds with the Radrans ticking away, and that's the jungler down. Still, damage coming out from Rickster is very low. So is Ragnarok. Kira looking for stuns. Arnstrike can't catch on towards Ragnarok, who's avoiding so many skill shots and escapes by the skin of his teeth. It's Bond Effect who finally answer back.
Huge ultimate by Gideon, making everybody either blink out, use a dash, whatever they could. There was a good back and forth from Ping Diff there, be able to stop them from completely just running them down. There was a bit of a back and forth there, but I really think that Ping Diff got away loosely in that mid engagement. With the Raptors spawning up very, very soon as well, obviously, I wanted to just touch on that. Though, if it would have been like a couple of 40-30 seconds later, that could have been a very big shift for the final Raptor for Bond Effect.
Yeah, just would be able to instantly move and transition in towards those objectives. Because, as you said, we're expecting that FangTooth to be the next fight. FangTooth has just spawned as soon as I point out there on that left-hand side. I'm not quite that good, I assure you. Or Prime, is still available on the right-hand side. It's going to be the objective play for this one. Both teams wanting to fight over FangTooth points here. Currently, Bond Effects have got priority over the entrance to the pit. Ping Diff have got all members here. They have got a wave pushing in right-hand side that probably does need to be dealt with, though, by Bond Effect.
It's definitely, they're all definitely looking at the minimap going, they're hoping that it's going to bounce off, but they can't really just walk away. If one of them does go back for it, that will just be a free Raptor for Ping Diff. Bondrewd looking for an engagement here.
Yeah, they just know about this. The Highland Hurl just connects on towards M, but they can't follow up just yet. Ragnarok just having it out with the blue buff on that left-hand side, then jumping forward, daggers. Bit of poke coming through from both teams, but this just suits Ping Diff perfectly, because in that hesitancy, Bond Effect have lost a tier 2 tower on that right-hand side, and they still have control over the entrance to the pits, but now Ping Diff are able to move forward. M frontlining, lies to the left, the Eclipse will be popped, and here comes the go, but from Ping Diff, the E-pop comes down, stops Colossal Blow, as the engage comes through from Ping Diff to help your numbers. Ragnarok dies in towards the backline, and bodies are falling for Bond Effect. Rickster in the black hole is able to help out the backline, keep them alive. Metboy low though, shrapnel cannon, but Sparrow only hits his shots, and it's a crazy carnage outside that Fangtooth pit. Is this a free for free? But unfortunately, it looks like Knight is drawn in. He's disconnected, and Bond Effect put him down for free at the Fangtooth pit.
Yeah, M went in thinking he could, I'm a big tanky boy, I'm going to deal something, and he just got deleted. I mean, Morn probably just DC'd because he's playing Morn, I don't know. But at this point, the back and forth, the damage that was coming out of Bondrewd and Sparrow only was incredible. You thought, oh, Ping Diff's got this, and then all of a sudden, people are just falling over.
Only still keeping the aggro of this Fangtooth. Ray moving forward. Fangtooth is down low, and it's going to be secured. Ray, one rocket, one basic attack would have been enough to secure it, but Fangtooth goes the way of Bond Effects there. Oh boy, that was an intense exchange from both of those teams.
Yeah, you could see they was trying to keep the aggro on the Raptor there, but not do too much damage to it, because obviously they didn't want Ray to be able to come in and just steal it there. Thankfully, Morn is able to reconnect back into the game, so not a huge amount lost. I feel like that he would have died there anyway, so it's not like it changed the fight too much, thankfully, for Ping Diff there. The next objective they're going to be starting to circle around is this Prime.
And the dance is going to begin, though. But there's an opportunity on towards Knight. Gets stunned up by Bondrewd and Kira. And down goes Knight. Back in the game, back to his spawn. And Bond Effect flood in towards the red side jungle of Ping Diff. Going to back away. Metboy looking for the Blast Flower. But it's not going to be enough to get Metboy to safety. Ragnarok has the Lash Kit. Metboy has got nothing left. And he bites the dust. 2 picks go to Bond Effects here with priority. They might turn their attention towards the Purple Guardian.
The pick on Morn there, not what the Morn wanted just when he's come back into the game. It allowed them to open up and then just push deep, which really didn't favour the Drongo there. They are going to try and go for this, but I feel they're just going to wait for them to come in and then just swap and trigger backwards.
Ragnarok going to throw down that Quelling Gale once again. Bondru doesn't care. Pops the ult, moves forward, and Ray is now caught out with no make it rain. He has got his blink. They will utilize it to try and get towards his tower, but the Eclipse comes down. Not enough to save the life of Ray. Gets picked off. Bond Effect just relishing in the chaos here, finding picks onto the Ping Diff members. Now M is behind enemy lines in a 1 versus 3. You have to imagine that the raid boss Sevarog is not quite online just yet, doing what he can. He's just trying to buy some time because here comes the rest of the squad. 4 members will be here to dispatch M, take down the Sevarog, but he's bought enough time for a reset.
He was able to buy time there, but he is being swarmed by the rats. He's got this stealth rat just running at him, slowing him with those daggers. It's so annoying when you've got a Kalari chasing you and you're trying to evade as much as you can. But at this point, as you said, with the chaos, this is exactly what Bond Effect they want. The Kalari thrives on the chaos. He's able to disengage and re-engage these fights and cause absolute chaos.
And it's Bond Effect's world right now. We just happen to be living in it at this point. But Ping Diff needs to look to steady the ship, though. It's been... I want to say a bit of a slower paced game though, because I've just looked at the game time and like we're actually at 27 minutes already, and it doesn't feel like that in the slightest.
No, it does feel like this game should be at least at the 35-minute mark. I think it's due to the players, you know, having a touch of NA, may I add, you know, being a little bit more aggressive in this game. And a lot of these team fights not necessarily always ending in 4 or 5 deaths. People are getting away with the skin of their teeth, whether that be via a flash or an ulti cooldown. And it really does show how it can slow down a game.
And Bond Effects are going to take the advantage of the opportunity they were presented with, securing the Orb Prime. Ping Diff not in position to contest, so the Purple Guardian buff will be around Bond Effect's shoulders for the next few moments as well. And with the mini waves in the position that they are, Ray's been dealing with that left-hand side. Then they're going to need to call back their wave play here. Bond Effect looking to start up the siege.
Yeah, Ray knowing that he needs to set that wave, which that wave will be comfortable for a few, you know, for a very, very long time. They're going to have to try and stop the team from collapsing on M here on the right-hand side. M fighting for his life, saying, "Get out of my tower, lads! Get out of here!"
He's trying to swat away these pesky Bond Effects members here. Bondred moving forward, gets the root enough to back away, but Ping Diff has split the middle inhibitor and that right hand side, and Bond Effect more than happy for it. The wave has crashed in. M concedes the tower, and it looks like it's going to be Ping Diff mounting a defense at their inhibitor line.
Yeah, Bond Effect won't have to worry about that left lane either. Yes, it's not really an issue for Ping Diff at the moment, but they won't have to worry about it either. Knight looking for a hook on this under this tower, potentially to stop this push.
Bondrude leading the charge. Mini waves have been cleared there. Ping Diff doing a good job there, but my oh my, the poke that can come out of Bond Effect, and that is Metboy out for the counter. Kira Stardust going to force out an Epoch as well from Ray. The Iron Strike also coming down. Kira going low. Ray instead of make it rain, just trying to get members away from their inhibitor line, but your Prime will provide that out of combat healing. So Ping Diff are going to try and keep them in combat as much as they can, but it will not be enough. The inhibitor will fall, and here comes Bondred. Here comes Ven. The dive onto the backline. 3 members lost, and in a mini wave in the base as well. Bond Effect might just go for the game here, Mike.
I think they're going to try, yeah. Yes, Ping Diff were able to rescue mid lane, but oh no, they're fully going in. Rixton with a huge ult here. I think this is the end of the game.
Yeah, not much that the Grim Reaper can do to stop this one. 5 members and a minion wave is all they need to take it down. It's Bond Effect securing a spot in the grand final. So I've got to say though, Mike, looking at the game, I think, you know, a lot of players had a bit of a highlight reel moment there for themselves, but we got to think about an MVP for this one. Congratulations, of course, to Bond Effect here, but I wonder who gets your vote for MVP, Mike.
I think neither of the offliners currently are MVP. You might go, oh, shocker, you know, our 2 star players not being the MVPs. I think that Ven was the MVP that game. He started off, he tried that early gank with he got kind of delayed, but then throughout the game he just continued that pressure, and then as you said, as soon as those fights started turning into chaos, he really turned it up to 11.
Of course, it was quite a performance. I mean, the Kalari is not a pick that I would expect to see from Ven, especially in like a tournament setting as well. I mean, you know, you talk about like in standard games and ranked games and stuff like that, but Ven is known for his facilitators, known for his rampage. Not really the Kalari, so a complete change, and man, it works out for them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ven throughout the groups has been playing Rampage. I think he may have played one of the hero, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, his most picked hero during the groups was Rampage. So yeah, seeing him switch to that assassin is quite, I said, surprising. But he just showed that he could play whatever he wants to in jungle. As long as it can hurt you, he'll play it.
I mean, we do have the overall team standings to have a look at here from the end of that game. Fun fact, of course, the team moving forward here. Captain Ven into the grand finals, and I think, you know, redemption for Envenom as a team captain. I know Fang Draft #1, he was one of our captains, fell 0-2 in the groups and eliminated early on, but now got his team a spot in the grand final as well. It's a great team performance, and honestly, you know, we sing the praises of Bond Effect here, but Ping Diff, man, they put up such a fight throughout that one. That was a really entertaining game.
They really did. Ray must have had one of the most unfun games in his entire life, having a Kalari just sit on his doorstep all game. But he was able to, you know, hold off a little bit longer with those stasises, being able to allow his teammates to come in and turn fights. And as we mentioned, not every team fight was a wipe either one way or the other. It was a bounce back and forth. People were getting away on 1 HP. People were blinking over walls. It was absolute chaos.
It was chaos, and we're absolutely here for it. But yeah, you know, there weren't really any clean team fight victories. I'd say it was 1-for-1, it was 2-for-2s, everyone getting away, and I think, you know, maybe that links towards, you know, why the game entered that bit of a weird state as well, right? Because neither team was able to find a solid advantage, and it finally took, maybe, you know, I don't know if it was Ping Diff starting to make mistakes here, or whether it's Bond Effect just seeing opportunities and taking them. Either way, the result remains the same. It's Bond Effect who take the game.
Yeah, but Bond Effect, just knowing when to pull that trigger. Again, I hate to like, you know, say the same thing again, but Morn doesn't like being ran at when he's behind, right? From what I've seen from playing with a Morn and against the Morn, so they were, and especially with the Kalari being able to convert from being a melee hero to a ranged hero with his daggers, the Morn really struggles to be able to like go from, oh, I'm being chased, to then initiate the fight backwards like a Steel could re-engage. A Morn's not really very good at re-engaging, so it was really, really good to see that Bond Effect were taking advantage of that and keeping the pedal on, so that Ping Diff had those moments where they were kind of coming back, and as we said, there was 2 kills here, 3 kills there, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and then, you know, when it came to the end of the game, you know, with the base, it was just finding the picks. It was picking off Met Boy, you know, outside of his inhibitor mark, finding that opportunity, and then ultimately converting it as well. Secures Bond Effect into the grand finals. We're going to look one more time at the knockout stage brackets there. We're going to see the strike through coming through. Ping Diff are eliminated. Bond Effects, though, sitting in the grand finals, and we are going to be broadcasting the next semi-finals, Totarina versus Wash Neff, and Bond Effect will find out their opponents for the grand final. A lot to look forward to here, and, you know, keeping up some stellar levels of Predecessor from these teams throughout this entire broadcast.
Yeah, I don't want to discredit anything that Ping Diff did there. They played incredibly well. Bond Effect had probably one of the harder games I've seen during the groups in that game there. So credit where credit's due. The players have been playing fantastic, and I cannot wait for the next semi-final.
Oh, that's going to be the thoughts of Mike there, and we are going to throw it to a break. But when we come back, semi-final number 2 is heading our way. Let us know in the chat who you are going to be supporting, Totarina or Wash Neff. It's Kappa de Cappy versus Neff as team captains clash. We'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone, to Fang Draft number 2. TJ here, Mike alongside me. We just had an absolute corker of a game between Bond Effect and Ping Diff, and now we're going on to our second semi-final. Totorina versus Washed Neff and the boys. It's Capo de Capi versus Neff, the GOAT versus the GOAT. What a matchup we've got here, Mike. I'm so looking forward to this one.
I'm excited because this is what we've all been waiting for. The GOAT versus the GOAT?
Mm-hmm.
We'll soon find out. You know, the biggest thing here is Neff's reputation is on the line, right? If he loses to the GOAT, is he truly the GOAT?
Well, I mean, Neff will probably point towards his tournament record, his multiple accolades here in For the Core with Fang Booth as well, his PCC as well, finals appearances, but Capo is just the GOAT, you know. So I think that I agree with you there, right? There's a lot more on the line than just a spot in the grand finals here. I mean, but this is going to be an awesome matchup. I mean, we can see the rest of the rosters as well, that they both have drafted pretty nutty teams as well.
Yeah, very strong players. I mean, you've got classic players like Manque, Conte, Brandon Knight's been in quite a few tournaments. So I believe so is Zin. Secret, I think, has played in a few recently as well. So yeah, some really veteran players, and just in general some very, very strong players. Kant is a jungler / offlaner player, I believe. And then you've got Crazy Legend, who he's a really good flex player, I believe, obviously playing offlane in this particular tournament. But yeah, I've seen him play ADC really, really well, jungle really well, and obviously offlane really well. So it's going to be interesting to see what these players that maybe have not had as much playtime as the others, see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the same stage as players like, you know, Conte, Manque, Brandon Knight, your big players in the big players in the EU scene for sure. We're gonna have a look at the matchup here with the head-to-head. It's got to be the two captains as well, both of our ADC captains with their team, and we're just seeing, you know, the stats starting to live up for themselves, and they are close. But, you know, big thing stand, the only real difference I gotta say is gotta be the gold and that structure damage going towards Neff.
Yeah, Neff's got that experience, right? He will always be close to 10 CS a minute. He knows what he's doing. He knows what his job is. He knows when he needs to pull the trigger and when he just needs to sit there and farm. Capo obviously has been playing ADC for quite some time, but it just, as you said, that those small gaps in differences from CS and gold really does paint a little bit of a story.
For sure here. I mean, Neff, when you look at his tournament record, I mean, what is the evolution that the player has gone through as well, where he's been known for being kind of playing farming sim. You know, he has, I think, Tang, shout out to one of my other co-casters, said he had a degree in agriculture or something like that. You know, just farms constantly. I mean, that's why he's got the perfect 10 CS per minute record, and that's over the entire game as well. So even when the fights are happening, Neff is still finding opportunities for gold. But Capo, dealing with a player like Neff, you know, keeping the stats close, and I feel like this is a bit of a disservice, Mike, to say this comes down to a best of one. I want to see a full series, right?
It would be nice to see a full series between these two teams. Yeah, they both deserve it. Sadly, we don't have time for that. But going into this, I really want to see what Creeper will do against Conte, right? Because Conte is one of these jungle players. He likes to be aggressive. He's always there, by the way. If you're ganking a lane, guarantee Conte will be behind you. He's always seems to be there. He's got these perfect rotations. He always seems to be on time. So I'm going to see if Creeper can either counteract that or be 2 steps ahead.
I mean, Conte is just kind of like in the right place at the right time. It's kind of summarized his entire what he's become known for in the scene. He's playing Kallari without even playing Kallari. Like, he's invisible in your lane, and then all of a sudden, bang, there's the Aurora. There's the Quang pick in your face there. So much to look forward to, and that's going to be a fantastic segue because the draft is ready, and we can begin to look in towards this map. Wash, Neff, and Co will be taking your first pick and first ban, Totorina on the right hand side. Also important to note, you know, that Capo and Neff, of course, take a lot of plaudits here, but Totorina had a perfect record in Group B. They were #1 seed, won every single game, so this should be a close one.
Yeah, proved that they are the top seed, right? So they're technically fighting against the second seed of the other group, but no, nothing to scoff at there. But as you said, Totorino have got an echelon of this is where we are, and we're going to show you, right? We're gonna take down these hard hitters, the Neff, the Conte, the Brandonites, and we're just going to show you that even though we're a pickup team, we can be big.
Oh, that's what we need, a big performance from them. Ban phase is already underway. 2 bans for both of our teams. Shinbi Howittz are taken off the board by Wash, Neff, and Co. Wraith and the Zarus is going to be the takeaways from Totorina. Terra, the first pick coming through for Wash, Neff, and the boys.
Yeah, Terra, very, very good pick. Conte loves to play Terra in the offlane. It's also a fantastic flex into the offlane. I'm sure Crazy Legend could play that no problem at all. The Shinbi ban, that's obviously going to be targeted towards Kant, who is a known Shinbi, I wouldn't say one trick, but known for playing that Shinbi a lot. So they want to take that off the board. Howitzer, again, it's a flex ban because it could be played in the mid, and we know Manque is playing mid, but he also likes to play it in that support, so he might switch it up just randomly.
I mean, you've always got to have that in your pocket, and Manque, of course, one of our premier supports that we have in the European scene as well, is known for his crazy pocket picks as well that he can bring out. Arena going to lock themselves in the Decker, so at least they're playing more standard. Of course, you know, Sevrog still has the flex potential, most likely into the off lane. Watch Neptico still have opportunities here. Gideon, we know, is going into the mid lane at least. But I'm wondering now, because we've highlighted the ADCs enough, do we see ADCs picked up now, or do we wait until after the ban phase?
Both ADCs in their groups both played Skylar, so they both like Skylar. But Neff, out of the... I didn't see Capo's game 3, 4, 5, but he played Skylar Murdoch. Neft played every other ADC you can imagine, so he's having to just play whatever. We do see the Ziggs pick there, which I believe, yes, Zin, Zane. Silly name. Zane has played Zinx in one of the games, so he's comfort with that. Of course, it's the second best support. Kant, who is playing support for Toto, has got his Decker. He's played that throughout the entire tournament, so he's comfortable there as well. We've got Manq. He played Gadget first game, so again, he's on a comfort pick here. So, and same for Brandonite. Brandonite played out of the 3 games that I saw, he played Gideon twice. So we're seeing a lot of comfort here.
For sure here. You know, we have to highlight as well that Manq is on his mid-queue arc at the moment. Of course, playing one of his signature picks in the Gadget. But here we are, the ban phase. Skylar was we expect to be contested, banned away from Toto Arena. I mean, what do Wash, Neft, and Co decide to take away? Do they ban the Murdoch, ban the Drongo potentially here? I mean, the Wraith is already off the board. They're going to take away that Drongo. So Murdoch, Kira, Rev, still available. Neft could probably play, as you say, he can play any of these. It's just wondering what he wants to play into. That's probably the plan, right? See what you're playing into before you secure the 80s.
Yeah, them seeing the Skylar ban, they're like, okay, well, what other heroes do we know that Capo likes to play? What's a nice safe pick? Drongo. Let's get rid of it. Let's make Capo feel a little bit more vulnerable. Gets the Murdoch. To be fair, Capo's pretty comfortable on Murdoch. It'd be interesting to see what Neft's going to play here. He has played the Rev in the last few games, or in one of the games, sorry. So he could either pick up that Kira or that Rev, and that'll play nicely into that for them, no problem at all. Crunch.
I mean, just Wash, Neft, and Co wanting to go for the dive. There is the Kira that you predicted, Mike. You saw that one coming, and it is a pick that Neft has taken up as well and can definitely perform. Have to wait a little bit longer though, so Wash, Neft, and Co possibly leaning towards their early game just to wait until Neft gets online before that Kira really starts to hit. It's Toto Arena, 1 pick left. I wonder which way they're going to go for.
Seeing Wash Neft's team, Rampage. So we can somewhat safely assume that Rampage is going into jungle. We haven't seen an offlane Rampage for an eon, right?
Probably for the best.
Probably for the best. Yes,
Probably
absolutely.
for the best, yep.
So we're going to see that Sevrog be put on secret here in the offlane. So Creeper, who loves Rampage, by the way, he's going to be happy that he's got a bit of a comfort pick there, and that they needed that, because if you look at Toto Reno's team, it's very much I'm going to CC you into the ground. And then Murdoch's going to, long arm of the law of you, and we're going to hope you die. On the other side, Wash, Neft's team, they're going for a more of a burst kind of style. Of course, they've got the Crunch there. He wants to get in and out of the fight as quickly as he can. Crunch doesn't want them all piling on top of him, because he's just going to fall over.
And he's also playing that Crunch into the natural counter pick, though, that we know that playing into the Decker. There's a lot of zone denial that can come out from Toto Arena as well. See how Wash and Neft can play around that. Maybe that's what we're going to see the Zinks come through. If someone does get caught off, Neurogenesis on cooldown immediately utilized. Maybe that's going to be the avenue they're going to play through. Drafts completed. I'd like to say, though, that the game is ready to go, so we're going to transition in towards that game as soon as possible for Wash, Neft, Co versus Toto Arena. And oh no, that's straight back onto the webcam. No, here is going to be the Sanctuary map as we go into our cloud to watch this game. You can see that it is going to be Wash, Neft, and Co playing on that Dawn side, Toto Arena over on that Dusk side.
Yeah, but this is fantastic. I mean, one of the points I wanted to try and make before we finished on there is that you mentioned the Decker. Decker really helps against Crunch and Terra, because Terra, yes, she's got the immunity with her ultimate, and same for the Crunch, he's got the double dash, but if he's stuck inside of a cage, for that few seconds, you can shut them down. Is that going to make much difference to going forward? I think it's all up to Wash Neft team here to really put the pressure on, similar to what Bond Effect did last game. If they kind of let this game go on and just let it run out, it gives Toto Arena that time to slowly build up the scaling on that Sevrog and the Rampage.
I'm also really concerned here as well for Wash, Neft, and Co, because Toto Arena, I mean, I hinted towards it in the draft there with the amount of wave control. The setups around these objectives, when you think about what the Teslone brings, what the containment fence is going to bring as well, those the static traps that Capadani Capo to Cappy, sorry. That's an important one I have to get right. What Capo can be putting down around those Fang 2 fights, around those objectives. They don't have an Iggy, but honestly, watch them to go playing into this team. You're going to need to find a way through that wall.
There's got to be a lot of back and forth when it comes to the initial fights. But as you mentioned, one of the things that I didn't even think about is you've got that gadget. There's a cage goes down, there's a stun comes from Rampage or Severog. You can just drop that Tesla Dome. And Tesla Dome is deceptively bursty.
Yeah, especially when Gadget is able to get online. I mean, Gadget has this weird moment, I feel like, in the game where he doesn't seem to do that much damage early on, but then they'll just come like 15 minutes in and all of a sudden the Sticky Mine's taken a quarter of your health bar and the Tesla Dome just shredded the rest. It's like, where has this damage come from? And Manq, in the group stage as well, he was pumping out some serious numbers on that Gadget when these games did go a little bit later on.
Gadget really likes those intense, close fights. Manq's eventually going to be picking up a Megacosm, which of course is going to work really well into the Crunch and the Terror, that they will be passively tanky due to the HP they'll be getting off those Bruiser items. Creeper finding Conte sneaking around his jungle, and he's not happy about that.
Just playing the bodyguard to his jungle, able to stop Conte, and also burning that blink down on the Terror just to take a little bit of edge off of that engage. Of course, the Terror still has the Reckless Assault and that Highland Tail route as well, but might be able to utilize that blink being off cooldown. Rivers buffs have Spawn Creeper in position to give this one over to Manq when he eventually pops over left hand side for Brand Knight here on his 40% win rate. Wraith name is able to pick that purple buff here as well. Dual lane though, and the solo lane are going to be pushed in on that right hand side. It's a gank on towards the Crazy Legend coming out from Creeper. I think the boulder did go wide, the pounce and the rumble will get the slow. I think there's enough distance here from this Crunch to get into safety.
Creeper had the red buff. Sadly, his jump ever so slightly missed. I think if he would have landed that jump on top of the Crunch there, he could have potentially slapped him a little bit more, and the red buff could have really forced something out there. Thankfully for Crunch, he was able to just waddle his way out and back to base, no problem at all. Conte he's one of these junglers that, that little bit of a skirmish we saw at the beginning, that's not really going to phase him. He's happy to blow his flash early. He was just poking for information, and as you can see, he's back at it again. He's looking for more information. He's trying to look for a gank. He's trying to track the enemy jungler.
He's also maybe, looking for these invades as well. And Conte straight in towards the red side jungle of Totorina. He can get the wards down, get the knowledge. He can actually avoid all of the wards in the river towards this gank side. I think there might have been a call there because Canton Capo just seem to know something is up as Zane goes really aggressive. That ricochet stun does land here. I think they're aware Conte is in the jungle, but there's not much they can do here.
I just think it was awkward timing. They don't know. They would know he was on the 5 camp. This Decker would not be pushing up so casually. I feel like it does look like it could have caught them, but they have no idea. Conte's coming in to collect his reward.
They go aggressive on towards Neft and Zane as well. Capo isolated from his team because Conte is looping around that right-hand side. Gonna hit him with the Highland Hell. There's the root, and there is first blood secured by the Wash Neft and Co jungler.
Sadly, Creepers, typically we see when one jungler ganks one side of the map, the other jungler is able to invade or get something. Creeper sadly was backing to his base, so Creeper not getting anything out of this. Conte really getting value out of that gank. And as you said, very, very lucky he was able to just dodge those wards. Obviously, that comes from experience, knowing where those wards are going to be in those early moments of the game.
It's just really good heads-up play there by Conte, just to think that's 2 steps ahead, and he gets his reward. You said it before, right? Conte, that earlier skirmish wasn't going to dissuade him. He was still going to look for that opportunity, and he was able to take it here. Support roaming here for Totorina, looking towards Brandon Knight here, but very tricky to pick down the Gideon. But they're playing around this OG classic combination, the Decker and the Rampage stun. One hits, the other ball will soon follow here. And Creeper able to move in towards this blue side jungle. Neft and Zane underneath their tower. Creepers at least will take away this free camp.
Yeah, Creeper finding a little bit of information, knowing that the Terror hadn't come across to clear that. He is actually going to try and look something, probably through the fog wall, but I think that Zane and Neft here are going to have enough experience to know our jungler's on the other side of the map. We're just going to play it a little bit safe here. They know that the early Raptor isn't going to be a factor here. Gideon's putting down a ward, just on the kind of the T-junction there, which in fact Creeper's going to be walking over. No, he's not. So in fact, at this point, Washnef are not sure what's going on.
Well, it's going to be Totarina starting up this Fangtooth as well. And I don't even think Washnef are even aware of the situation. They probably know something is up now as Neff will drop the ward, sees Kante. They know Fangtooth is starting. Conte on his way over. Mancu doing what he can to zone away. Has already utilized that Tesla Dome. It does come out. Fangtooth secure. Mancu very low. Might have to blink over the wall to get away. But Brandon goes in with a black hole. Immediately cancelled by the side of Totarina. And they're finally going to pick off Mancu inside of this Fangtooth cage. The passive from Brandon is going to hit on towards Kant, blinks himself away. It's Mancu for Neff is the trade, but Totarina are the ones to walk away with the first Fangtooth.
Totarina absolutely happy with that. The fact that Mancu was able to slither his way out of there and get to the back of the pit wasted a lot of time. You know, 2 members from Washnef were chasing him to the back of the pit there to get the kill, which allowed the rest of Totarina to just say, look, we're out of here. Sorry, Mancu, but you're the bait.
Well, Mancu just, you know, sometimes it be like that, you know. Sometimes you have to recognize that's going to be your role right now. But Totarina setting themselves up, try and go for the neutral objective win condition as this game decides to go on. But of course, Washnef and co still picking up the plays off the back of Conte as well. Gonna have to see what they can come up with there. Mini Prime is going to be on the board, and honestly, if they were fighting that much over a Fangtooth there, Mini Prime would also be equally as important to contest.
With Crunch having such an advantage on that right lane, it is a potential that Conte will look for that mini prime very, very soon. He's literally 1 minion off level 6, and I imagine Rampage is very close to his level 6 as well. So we're going to start seeing these junglers start abusing their ultimates. And one of those things that we like to see, especially from a Terra, is they can take down objectives incredibly quick.
As soon as they're able to see the opportunity, I mean, you can see why Terra has been given the draft priority as well to be first picked here. Washnef and Co making the play. Brandon Knight rotates, looking for a pick on towards Capo and Kant, but they do get back to safety here. Washnef and Co still trying to keep their foot on the pedal here, but on the right hand side, Conte with the reckless assault with the dash. Secret's just got no way out of this one. That's another pickup, and once again, it's Conte in the side lanes finding that impact.
Incredible combo there from the Crunch and the Terra there. Crunch able to knock him up, and then Terra using the root and then to keep him in place, and then slamming him with the shield just to keep that knock up. Because I'm not sure whether or not the Sevarog would have been able to dash out of that. Probably not, because he was being body blocked, but nonetheless the combo was fantastic.
You know, and also you don't want to be one of them situations where if you don't go for that and you don't want someone to escape on so little HP as well, and kind of think of almost like, what if, you know, damn, what if we'd actually chain that a little bit better. And we're just seeing this though, but like the team play coming out from these teams as well as they got this far in the tournament, really showcasing here that, you know, these are fully fledged teams. They're on the same page. We'll see how this one plays out. Washnef and Co still have the kill lead. Neutrals going away at Totarina though as we're approaching the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, we're at the moment where we're seeing both of the dual lanes now. They've got their ultimates. We're going to see a little bit of spiciness. Dual lane seems pretty even. As you mentioned, it's very, very, very difficult for this Rampage to put any pressure on the Gideon. By the time the Rampage either rocks and then jumps into the lane or just wanders into the lane, Gideon's already out of there. So Mancu, all he can really do at this point is just kind of poke the Gideon, get his farm. Don't let the Gideon push under the tower too often. But a bit of a gank here onto the Crunch. He did have his flash this time. Okay, so he gets away. I believe that flash only just came back up recently. I'm not too sure. So he's one very lucky boy.
And there's a slight mistiming there on the gank. As you said, a couple of moments earlier, that's probably Crazy Legend going down. Good combination coming out there from Creeper and Secret linking up with the Sevarog and the Rampage as well. You know, then just looking at this pick there for Creeper, you know, he links up so well with the rest of his team looking to find picks here. Maybe that's what Totarina need to rely on, because you have to somehow stall the pressure that Conte is able to put out on his Terra pick. And once again, he's in the red side jungle of Totarina.
Conte just looking for that. Crunch doesn't have this flash, so Creeper's like, I'm going back in. And luckily, Creeper was able to get his first dash off, because the worst thing happens is when you try and dash out, the first one and you get body blocked, and the second time, obviously, if you've got your ultimate, you can second dash, but you don't always have the pleasure to be able to double dash out. So very, very fortunate that Crunch was able to double dash out there. But Severog's just going to push this now and go, you know what, I'm going to get a few tower plates here. Dual Lane enjoying it, but Conte coming by on the tower here, trying to sandwich.
Yeah, try to go for the tower dive as well. They've also called Brandonite over as well. Capo and Can't have to play this one pretty perfectly as well, but they're able to at least keep the minion waves out. There's a lot of time being invested by Wash, Neft, and Co. Capo, though, trying to go in towards the jungle, going to bump into Conte and also Brandonite. The book shot gets enough distance. Conte underneath the tier 2 tower is able to hack him down and gets the kill underneath the structure. Cannot save the life of his ADC.
I was going to say that I believe that Toto Reno knew that they were there, but with the beautiful face check from Capo, I don't think they did know they were there. But thankfully for that, Toto Reno did go and pick up that Prime, but at this point, Wash and F are going to go, okay, we're going to trade the All Prime for Fangtooth. So this will be one Fangtooth each.
One Fangtooth each, and also, I want to say, one mini prime each as well, but the mini prime secured, traded away, and goes on towards Creeper as well. 4 kills to 1. Once again, though, Conte pulling the strings here, but now we're going in towards the mid game. We can maybe start to see some of the set plays. I mean, Brandonite has started to make the rotations out from this mid lane. I'm wondering, though, if we're going to see the same from Mancu, if we're going to see the same from Secret on at that Severok here. But right now, Watch Left to Co know they have to keep this pressure up.
One of the biggest issues with Gadget middle is, especially when you're playing against so very mobile heroes like Wraith, like Gideon middle, you don't really get to rotate, because that Gideon is either going to push the wave too quick for you to handle, because Gadget needs to have at least one item before she can successfully clear a wave as fast as Gideon can, right? Second of all, you've got the fact that Gideon's got that get out of free card sometimes with his jump. Conte coming into middle, just not leaving Mancu alone.
Gonna drop down the speed gate. Conte just jumps over, torn space over the top, not caring about Creeper. Blinks out from Mancu. The black hole does also come through. Tesla Dome thrown out, not enough to get Conte off of Mancu, who does drop down. Brandonite able to use the torn space, able to use the blink. Neurogenesis over the top from Zane keeps Brandonite alive. Creeper has to pull back. Now he's the one who has to get himself out of danger. They still at least got the mini prime buff. This will be a big pick from Watched After Code to deny the mini prime, but it looks like Creeper will keep that purple glow on him a little bit longer.
Brandonite just getting out with the skin of his teeth. Thankfully, he had the blink there. But if he would have blinked any moment later, but we got a bit of a turn on Neft. Neft's nice. Okay, there's not going to be too much. But on the mid there, Brandonite, if he would have blinked any moment later, that Rampage would have been able to blink on top of him and get the kill. So that was clutch.
Clutch moments, clutch plays coming out here. Creeper goes for the boulder toss, immediately Ricochet having to drop that rock out and the rumble. They've got to be careful here, though. Doesn't have Neurogenesis online, but don't really want to go for it, though. But Neff chipped away at Cars and procs that final basic attack to get the kill on towards the support. That clinicalness that we have associated with Neff shows itself once again.
Oh, in and out. He was super confident. As soon as he got that kill, he was in and out. He was like, right, that's it. I can go back and get my first item. Happy days. Conte is probably also happy because, as a jungler, one of the things you love to see as a jungler is seeing that your lanes are winning, right? You either achieve the ability to get your lanes to that point, or your lanes are just winning in general, which then allows him to think, what can I do differently now that I don't need to babysit my duo lane?
Exactly, and it's just how Conte seems to just play around that as well. He's got winning lanes all over the board, and it seems like Wash, Neft, and Co are just able to play with a lot of freedom here. Creeper is in position to contest over this left river buff, but there, once again, Conte, Brandonite linking up the route from the Highland Hell does tag torn space from Brandonite as well. Creeper trying to dodge out as much as he can, but with Conte, with a tower dive, he pops the Behemoth way too late, though, and it's Brandonite gets the killing blow on the Totarina jungler.
Some really nice team play. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of a skirmish here, bit of a flash. I don't think that's going to accumulate to anything. Neft getting a solo kill there on the left. Conte's loving life. But what happened there in the middle, which I thought was fantastic, was Zane followed the Gideon through the TP, so they knew they could tower dive. He knew he had the stun up. Even though the Rampage popped the ulti, they knew they were going to be able to kill him under that tower.
Just really good clinical play coming out from Wash, Neft, and Co. And Totarina almost reeling from this game right now. They're not able to find the picks that their composition allows them to. They're not even really able to control Conte, though, as he hits another route on towards Mancu. Good epoch, good Testo, returns a lot of damage. Mancu trying to juke it out, but it's Brandon Knight with the one last Cosmic Rift takes down the Totorina mid lane as Washdeft and Co. in danger of running away with this one. Creeper now looking for an opportunity on towards Crazy Legend, but pulls away from the gank. He knows he can't attempt it.
I don't know what Mancu said to this team, but they are hate criming him at middle. They don't want him to have any time to get those items because, yeah, Gadget is one of those heroes that if you can put her behind, she really doesn't, other than having a bit of CC and a bit of slows here and there, she really falls behind, and they're doing this perfectly. Take the Gadget out of the fight here. You know, Severog's not having a huge amount of play here. The Crunch is able to deal with the Severog quite well. Rampage, you know, looking for some picks here, but for the most part, mid is loving life. You know, Gideon has got that lead that he wants.
Cooper just moving in, rejoining his mid lane. Conte just trying to bodyguard his own jungle there as Secret's looking to take away that 2 camp on the right hand side. But Totorino just really don't have any priority in this mid lane. Secret going low, even with that Razorback props as well. And there's Crazy Legend with the knockout punch on towards Secret, taking down the offlaner. And it's now 10 kills to 1. And watch Nefton go, finding kills that almost gift wrapped to them by Totorino.
This is such a different game to what we saw in the last series. Conte, Neft, Brandon Knight, all coming together, including Crazy Legend. We can't leave him out. These plays, these set plays that they're making here at middle and in the offlane has really put them in a solid position. There's no congestion for that second Raptor. They're just wandering and going, look, there's nothing you could do about it. You're super far behind. You haven't got your Severog. What are you going to do about it?
Now that is the question that they have been asking, and Totorina just really haven't got a response at this point here. Reaper on this Rampage just hasn't been able to find any real impact across the map. It's Washneft and Co. either having Conte available to them. That's a good route. Tesdome also coming down. Damage on towards Neft, but it's just not enough to take him down. Mancu, feel if he was a little bit further ahead, if he wasn't hate crimed in that mid lane, that might be a dead Neft.
It possibly could be, yeah. I mean, the fact that there was 2 people there. I mean, yeah, we had Zane nearby just kind of babysitting him. Conte coming in again, just going, hey, Mancu, I'm still here. Don't forget that I'm still here. Yeah, you're completely correct. And thinking about it as well, there's actually 3 heroes on Totorino that don't play very well from behind. We've got the Gadget, we've got the Rampage. Rampage is a great hero, but when he's playing from behind, he struggles to have that impact that you really want from a jungler. Severog is also one of those as well. He's just been kind of just sitting in that off lane, just farming, hoping that he can get to his final form.
And I'm guessing that's what Totorino are almost having to rely on, right? Is they're just trying to stall out this game, get to a point where Secret is able to become that late game Severog, get to a point where Capo is just able to delete people from across the map. But picks like this in the mid lane can't get caught out. Conte gets yet another kill on this Terror pick. I mean, definitely putting himself up for MVP already in this game. Creeper goes for the gank on the right hand side. The blink out from Crazy Legend. There's the chase coming through for a subjugate, looking for one more boulder. But with the tier 1 tower still standing, it's another gank that amounts to nothing.
Creeper were able to use his crest there just to slow that gank down a little bit. He did have probably a charge coming off cooldown there if he did need it, so thankfully for him, he was able to just kind of just scuttle away. Conte just causing a little bit of trouble here at middle, getting rocked.
It's not going to stop him, though. He's going to drop down into the river. Behemoth pop there, and the Tesserdome comes out at this little junction. Secret does get the route onto Conte, going low. The Seeker Destroy did the damage, but there is a Nora Genesis. Zane's able to keep his jungler alive as the rest of Washdeft and Co. arrive on the scene. Saving Private Conte is a rousing success.
This is one of the things they don't want. Totorino cannot... they cannot have a hero go die and then be respawned. This is not what they want. They need these kills. Oh, good pick on Neft here, but nothing's really going to come of it. Yeah, this is the strength of a Zinx and having a team that just loves to dive. You're able to, as long as she's in the right position, she's able to give him, like you said, either that last chance saloon or the ability to just get out of there scot-free.
Just able to buy time. The ricochet can cause problems as well, and it feels like almost a real kick in the teeth as well, because if there was not a Zinx there, that's Conte picked off. That's a shutdown going over to Totorina, and they're able to at least get something back from this one, maybe transition it into something, or just, you know, take the shutdown and get away with it. But no, it's that pick that just comes in clutch here, and Totarina still sitting on just the 1 kill to their team's name. Creeper is back over here on the right-hand side. Crazy Legend does go in on towards Secret. There's going to be hit by the boulder toss. For that colossal blow, Crazy Legend wanted to battle this one out. 2 levels on Creeper is going to push him away, and now turns attention on towards Secret. Still threading in left hooks, right jabs, colossal blow, throws him forward. Creeper trying to keep his distance, goes forward, but here comes Conte with the Highland Hurl, takes down Secret, and Creeper has to get away as the gank once again falls apart.
Yeah, Murdoch, I believe, was trying to look for the snipe there on the Crunch. Sadly, he couldn't see him. Did you see the damage that Crunch just turned to on that Rampage? The Rampage is so far behind. You thought that, oh, this Crunch is surely dead. Next thing you know, Crunch turns around, gives him the left to the right, and he's like, get out of my lane, dude. You can't stand here with me.
Well, Neff also has a left and a right, but he also has crossbows. That Testadome comes out. Again, it's fair enough damage there. Whoa, okay, Zane just got deleted there with the damage. Neff blinking forward. There's the Epoch coming out from Manku. The blink, but Neff's got the Phantom Glide, keeps himself alive. Neff stays in this game as Totarina lose 3.
Big brain there by Neff. You know, most of us would have backed down in towards the prime pit there. He realized, I need to blink towards middle, you know, because Gideon was there to back him up, and thankfully he was. It forced the stasis from the Gadget. Sadly, Gadget not being able to do anything after the stasis, and Neff was able to kind of sneak in there and get that last kill and then escape with his life.
It just makes it look so easy as well, as Crazy Legend and Brandon Knights looking to confirm the lead that Washington Co have grown throughout this game and have looked good at it as well. This lead they've not let it slip at any point in this game. Totarina feel like they're starting to run out of time, run out of options. Their Fang Draft tournament is in danger of ending if they can't get back into this game.
We've got Big Raptor coming up now. Oh, sorry, not coming up. Is the next objective really that teams are going to be looking at? There could also be a Prime swap here as well, because, you know, Prime is a little bit easier to take, but it is a little bit of a toss-up. If you lose the Prime, you're going to give away that damage bonus. We do have that Megacosm on the Gadget, but is it just too late?
Well, they're going to hope that the Megacosm does provide a little bit of damage. I mean, we did see that the Detonate on towards Zane actually did a big chunk, so Manku has got damage. It's just, can that land? Oh. There it is. Boulder, Seek and Destroy, melting through Zane. It's a great Neuroregenesis. Speed Truck comes down, and that's Totarina finding a pick, and finally something going their way. But what about the rest of this fight? Conte, Neff pushing forward. Brandon Knight wanting a flank opportunity. Conte rushes forward. Highland Hole gonna land. Crazy Legend goes back in with the knockup, with the damage on towards Creeper, having to back away. And now a bit of a retreat here, but Totarina staying put. But here comes the black hole. Here comes the damage. Full duration coming out from the Gideon black hole ult. And now Washed and Neff and Go looking to clean up. But Totarina still staying alive, still staying in this one. And now Neff has to be careful. He's trying to kite out this one. Conte falls. So does Neff and Brandon Knight. It was such a good moment, but Totarina might actually find themselves with a full 8 here inside of the red jungle as Brandon Knight eventually drops delayed team wipe. Totarina find a team fight win.
Exactly what Totarina needed. I'm surprised that after the Zincs had died, because Totarina wasted so many, well, I say wasted, they used so many ultis to kill that Zincs. I would have thought that Washdef would have backed off, used that advantage and tried to go for another pick, but they just stormed in. They're so confident that they're ahead that sadly they just were able to flip it the other way, and it became one of those chaos fights we were talking about where, you know, nothing seems to be clean anymore and there's just this back and forth, and Totarina were able to take advantage of it in their red jungle.
Yeah, they're just able to reposition, able to get away. I mean, the black hole was huge coming out from Brandon Knight. It just seemed that Wash, Neff and Co. either weren't, I don't think they were on the same page, but they were just too split up in that fight to really follow up on that black hole. And also, I mean, we looked at the item builds, the Orb Enlightenment True Silver Bracelet build as well. So Brandon Knight's gone for the more, I dare say traditional, but pretty standard True Silver build for the Gideon. Sacrifices that damage for the ult duration.
Yeah, we did see the I think it was the Rampage or the Decker that tried to stun the Decker, obviously not realizing that he's got True Silver, so that he was able to, he didn't get CC'd there. But the biggest take from that fight was, yes, Neff was at the back, he was getting the kills, but so was the ADC on the other team. They were on the either sides of the jungle. So when Neff came through, he came around the corner, suddenly there's just two people coming around, and him and Brandon Knight were just slowly split there. As you said, the Gideon ulti was fantastic. It's just, they would have really have liked the Kira to be closer to him.
And then Capo's just allowed to free fire. Capo's just able to find the damage, and this Murdoch starts to become a little bit more scary. But, you know, Totorina, I feel like that one fight doesn't change too much. It gets them a little bit back in this game, maybe a bit of confidence back towards them, but they still probably have to win 2 more fights and maybe an All Prime to truly call themselves back equal in this game. And Washneft and Co, got a bit of a chip on their shoulder now as they're forcing Totorina out of their mid lane.
As you mentioned, Totorina, they're not out of the woods yet, but those team fights are going to help. They're going to need, as you said, maybe at least 1 or 2, or an objective steal, something. They're not completely out of this game. Oh, Brandon, bit of a lazy bat. We've seen what lazy bats can do before. But yes, you're right. Totorina really need to get lucky with either really good plays or just like some sort of steal or somebody making a mistake, like that Brandon could have potentially made a mistake. We've still got both of these major objectives up. I'm really not sure where Totorina are going to find the space that they need, but we'll soon find out.
Well, as a Creeper is going to land that boulder on towards Brandon Knight, but it seems to be a bit of a distraction play. They know Creeper's on the left-hand side. They're going to start up the Ore Prime, and it seems the information's been given. The wards are down. Totorina know this has been started. Creeper, Manq arriving on scene. So is Can't. Secret. Be able to get in there. As Creeper goes in towards the Ore Prime, but watched after go. It's Conte. Secures it with the hunt. Now they just need to clean up the fight. The Black Hole locks them in place. And now the rest of Watched After Co are able to be in the right place at the right time to follow up on that setup. And they clean up. They take down both frontliners for Totorina as they're sent scattering in towards their own jungle.
Yeah, I thought Creeper was going to do his best import impression there. Sadly, it didn't happen. But Secret went in there.
He had to go for it.
He had to go for it, yeah. Secret went in there trying to be that huge kind of issue, but he just got CC'd up and just got deleted. Thankfully, Neft only took a little bit of poke from there. So the gadget, again, we were talking about the gadget bombs. They've got damage crazy.
Oh,
yeah,
crazy.
We didn't want to see that.
Caught in 4K.
Yeah. He's back in embarrassment, yeah.
I mean, he's got the enhanced recall, so he is at least able to get back on the map here, but there's no contest here, so actually, Washneft and Co. really pulling ahead even further, secure themselves the double bubble buff here.
This is tough. Totorina already having to try and find something, and they've just lost two of their biggest issues, which is, you know, Prime and Raptor. The amount of damage that is going to come out from the Kira, the Gideon into this team fight with that Raptor dot ticking, it's got to be really tough for Toto to stop this siege. You've got Crunch pushing on the right, you've got Gideon pushing on the left. Tante, Nerf, and Zayn just kind of just delay here and just kind of dance between these inhibs, and I will slowly just see one of these inhibs fall potentially.
Oh, Totorina, you already had one great fight in the red buff, but we're going to need something here underneath your inhibitor line. You've got the wave clear, Ruiz, between Capo, Can't, and Manq. These waves will fall. The problem is, though, that going to be the Orb Prime buffed up ways that are having to be dealt with. Manq is kind of being stretched between the lanes. 3 members of Totorina on that right lane inhibitor. Manq and Creeper have to concede the left lane inhibitor here. Mid lane has got a wave on the way as well, as Washneft and Co just constricting the Totorina base.
Yeah, we saw the gadget typically went, you know, towards the late game. Oh, bit of a Tesla don't throw that. Now the reason I believe he's throwing that down is he doesn't want to lose that in here, because my point I was going to come on to is gadget has good wave clear, but when he's behind and they're buffed by Prime, you saw the creeps just didn't die. A few of them died, but not enough died, so it just allowed Washneft to just walk in and just pick off the inhib with no contestant.
Well, going by how this game is going, Washneft feeling pretty clean at the moment, but it's still needs to confirm that core's still standing. Bit of a lockdown though on towards Secret. Has to back away. The Severog, the front line, takes a big chunk back towards his base, and Washneft and Co complete the second inhibitor taken. Now they're also going to go for the completionist run, as Crazy Legend's been preparing that right inhibitor. Totorina need to find something now.
Yeah, Crunch's got to finish this final third inhibitor on the right. looks like they could potentially close out the game. Mid-wave is with them. Right lane and left lane a little bit delayed, but they've still got a little bit of time on this prime buff, I believe. Not sure about the primal buff. Yes, they do still have that. They've got to go in for the one last hurrah. Gideon's got his ultimate as well.
Crazy Legend going to find 2 with that knock-up. Conte goes back in as well. Secret is down. Here comes the CC. Here comes the last fight. But Brandonite's got that black hole, forcing the members of Totarina back towards their base. Neft, Neurogenesis, it survives the long arm of the law. Testome back off cooldown. The core is the target, and the core does eventually drop. It's Washed, Neft, and the boys. Washed, Neft, and Co. securing a spot in the grand finals.
What an ending. I mean, it was always going to be tough for Toto, right? They needed to find something, and sadly they didn't get it. It allowed Wash Neft's team to just able to get those objectives. Once you've got a lead, and you've got Prime Buff, and you've got Primal, you have to do something very, very silly to kind of throw the game. And they're professionals. They've done this many, many times before. They just slowly pushed each lane, pushed in the middle. They had the main core in the middle. They had the crunch on the right. They had the Gideon on the left, and they just slowly pushed their way in.
Yep, just very, very clean play. I mean, I said, like, it seems the wash cycle has been completed for Wash Neft and boys. Definitely washed, but not washed in that regard at least. They go into the grand finals. MVP votes though, Mike. I think I've got to go for Conte, man. Like, that Terror was running the entire show. Neft probably throws in all the damage afterwards, but Conte, I think he's the big one behind it.
You want to say the flavours to Conte. He played incredibly well. But, I mean, seeing Neft's kill score towards the end, I mean, ADCs always do have a higher kill score towards the end, especially if they're on the winning team. But we saw those flavour plays. The amounts of solo kills he was getting in the duo lane just kind of gave him that edge. And like I said, gave the room for Conte to do his job. So I think Neft was the MVP because, yes, Conte gave him that space, but Neft also gave Conte the space.
No, I think that's a fair play. No, maybe if we took like the first half of the game, it's Conte MVP, but you know, Neft probably does take the overall MVP there, and you can see here, you know, on the team spotlight, all going one way. It was as soon as I feel like it was after like the first objective fight, after the first objective take, and this game only going one way. But Totarina, they didn't take that one lying down in the slices, though. I must say they kept on fighting. Ultimately, they're not enough.
They definitely gave it their all, but they, as we mentioned, they had 3 heroes that really do rely on either being even or ahead. And it really showed. You know, the gadget was pumping damage. We saw, you know, people were dropping, but sadly that one team fight I commented on where they had to blow, I think it was 3 or 4 ultimates to just kill a support, really showed how desperate they were to get a kill.
And in that desperation, it just allowed the chaos. I think that's just been kind of
the keyword, the chaos.
The keyword, yeah. It's, you know, when these fights no longer become front to backs, no longer become kind of like the standard one. It's now players kind of having to take their own initiative here, and this is where players, you see those moments there. And here's Neft on form. CS per minute is 10.69.
So is he now officially the GOATs of GOATs?
Well, I think this game definitely showed. I mean, he did win the 1v1, to be fair. That might have been the GOAT decider over on that left-hand side. You know, big plays here. I think Capo is the GOAT of our hearts.
Of our hearts, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, though, Capo and the Totarina squad as well, they played incredibly well this tournament. You know, perfect record in their group stage, and they fell at this hurdle to Wash, Neft, and the boys. That is quite a way to go out there. So, you know, massive props to Capo and the rest of the team. But man, grand finals, that's gonna be hype. Bond Effect versus Wash, Neft, and Co. Venom versus Neft. Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
It's big. And Conte and Brandonite, and then we've got Sparrowoni. He's a big name in there. You know, there's just so many big names in this final.
So much to look forward to, and that grand finals is going to be coming your way very, very quickly. Before we throw it back to the break screen and get ready for the grand finals, Mike, I gotta ask you the question, the grand finals matchup. What's your prediction? Best of 3, mind you. This grand finals is going to be a series.
Okay, if we're going off the games that we casted today, and some of the group stages I've seen today, if Neft can just do what he does, and the team allow him to do what he does, I feel like he's going to have that edge over Sparrowonly. Now, Sparrowonly is not only, he's a veteran, he's played in, as we know, previous versions of the game in all of the tournament levels, so he's not going to be nervous or anything like that. But I feel like that's going to be close. You're going to see that dual lane. It's going to make a big difference. You've got Kira Stardust. He's pretty decent on the Decker. He really likes to play that Decker. He did do a flex with the Argus, so it'll be interesting to see then. But then we've got a big matchup in middle. We've got Rickster versus Brandon Light, two big mid laners. So there's just big. And I really think it's going to rely on a little bit what we saw this game. Can the lanes give that support to the jungler? I know it sounds weird, but if you give the jungler some space, he will create a mile for you, and vice versa.
For sure. Here, I mean, that's a lot of words to not answer my question, though, Mike. But honestly, you
Did
know,
I not answer the
just
question?
one word. No, who's going to win the grand finals, Mike?
Oh, good point.
One word, Mike, because we have got to wrap it up.
Bond
so
Effect.
who is it? Bond Effect. That's going to be the prediction from Mike, and that's a lot to look forward to. We're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, grand finals, Bond Effect versus Washneft and Co. Going to be a banger. See you in a few minutes. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the grand finals of Fang Draft number 2. And for this one, we had to bring out the big guns. For standing up cast is the TNT, TJDJ, Tang alongside me as always to bring an absolute banger of a series. Washneft and Co taking on Bond Effect for the Fang Draft 2 crown. What a matchup we've got here, Tang.
Yeah, what a matchup, and just also a throwback to the very first game we had today as well, right? Because that is actually the first rematch that we have. Neft against the Ben, the two captains that did play alongside each other a long time ago in Fang booths long gone, are gonna face off this time around in the Fang Draft. And if the first game we saw between those two what is something to go by, this is gonna be another banger. But before that, we are gonna have a look at, again, the knockout stages. The two semi-finals have passed. We did watch them just before. Bond Effect was able to get the better of FangDraft, and on the other side, Capo de Capi did get bested by Washneft and the boys.
I mean, that semi-final trying to decide who is going to be the GOAT, but it is on to Neft. See if he can convert that and become a Fang Draft champion as well, to add to his multiple accolades here in the competitive scene as well. But, you know, we've got an interesting state with those semi-finals, Tang. You know, we had a very back and forward game between Bond Effect and FangDraft, and then we had a bit more of a cleaner play, taking a lead and running it through to the end of the game from Washneft and Co. So this one should be interesting. Dare I say 3 games? I say that with trepidation, but honestly, these are going to be awesome matches. I mean, the roster's down below for everyone to be reminded of as well, and this is phenomenal here.
Yeah, it is. And if you're not familiar with the names, then chances are you are pretty new to the European Predecessor community, competitive community, I should say. All of these are household names, have competed in all of our previous tournaments, whether it was the first Fang Draft or whether it was the Fang booths that we have been hosting for a pretty long time already. And those teams are definitely the top of the European competition. So definitely happy with the sort of caliber of players that we have here today.
For sure. I mean, both of these teams were drafted great players. There's so many different ones. I know Mike in the semi-finals highlighted a few of them matchups here, but we've gone back towards the offlane, Tang, and you really wanted to talk about this one. Bondrewd versus the Crazy Legends. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, sure. I think even from just looking at this, we see two very different styles of play, right? Because Bondrewd, while he's pretty versatile in what he can do, he can play a tank, but he can also play a very carry-centric sort of game style. And that's also what we can see from those stats that are sourced from all games today, right? We see not the highest damage taken, right? But high player score, high damage dealt as well, and a lot of gold earned, because Bondrewd can be like the hard carry for the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crazy Legend is more of a facilitator for his team. Usually he likes to play those tanky characters, whether it's the Sevarog as shown in the graphic, or whether it's something like a Steel. He's like the rock for his team, and he's just been making it work, right? He doesn't have to be the flashiest. He's just a consistent offlaner that just makes sure that he is always the body that his team needs to win those team fights.
And he's able to just provide what his team needs as well, because I think like a lot of this tournament has been decided near enough on that top side of the map. You know, we're seeing junglers and offlaners rotating early, the junglers getting involved in the mid lane and locking that, and it kind of all falls from one side of the map over towards the other to culminate in those big 5 versus 5 fights. And both these teams have really showcased that throughout today as well. So, you know, every matchup there, you know, that was just obviously Bondrewd versus Crazy Legend, but we probably could have brought up any of the individual matchups here, because there's so much to talk about and so much history between these two teams. I say these two teams, more like these two players as well, because obviously everyone has kind of been mixed up together. I mean, FangDraft is going to be looking amazing, but we're going to stay with FangDraft for now as we're just getting ready for that draft.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of these teams have also shown that they are pretty versatile in what they want to pick, but at the same time, we've seen some trends coming in, right? We did see Bondrewd on that Yin in 2 of his games was able to absolutely take over the game from that off-lane position, as we said, right? A very strong carry player, so that might be one of those angles that they're going to look at, right? And a Terra ban and a Shimbi ban is going to show me that they already want to look at the offlane first.
Shows us that we are on the right lines with what we're thinking as well. Of course, remember with the grand finals, this is going to be the only game of the tournament that is a best of 3 series, so a minimum of 2 games. I want to see maybe how those first initial bans are going to change. Of course, 2 bans available for both teams before we go into the first pick and the second pick as well. But as you say, like already 3 massive power picks that we have seen it dominate in the Fang Draft gone. Terra, Shinbi, and the Yin as well. Not going to get a game of that Wraith though. No one wants that that pick of the Wraith here. But this time though, Bond Effect with the first pick and the first ban, deciding not to go top side of the map, but locking in their dual lane, getting that deck of support early.
Okay, interesting. So they look towards the side of the captain of Washington Co., right? Trying to get rid of one of those long-range supports that are able to just catch out people. Maybe try to weaken Neft on that right-hand side of the map, or depending on where they are, of course. But it is being responded to by Azaris. Interestingly enough, Bondrewd, not the biggest fan of the hero whatsoever. But on the other side, Crazy Legend, I think he is actually pretty proficient with him. So definitely a good pickup. Can still be flexed into the jungle though. Richter being picked up as well. So both picks can be flexed between jungle and offlane. And if you're feeling a very spicy towards the support role as well.
For sure. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Zara support lock-in just yet. I mean, Grand Finals game number 1 would be a bit of an eyebrow raiser for sure if you want to go that way. But yeah, both of these picks for Washnift and Co. Thinking of content, they're both within his player pool. He's played the Richter in the jungle already, and we know him as a Zaris player as well. Bond Effect, though, wanting to just carry on, make sure that their duo lane is of Sparrow only, and Kira Stardust are looking good. Giving themselves the Dronga and the Deco. Very powerful duo lane in their hands. Wondering how they're going to respond here. If they want to take, look towards the frontliners, look towards the bruisers, they're going to take the Sevarog off the board now.
Okay, interesting. So we get another tanky pick and with a pretty traditional sort of duo lane. So for Bond Effect, it looks like this is a draft back from FangDraft 2, back from all the way in the past. No new heroes being picked. Looks like power creep was not enough to make their entries into this draft quite yet. Now we're gonna see the timer run out on the right side. Washneft and Co. Let's see what they have locked in. It's gonna be the Bellica. So just looking at these heroes already, TJ, we have a Richter with that pull, and then the setup of the Bellica with that ranged stun, together with that barricade stun as well from that Saris, is looking like a pretty scary pick up.
And I think what's more terrifying about this as well is that we don't know where any of these picks are going here. So, in fact, Wash, Neft, and the boys have basically given themselves an entire ban phase, and also seeing, another pick before we finally see which way those teams are going to go. Of course, that ADC still needs to be locked in, so they could just go for the ADC here, and then we have to wait all the way until the end of the draft to finally see where every one of this team goes. I mean, fair play. I do like a bit of draft etiquette being shown here by the teams. They're definitely taking this one seriously.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's pretty smart. The Howie ban, though, can sort of mean that it is a Bellica in the mid lane, is one of the harder heroes to play into, but of course it can still be flexed into anything. As Kira being locked in as an ADC, probably hard to flex that anywhere else. And that means that now it's Bond Effect's turn to get the last two picks in. As you said, like pretty much 3 of these enemy picks are flex picks. For Bond Effect, though, it's pretty clear where those heroes are going to go to. Now, we're mainly looking for that mid pool and that jungle pool, unless that Sevarog makes the rotation over there instead.
They still have an avenue there. Skylar gonna be the pick here, so that's going to be probably the Skylar in the mid lane for Bond Effect. So Richter most likely will be playing that. Of course, he's known for taking the ADCs, and that Wraith has also been banned away, so not seeing his more traditional pick. But that last one, though, the jungle, or could still be the off lane there. I mean, Tang got 8 seconds. What do you think this could be?
Dude, honestly, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Bro.
Nice. Okay, I mean, to be fair, it's a Venom in the team. I could have guessed Rampage. Guessing Rampage when Venom is your jungler is probably never a wrong call. But yeah, 2 very big, beefy boys together with 2 ADCs and a support. That is going to be an interesting comp to play for the side of Washneft and Co. They have the Richter that is semi-tanky. Now, I really want them to get another tank because armor stacking is going to be insane in this game. Instead, they go for the Crunch, has a good matchup into the Sevarog, but can't necessarily go as tanky as you would like against double ADC, because with no mages available, right, there's only 1 armor type that you realistically need.
Gonna see, maybe the item shop is going to be the hidden I should say the 7th member of these teams, because of course all of our teams did draft an additional player on towards a team to play as a sub as and when required here. I just want, I think both of these compositions have, like, you can see how they're going to play, but they have their natural weaknesses as well, right? I mean, Bond Effect do not have a traditional mage, lacking really in the AoE, and then over on the side of Wash, Neft and Co, very short range, I have to say here. Not got a lot of poke. They're going to be relying on really pulling Bond Effects into them, essentially, before they're able to land that damage.
Yeah, either pulling them into or just sending everything onto the enemy. I think with the Crunch and the Saris, they have decent tools trying to catch onto the backline of the Skylar together with that Drongo that the enemies have drafted. So I think if they can close the gap, if they can get to a point where they can shut down those carries early, I think they are actually going to be in a pretty decent spot. And considering how well mages scale in this patch at the moment, I think not having a mage might end up biting them in the late game, because even though ADC scale well, chances are mages are going to be even better, especially at deleting said ADCs. So it's definitely going to be a good game to watch. I would bet my eggs on Neft, on Wash Neft and the boys for this one, because I just think double ADC, if it works, it looks great, but sometimes it won't work. It doesn't work against the Crunch and the Saras. I believe it can work, but I just don't see it.
Well, Tang going to go with one of his former teammates, and I could have said that sentence in regards to whatever Tang said there, because of course played with Ven and Nef as well. But enough chatter from us. I mean, we've had enough of our faces on the screen. You all want to go into the game because the game is ready. Let us know in the chat, who are you going to be rooting for? Wash, Neff and Co versus Bond Effect Grand Finals. Best of 3. Game 1 is underway. Everyone onto the jump pads. Let's get the party started.
Let's get the party started. Good, nice Easter egg at the beginning as well, because sometimes your biggest enemy is yourself. Bond Effect, known for having a bit of a weak mentor, at least some of their players, is gonna have to overcome this together with the Wash, Neft and Co team. We did talk about the players participating beforehand. Now we're gonna see it in action, and we're gonna see it before the first minute has started, even with an early invade. Zane is gonna be in the front line with the Richter. Sparrow only is gonna respect it. It's not gonna get hit by any of those early hooks.
And the wards are going to be placed down, getting that information, getting that reset going. All pretty standard, but Sparrow only do like that position just to overlook that stairs. Probably expecting where that invade was going to come through, but everyone resets, the wards comes down. Looks like we're going to have to wait for the minions to get involved before these teams want to give up a level 1 bit of cheese there. But already, Tang, so, we've spoken about really how these teams are going to play. So, talk me through the first few minutes of the games. What are you expecting the junglers to look for in these opening exchanges?
Yeah, so for the junglers, we don't actually care too much, because instead on the dual lane, Kira Stardust is getting poked out by Neft, does not want to invest a blink, only double jump used by Kira Stardust, but that means it's going to be really hard for Sparrow only to actually touch these waves. On the left side is going to miss out on a bit of XP, so even with no kill given over to the other team, it is a big advantage for Neft and Zane on the left side. It's going to mean that they tick over to level 2 first, and it also means that Sparrow only can't walk up to the lane. So TJ, you were asking me, what can those junglers do? I think for the Rampage, he has a clear goal on the left side. He needs to help his dual lane.
And he is going to be on the ward as well. And it feels like this is the completion of that earlier invade as well. And they know that where Ven is cleared that cap on his left, going over towards the 2-camp, towards the mid lane here. Just want to see if that advantage can be pushed more by Neft and Zane over on that left-hand side. Bondru looking a little bit low there in the matchup, but we're hovering back over this dual lane, expecting some sparks to fly with a stasis bomb. Zane, no, misses that Riplash into the dirt. Finally, it allows the dual lane to push up a little bit more. Bondru, though, getting very low, losing out early on to that crunch.
Good ward, though, is gonna make him aware that Conte is looking close by. Conte does know that he was spotted on the ward, so he's just gonna go for the 3-camp invade instead. Should be able to take that away from that Rampage that is on the blue side now as well. So we are gonna see a bit of an early skirmish potentially around that blue buff, but with Severog already back from a base, should be able to just help the Rampage out, but at least a small advantage gained for the side of Washed, Neft, and the boys are gonna secure that 3-camp, and they should also be able to get those double rivers.
Well, looks like right lane secured, and also Brandonite going to pick himself up the attack speed as well, barreling over towards that left-hand side. For a pick there, Kira Stardust and Sparrow only. I don't think they're aware of this, but maybe the call has been made as Brandonite is going to return. But look to where Conte is, was behind the shadow wall, has channeled the recall, looking for an opportunity in the mid lane. Seems to be still in a deadlock. I can also see on the minimap over on the right hand side, then taking the Cyan camp over towards right hand side, getting himself some of that XP. The Crazy Legend just trying to bait him in, trying to cancel his recalls, trying to waste time. They know going to be punished for that missed Riplash as he takes a stasis bomb to the face.
Yeah, it's gonna take it to the face, but again, on that right-hand side, we do see the crunch disengaging from that rotation. I think that was the blink invested as well by the crunch. Didn't respect it long enough, wanted to cancel the Rampage one too many times, and with no dash up and the Severog and Rampage just having nigh infinite lockdown potential, they're able to get that important cooldown out of crunch. That is going to be a 5-minute timer where Venom knows that the right hand side of the map where he can play around his Bondru, could be vulnerable.
Well, over on the left-hand side, Kira Stardust gets corralled in towards the river. The blink comes out. Great containment fence. Is able to get Kira Stardust away. Zane goes low from the poke. They can't carry on the chase in towards this red-hand side. Once again, it's going to be Wash, Neft and Co making the plays. But still, 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. No kills just yet.
Yeah, you're reading my mind. Like, with all of this action happening, there's actually not been a single kill given over so far yet. 5 minutes in, Neft is going for a really aggressive trade on the left side, even with the Richter on the recall, because he has a big wave to play for. Venom, mid lane, should be able to get that river buff. Brandonite might be a bit caught out in the mid lane. It's going to go for a big poke. Richter with that elusive Skylar is going to be able to deal a bit more damage. Dodge out on the Seismic Assault as well. Brandonite is able to catch the wave under turret. But again, blink down, but no kill given over.
And we're going to be seeing, I think, a very important interaction there with the Skylar in the mid lane against the Bellica. Is that Richter just goes into his aerial assault and he is above the Seismic Assault. He is able to just freely layer that damage down. He's completely free from any of that CC that Brandonite is able to dish out here. So something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, especially when we go in towards these team fights a little bit later on. Crazy Legend, does have his blink available, is going to get back to base here, but Conte sees the low health bar on Bondrewd. He gets himself to safety once again. Then shadowing once again. Junglers just keeping up with each other, making sure neither of their opposing members can make any meaningful plays.
For Conte, though, on the right-hand side, he doesn't have any camps up, and also his offlane is a lot weaker. Venom goes for an aggressive trade into the Saris. It's going to be able to box him away. That is going to be damage that sticks. Red buff has respawned. That is a very valid target, and we can see Skylar rotating over towards the jungle. Might be able to help out. They know Brandonite in the mid lane does not have the blink up. Crazy Legend, low HP. Conte, half HP as well, but Venom now is caught out. Blink forward, and that should be first blood secured.
And the root coming down from the Subjugate as Bondrewd looking to get some revenge, and he will take down the jungler. But there is the ultimate from Brandonite to pick off the Bond effects offlaner. Bondrewd is down. It's a 2-for-1 trade on our right-hand side. But finally, a kill goes the way of these teams.
Yeah, 2-for-1 now. It is the Savrok falling as well as did that Rampage in that early engage. We do see pretty much every blink being used so far, but Venom didn't respect it, didn't utilize his blink defensively, wanted to keep it to get one of those frags when he does go for a gank. So in the end, it is him falling. Red buff is going to be claimed at the back end of it by Content. Small advantages being gained by Washneft and Co.
And you can kind of see maybe some shades of that semi-final game that we just had on broadcast as well. It was just taking those small advantages and then pushing the letter forward. It was Conte almost feeling, getting confidence to start pushing in towards the jungle. That kill going on to Brandonite might be able to link up some plays here in that mid-jungle duo partnership that Washnef and Co. almost relied on to get them through that early game.
Definitely is, and we just gotta see how it is gonna shake up in this one. Now, the 7-minute point has arrived. We have seen every objective spawn so far, at least those early objectives, right? FangDraft has spawned, so did the mini prime. Neither team has found a time to actually go for any of these quite yet, but now we have the breakpoint with junglers reaching that level 6, so Conte might be looking for something. Hero starter still no blink up, could be a viable target. Instead, Sparrow only might be the target.
Gonna go underneath the tower. Zane needs to hit the Riplash. One more shot. Neff procs the dust, gets the kill with that tower dive, and that might be the pick that Washneft and Co were looking for, because they have the members here, and immediately they pull the first neutral of the grand finals.
Yeah, that is just what you like to see. Get the pick and then transition that over to the objective on the other side. On the effect, they are no slouches either. We see Venom instantly starting up that mini prime with that priority that he gains from the mid laner that rotates over as well. Ricks, they're gonna help out with that one, and then maybe they can still look for the crunch, because remember, Crazy Legend does not have the blink up for another few minutes.
I just want to see what they do. Bondrewd, colossal blow into the wall that separates the Scion buff and the lane. Bondrewd trying to chase down, trying to body block. I mean, granted, he's a little bit more corporeal to be able to do that. Subjugate lands. One more stack. Bondrewd gets it. Good job, Bondrewd with the solo bolo. But Zane finally hits a Riplash, but he misses the impale. The blink comes out from Bondrewd, stays alive.
Zane, so good with those rotations, but just not respecting Bondroot quite enough, because it's really smart that Zane instantly from base walks over to the offlaner, trying to cover his Crunch that does not have the blink up, and they know that the enemy team is on the mini prime, so he wants to make sure that the Crunch can catch the wave. He ends up coming too late. Bondroot able to dive the Crunch that did not have the blink up, but then he didn't actually go for the all-in. Instead, he weaves in a basic attack instead of utilizing that skewer immediately, giving Bondroot the chance to blink away. So now on the right-hand side, we see an opposite picture. Crunch does have his blink back up, but now Severog is the one that might be caught out.
And you have got Conte over on that right-hand side as well, looking for the gank on towards Bondroot. Ben and Rickster currently duking it out with a Brandonite and Zane here. And just having a look at that mini-map on the right-hand side, it looks like Bondroot, even without the blink, is able to glide away. But still, we keep our eyes on Vendo, looking to connect that boulder. And he will find it point-blank. Plasma Grenade and the ult comes through. Ven gets the killing blow. And it's going to be the response in the mid lane.
That almost looked personal there in the mid lane. Venom investing so much time because he knows there's no ultimate, no blink up on that Bellica with no escape. And now with that mini prime, they're able to leverage that to open up that mid turret. Should be able to get a lot of plates, maybe even the entire turret with Conte not instantly going over. Wave wasn't big enough, so it's just gonna be that one plate. Maybe another one should be claimed there for a second. That is another 120 gold in the pocket of Bond effect, and definitely a good usage of that early mini prime.
And it's just seeing what that mini prime has been doing, because normally the mini prime goes to the offlaners, as we've seen in FangDraft number 2, but then I'd say just really good utilization of the buff. Zane, really good utilization of that Riplash, though. Falls in Kiristada's good blink, but there's the Colosseum, and now Kiristada's needs to wait. Great containment vents, great stun. Say Swamp and the Iron Strike buys time. Not enough. Neft arrives on the scene, gets the kill, gift wrapped over to him, but Kiristada's playing that probably as well as they could have.
And it looks like we are in an American game after all, because both of these teams just want to prove to themselves that they are great at building walls. Now Venom is going to go for that red buff blink away. He's going to make it to safety, but is he? He's going to look for the re-engage. Bond is there as well.
Yeah, he's going to move forward. Zane needs to be careful. Subjugate lands from Bondroot. Conte still here, so is Brandonite. Blink away from Neft, as Bond Effect's able to take control of their red side jungle, but Zeno hits the Riplash, pulls Bondroot back in, and Neft happy to pad a few more stats, should be able to get the kill. One more base that will do it, but Bondroot gliding away, avoids a sidestep from that Void Bomb, but Bondroot eventually falls to Neft. Now here come the reinforcements, here come the rest of Bond Effect, and Zane and Brandonite need to get away. Neft takes the left-hand route, going to get to safety. Zane sidesteps that Plasma Grenade. Bond Effect still hunting, still going forward. Zane has the beam ripping through him there, but they've got the kill on towards Neft, and also taking down Zane as well. It's Bond Effect finding a good response and finding two on the left-hand side.
They get the return. Carries a bit too ambitious there towards the left-hand side. A big invade ends up getting countered by just the members respawning, making it back into the fights. And in the end, it's going to be Bond Effect again, taking a few plates in their pockets. Also getting the shutdown onto Neft, that has been the MVP of their semi-final game. So definitely good responses coming out from Bond Effect. And we can see both of these teams are so evenly matched and not giving each other an inch.
At this point in the game, 30 minutes in, kill score is locked up. One neutral objective to each. Probably the main difference, though, is going to be in the turret plating here. Bond Effect have done a great job of utilizing their mini prime, utilizing their rotations to weaken these structures, not falling just yet. You have to feel, though, that they're just laying the foundations. Bond Effect's in pretty good position in this mid-game, but Wash, Neft, and Co. want to see if that team play comes up to match the rotations, because both neutral objectives are going to be back on the map soon.
And now it's going to be the big question, right? So like you say it, both objectives are up. What are those teams going to prioritize? I think for the first Fangtooth and the mini prime spawn, if you have to trade them, you don't really mind either way. The first mini prime can allow you to get a lot of gold, right? We did see 2 platings being picked up by Bond Effect beforehand, 240 gold in their pockets. As Bellica in the mid lane again being caught out, this could be a really important pick.
Oh, Breakthrough going to get some damage down. It's a good blick from Brandon Knight. He's able to get to safety over towards our right-hand side. Pulls members of Bond Effect away, and they aren't able to start up this Fang 2, but they see Neff. He's been isolated from his support. The Behemoth is going to be popped, and it's going to be jumping forward on a crazy legend. Not enough. Neff going down, picked off by the opposing team captain. Now Zane locked up. A good Iron Strike comes down from the Decker, and they've lost their dual lane. And Bond Effect finding a big play over on his left-hand side.
And the big difference, TJ, to the fight beforehand is that this time around, Bond Effect, they get 2 frags, so that it can't even be traded out for the mini prime. Not even speaking of the fact that it hasn't quite spawned yet, so they just get the 2 picks for free. They get the Fang Tube, and that is such a giant power play for Bond Effect that has been struggling in those early few levels, but has always been keeping even with Washneft and Co. This might be their time to actually pull ahead.
Honestly, what a grand finals that we've got. Just based purely on the opening 15 minutes, the 2 teams, I think, worthy of being here, and they're putting on a show already. Still a lot to look forward to. This is only game 1, man. I can't imagine we get another game at this as a minimum. This is so awesome.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think if you are familiar with the European Predecessor scene, then with all of these players participating, right? We know that this is the best that we have to offer, and we are proud of it as well. And we are also happy with Omeda for giving us a plat prize pool for the winner and for the 2nd place of this tournament as well. So Washneft and the boys and Bond Effect, they're not playing for nothing. They are playing for fun mainly, but there's also at least some bragging rights and some platinum on the line as we see the dance around that mini prime starting.
I mean, you say that they're only fighting over platinum, but some of these players, it feels personal. They're taking this seriously, putting on a great show. Bond Effect finally going to be starting up that mini prime, and they are going to look good to get the secure though. But now Sparrow only getting tower dive from Conte and Neff. Not 2 members you don't want to be stuck in between. He's trying to play this out as best he can with Zane arriving on the scene. Survives round 1. Let's try and survive another one. Sparrow only. His days are definitely numbered here in the dual lane. He does buy a bit of time though. It took a little bit longer for the dive to come through as Neff and Co take the first tower.
Is this the point where we do the meme with the support saying just play safe to the ADC while he just gets ganked by 3 people on the right side? Tier 1 also being claimed. That is in return, because on the other side we also did see that Tier 1 going down, so it's being traded evenly across the map, but an additional kill secured for Washneft and Co. Still neck on neck, 6-7, just objective lead in control for Bond Effect at this point.
It just both teams. It feels like just going through the motions, almost like as I say, they're just trading as well on that left and the right hand side. Both towers in the left lane and right lane have fallen. It is only mid lane tier 1 towers still standing. A reset's potentially coming out here by Bondrude, thinking about it, but they have got the opportunity to take down and break open the very first important tower of the game. And this should open up the map a little bit more to them, but Washneft and the boys arrive on the scene. Not enough time though. Still on the map though, still keeping up the tempo of this game.
To add on to that as well is the reason why the mid turret is considered a bit more important than the other ones is because it makes those rotations a lot harder for the enemy team to actually do, right? There's no safety in the mid lane. So the Bellica, especially with no mobility in her kit, is going to have a really hard time closing the gap. Always has to catch the waves, as we can see on the minimap, right in front of her tier 2 turret. Because if she steps up a tiny bit too far, yes, she has the drone to try to dodge out on the rampage rock, but if there's a Decker ball as well, if there's a Several Groot, if there's one of those hard CC abilities, she is just gonna have a miserable time. And we can see Venom already again in the mid lane just looking for the Bellica instead again, but good warding coming out, at least making sure that Brandon Knight backs off.
You just see the instincts of the jungler as well from Bond Effect, the team captain. Then experience as well, just seeing the weakness and say no tower, no mobility, this mid lane. So careful. I mean, did say in the draft that Washneft and Co is a very close range team as well. They're the ones that almost need to be deciding where these fights happen. as Bond Effects are able to just provide a little bit more from the dive. Fangtooth number 3 is about to spawn in the next few moments here, and it looks like it's going to be the next battleground for both of these teams, but they just need to reset the minion waves at the moment here. But this could be tense though, because this game, I still can't call it either way, Tang.
Yeah, it's definitely really edge on edge, but slowly but surely we're gonna see like those differences being made, right, on different sides of the map. I think in the offlane it's quite clear that Crazy Legend is getting boxed around by Bondroot, but on the left side it's been Neft getting a lot of resources, being able to get out ahead against Sparrow only on that left-hand side of the map. So split map, split fights, split gold leads as well between those two teams. Now Fangtooth spawns. It does look like both teams still want to contest this. The Venom, Kira Stardust, they have a lot of hard CC. They're gonna camp the corner. Conte is wise to it though. He's not gonna walk in without his team around.
Just wise to it, as you say. Just doesn't want to walk in towards that Fnatic Death Brush, but with the Fangtooth spawning and priority over the pit entrance, on effect, I'm going to start it up, but here come Watch Neft and Co diving forward, looking to try and get on towards Bondroot. Zane pushes forward, can't find the Rift Patch, having to back away, but still grouping up here with the link up play, with the Rift Walkers coming down. Zay goes down, Colosseum thrown out by Conte, but who is caught in here with the other? I'm not too sure, as this fight is going backwards and forwards. Sparrow only going low, having to blink away, but he's going to at least keep himself alive, but the double ADCs are pumping out too much damage. Conte is backing away, and now Neft is isolated from his team, but he's still fighting this one out so well, as the two immune members link up. Bondroot down, Sparrow only jumps forward, but Neft takes down one. He's going to look for the other purge. One more kill, Proxter dust. Neft is him, and he's going to find 2 kills in the Fangtooth pit.
And who said ADCs are underpowered? Neft makes it work. Choose through the front line of the Sevrog and the Rampage, always able to free fire this entire fight, just using Sane as a distraction on that Richter to just get a really good flank in. Yes, he's hitting the Sevrog, but after the 10th shot, even the tankiest member falls, and Neft not only able to secure the team fight for his team, he also picks up that Fangtooth, equalizing the objective score and being ahead in the Fangtooth.
Holy, grand finals absolutely delivering there. We do get to see the first true team fight between both these teams, and we were I was saying, like, you know, I can't really call this either way, and it feels like, you know, still things are locked up even when you look at the stats, but that gold, a lot of it went into Neft. 6-2 and 2, 3.5 items deep. This Kira is online, and Bond Effect need to find an answer to it, because you saw what happened to their front line when Neft finally just held down that left click button. They were shredded.
They were shredded, but it was also because the rest of the team was actually tanking all of the early aggression and also tanking all of those ultimates, right? Because as I was saying beforehand, Sane, it looked like he was kind of caught out there, but he bought so much time, and he also took away the BMF out of Sane, right? Out of Venom. So he didn't really have an opportunity to get on top of the Kira. So Kira is just able to free fire from the back, and then when those ultimates have been down, then the Kira is just unstoppable in these fights, right? And that's what we've seen so far. So I think for Neft, I think he is going to be in danger the second that Bond Effect realized that they can just ignore some of those enemy members and just have to focus on getting the Kira down, because as you said, right, 6 kills to 2. This Neft needs to be shut down in order for Bond Effect to still have a chance in those team fights.
I mean, there's still time for the patch notes for 1.4 to come through. Maybe just a slight nerf to Neft might be a bit appreciated as well. But as you say, you know, also apparently Zane having a global taunt always helps for everyone to look at him. But, you know, Bond Effect have the experience, and I think they're going to adapt to that one as well. As I say, there's a massive target now on Neft, and, you know, they don't need to worry about Zane necessarily if they can now take down the win condition. Maybe this does give an opportunity, though, for Brandon Knight to step forward in towards that mark and provide that setup and that peel, as Bond Effect moving forward in towards the red-hand side jungle, looking for a pick there. Crazy Legend isolated by the Rock and the Subjugate. Good pickup on towards the Crazy Legend. All Prime is available, and Bond Effect have the numbers advantage.
And that looked so dry. They just walk into the red side, and just when Neft's not down to pump out the damage, it does not look like Neft has what it takes to actually fight against Bond Effect with the hard CC coming out, right? We did see it right there. A Decker stun into a Rampage Rock and a Sevarog Subjugate. It's just gonna mean the death of any of these heroes, even if Crunch is considered to be semi-tanky. As I say, this Decker gets pulled in, is gonna get skewered. Conte is there as well. It's gonna utilize everything to get away, but it's all for vain now. It's going to be Venom in the front line. He's going to look for the Kira.
Gonna look for the opportunity. Subjugate lands, colossal blow onto Nev in towards the Mixer. He immediately turns on the Purge, gets the damage, but immediately crowded out. Now Bond Effect grouping forward. Good double seismic assault comes out from Brandon Knight. The Subjugate roots onto the Bellica. The Epoch strikes the pose as Crazy Legend now enters the fray with a knockup fighting in this narrow corridor, but Brandon Knight just can't deal with this onslaught. They've got 3 kills. Bond Effect are low, but they decide to call off the engage.
The 2 bruisers remain, but they just don't have anything in the tank to actually chew through the Sevarog and the Rampage. They're just 2 really big bodies that are just stopping Washed Neft and co from playing the game. We did see that ultimates coming in from Bondroot as well, knocking the Kira into the back line. Good ultimate utilized by Neft, but just not enough when he is surrounded by people that don't wish him well. And in the end, Bond Effect take back the kill lead. 11-4 in their 11-14. I wish 11-14 in their favor is gonna mean that they have first move towards that prime. And if we have seen anything this game, teacher, we know that they love those traps, so they might just try it again.
I mean, you gotta think about the Death Brush. Burt's might go for the bait play. Start up the Orb Prime, and force the response out of Wash Neft and Co. Ponce has got a steal in him. Bondry moving forward. I have to feel this is a bait. They just want members to try and fight them as the boulder does connect to the Crazy Legend. Immediately blinks out and also uses the forward crunch. Gets the safety. Bond Effect moving forward. Great disengage from Brandon Knight on the Seismic Assault. But now Conte and Zane waiting in the wings. Riplash not going to find the mark here. Both teams laying traps for the other, but neither team falling for it.
I feel like Washneft and Co, they can't keep doing this though. It's just impossible for Crazy Legend to actually walk into any of those chokes. We see boulder after boulder after ball after subjugate connecting, and the crunch just has no tankiness to actually survive it. Now we see Neft being split up from the team. Prime being started. Kira starters, no blink up in the front line. Kira is caught, Zane peeling.
Yeah, Zane with the impale, but the re-engage comes down on towards Conte to get the jungler, and that's exactly what they do. Rickster takes down the opposing member. Now in the Behemoth, Ven looking for the boulder on towards Neft. Not going to find it. He's going to be pumping down damage, hiding behind Zen, who's able to provide all of the peel. And now with Kirasadas pushing forward, Neft is on a rampage, blinks forward, gets another. Bondrood and Ven are so low, and they will run to the hills. Neft brocking that Dusk, taking down Sparrow. Only Bondrood is low, so is Ven, but they're chased out of the jungle. Bond Effect had the control, but watch Neft take it through. Crazy Legend looking for Bondrood, but he's not able to find the killing blow as Bondrood stays forward. He's trying to clear the minion waves. He's going to throw the colossal blow back. Bondrood, what on earth? Crazy Legend is outplayed as Bondrood gets the solo kill.
Bondrood gets the solo kill in the 1 versus 2 technically as well. Zane even popping the crest, trying to keep him alive, and this is such a disastrous play because now they can't even get the prime. Venom keeping the aggro actually, even though we don't see it on the screen now. The health bar appears 5k. There's gonna be Conte pretty far away still. Full HP though, 4k. This is gonna be close.
Zane moving forward. Ven has to jump away as Conte jumps forward with the aggro. Bondrood is stuck though. No blink, no way out. And Conte says, thank you very much for the leash, my friends. They take the Orb Prime as this dance finally comes to an end.
What is happening?
What
was
that?
Crazy. I mean, it all started with Crazy Legend on the right-hand side, and then it ended up being so bad for the side of Washneft and Co. Venom, though he keeps aggro and actually baits Bondrood to go into the pit as well, and then suddenly, yes, you are a Rampage, you can jump out, but your Sevarog is just left to dry. Bondrune goes down. Venom leaves him and gives over the big prime to Washneft and Co. And with how close these games have been going, TJ, you can't give those advantages to Washneft and the boys, because they are just gonna take everything from you, as we can see right now. Tier 1 being secured right there. It's also gonna be the primal Fangtooth up, so that is a secondary objective that they can always look towards. Conte, the one in the front line. Venom is gonna start the fight. Bondrune is there as well.
And you can see Stasis Bomb subjugates, and the boulder does root up Conte, but he's surprisingly tanky. Iron Strike also comes down as well. Crazy Legend re-engages the fight, forces out the Behemoth. Neft pumping out the damage, making sure that Bondrune cannot help out his opposing member. Stasis Bomb lands on towards Zane, who's very tanky, hits the Riplash onto Kira. Stardust, the Tame Fence does come down, and the Blink as well. Kira is going to survive for now, but there is the explosion. Zane gets popped by Richter on that ADC in the mid lane. Neft sees low health bars, sees more kills to his name, but Bond Effect scatter the amount of defense on this tier 2 tower, which does eventually drop Neft in the front line. The stun's coming down. Conte re-engages with the Colosseum, but everyone jumped away, and Neft can't land the damage. Richter, though, it's stuck right at the end, and he does fall down. Follows the same fate as his tier 2 tower, and I don't think Watch Defnico are done here as they siege onto the mid lane. Inhibitor, Bondrune hit back up, double colossal blow, disengages cleanly, but they're still not done, Tang.
They're still not done. They have to watch out for that right-hand side wave, but they still have the prime. They can get that inhib. That should fall any second now. Venom is gonna be pretty low, but they might still look for the re-engage. Remember, on the right side, they might get an inhib. Richter is there. Bellica might be a bit caught out. Bondrune might be in time to catch her. Good knock-up. Is gonna buy himself a bit of time, but the rest of Bond Effect, they really don't want to let them go.
Oh, triple subjugate coming out from Bondrune, and Venom pounces immediately on it. Look for the CC, big double knocker from Crazy Legend. There's the peel, and Neft is there to provide all the damage that Watch Neft and Co need. Bondrune hits another subjugate on towards Neft, who glides forward looking for the kills, finds another one with Brandonites getting that one, and Bondrune will try to get away, try to fade into the wall. Colossal blow onto Conte, can't get the kill, and it's just going to be Richter left. Watch Neft and Co, the freedom of the map. They might just go for the game.
And it looked so even for so long, but now suddenly the core is under siege. We still have the big prime remaining on 3 of those Washneft and the boys members. Rick's the only one trying to defend this. Zane is gonna blink in, not gonna be able to get the frag, but Neft with the damage is nothing that Rickster can do. The core is next. 31 minutes, and it was a banger game.
Holy. I mean, is everyone still with us, right? Is everyone still there? Because like that was just breakneck speed constantly. It felt like there was no end to the action in the last few moments of that game. What a game one, grand finals delivering here, Tang, as well. I mean, we got to decide an MVP, but I think we got to take an opportunity to maybe just catch our breath first, you know?
Yeah, I think the story has not been told yet, right? Because yes, we gotta decide an MVP, but remember, this is a best of 3, so we are gonna see Bond Effect back in action after this game, right? So not everything is done yet. We did see them technically going 1-1 now, because they actually did win the very first game that we had on stream, but of course that was in a group. So now different bracket, different stakes, and different format as well. So that is going to be Washneft and Co going 1-0 up in our grand finals for the second ever Fang Draft of the FTC.
Pure cinema is what I want to say in some of those moments. I mean, that Ore Prime constant back and forward as well. Good grief. I mean, I actually had to take a sit down for that one as well. But I think, you know, we have got the team head-to-head to look for first. We can just see how these teams shaped up against each other after that first game as well. I mean, it still felt so close until finally Watch and Co were able to just finally get control of that game.
Yeah, the problem with sitting down is that you just had to jump up again a few seconds later. So now we see the head-to-head between those two teams. We do see the VOD being won by Washneft and Co. And I think that the saying of if you WOD, you win. I think that is true after all. We also see how close it actually was with the gold earned, even with the kill being secured by Wash, Neft, and Co. We see how close it is between those two teams, even considering sort of the gold swing that happened towards the end of the game.
It was just absolutely nuts to keep track of as well. They did not feel like very much respite for either team, and that's still impressing me because these teams have been playing all day. That was game number 6 essentially for both of these teams. It might be it's going to be game 7 as well, and might be a third game after that if Bond Effect are able to mount the comeback. Neft though gets the MVP for that one. He is him, man. I mean, Neft. This is just prime Neft, honestly, and I think that game really showcased that.
Yeah, I think if somebody can beat my GOAT Capo, it is Neft, right? So I think it's pretty obvious that he is gonna win against every other player if he has already beaten the Italian Stallion. So, I mean, in the end, we do see Neft being MVP of the first game, but as we said, he's not MVP of the series quite yet, because the Bond Effect still has potentially 2 more games to try to come back from the deficit.
So much to look forward to here. We're going to take a break. We're going to have a sit down, get a drink. I would encourage everyone here as well. Get your breaks whilst you can, because when we get back into game number 2, it's going to be relentless. We'll see you in a few short moments. What a game.
Oh shit, that was a good one. Oh yeah, I didn't watch it.
All right, everyone, get back into your seats, put your seatbelts on, because this has been a wild ride of a grand finals. Welcome back, everyone, to the casting desk here. Game number 2 of Fang Draft number 2's grand finals between Bond Effect and Washed Neft and Co. As Washed Neft took game number 1, finding themselves on championship points. It's up to Bond Effect to find the response. But man, game 1 was an absolute banger. I cannot wait to see what game number 2 has got in store for us.
I'm definitely jealous of you guys watching, because I was not able to get my popcorn ready. TJ is screaming at me if I cast with popcorns in my mouth, so instead I just got a good sip of water instead. And yeah, we're just gonna go without the popcorn, but we're expecting that you guys are eating it for us, because with games being as good as they've been today, we have been blessed by the Omega gods in all of those games we've shown on broadcast. I think neither, like not a single one, I think was boring to watch. So I think that is just fantastic. And DJ, I'm hoping I didn't jinx anything, but if the first game is anything to go by, I think this next game is gonna be another banger to behold.
I mean, this is the thing, like when I said pure cinema, like, you know, you got to have the popcorn ready. So it's all good. Twitch chat, make sure that you're eating it for us as well. Just sit back, enjoy the show, because I can definitely tell you that we are enjoying the ride as well. Draft is ready. Enough of our yapping. We've already done the head-to-heads. We're going to go straight in towards this game. Washneft and Co. will be having the first pick and the first ban for this game, though. Bond Effect finds off on the second. Shinbi, the first takeaway. Tang, are we expecting bans to change? Because already it's pretty normal.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal because the drafts are exactly the same. So pretty normal, if you mean exactly the same. Are we having the second draft? Is it a replay of the first one? Are we just going to get a complete send back from the first one? We're just going to have to wait and see. With the terrorists being first pick, though, that's on the wrong side. So it is not a repeat. Instead, we see a very big draft adaptation, but it's still going to be Azara's first pick for the start of Washneft and Co.
Yeah, we haven't just mirrored the teams in this one, I do assure you here. But I mean, you know, the Zaris coming out there, I mean, Conte already showed that, you know, he's incredibly proficient on the pick. They're able to utilize it well, play around it well. And Conte had a bit of a field day ultimately here, but want to see what Bond Effect's response is. Are we just going to get a salty run back here? The Decker locked in. I mean, are we going to get the Drongo lock in at this point here?
It's possible.
Got to give us something different. Give us something different. Come on.
Maybe the different thing is that they take longer to lock in. Maybe that's the thing. But no, several being locked in again. Same heroes. Same pick order this time, so we're definitely seeing a lot of draft adaptation coming up.
The adaptation is kind of like the mind games, right? You're thinking, right, they're going to think we're going to change, so we're not going to change and maybe wrong foot them. But the problem is, though, is that if you don't deny any of Washneft and Co.'s picks, if you don't change your adaptation, what's to stop Washneft and Co. just picking the exact same thing as well? What they want to do is that countdown is going to go down. They're going to secure the Gideon. There we go. Well, that's it. Yeah, we can go home now. The draft has changed. Panic alert at this point here. Gideon lock in there. I mean, combining with that Colosseum, bit of a classic one as well. And also, I think Brandon Knight is going to be very happy to have something that has maybe a little bit more safety than the Bellica pick.
Yeah, I think jokes aside, like we already see again, right? The Sevrok, the Decker, a lot of lockdown potential. So with something immobile like the Bellica, yes, they did win the first game, but Brandon Knight was getting bullied in the mid lane. So with the Gideon, should be able to fare a lot better in that mid lane. And they pick up the Skylar as well. So they are going to remove a hero out of Rickster's hero pool. And on the other side, for Bond Effect, they're going to pick the Murdoch. That is gonna be the question what they wanna ban next, because now the Drongo does not fare too well into the Murdoch, but they might still be able to get to go with the Kira ban. Could be one potential sort of a ban, because Neft in the first game, we didn't show the stats from the head-to-head after the first game, but I can spoil you regardless. It was 1,500 damage per minute coming out of Neft, and if those numbers tell you anything, it should tell you this Neft guy, he's crazy.
I mean, maybe this is the point, right, where we can't really ban out players. You actually have to literally ban the players, might be the answer here. Kalari taken off board, and the Zinks also going to be removed as well. Trying to pinch the support and the jungle pools for both of these teams. Now, I should say, I do like this Murdoch though for Bond effect as well. I mean, with that lockdown, throw down the static traps, maybe even, you know, throw down a long arm with a law combination, get a bit of that map play as well. I mean, maybe, you know, being able to impact other lanes might be a good avenue here. Howitzer as well, going to be the pickup to play into the Gideon, a bit of an old classic matchup between the two there. But I do like these picks so far. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see different picks at the very least, right? Richter on a Howitzer is a bit of a weird one for me personally. I don't really associate him with heroes like the Howitzer. He's more of a very box-heavy champion, but that being said, right, with the Skylar being picked away and the Wraith banned, that might just not be possible this time around. Sane most likely, again, gonna get his trusty Richter. So the entire draft on the left side looks pretty similar, but with some differences as well. Now, the offlaner is probably not going to be Crunch again, because on the right side, we again have a lot of hard CC. Oh, actually, it is a Crunch. Okay,
it is a Crunch. Just ignore Tang completely. Or maybe they just heard the first part of the sentence and say, right, yeah, Tang wanted us to play the Crunch, so we're going into this one as well. But I mean, Crunch has been, you know, a pick rising up. Offlaners do like him. If we're moving away from tanky offlaners, going for dive, going for aggression, really sticking out. Especially though, if the Terror is not available, Crunch kind of does a very similar job as well, and was played pretty well by the Crazy Legend in that game as well. So, want to see what the response is. Oh, that's a bit of spice to be thrown in. Going for the Feng Mao into the offlane as well. They're going for it, Tang. They're going for it.
They are. I'm not 100% sure if I like it. It might actually be a Feng Mao in the offlane, because I'm looking at this, and Feng Mao is pretty decent into the Gideon, but he is not actually good at all into the Crunch or the Ceres in the offlane. So I'm actually wondering whether Venom wants to pick it up instead, because picking the Feng Mao into Crunch is something that even M would tell you not to do. But we are just going to have to find out in-game instead, I think, because we are... As we quite clearly saw in this draft, we are not all seeing with that Crunch pick coming in for Crazy Legend. But yeah, maybe I can be proven wrong once again. But to be fair, I did predict Washneft and the boys winning the first one. So at least some of my all-seeing abilities still persist.
Don't worry, Tang. I think your credentials are pretty safe and sound, to be honest, or at least you will definitely make up for it later on there. But, you know, this draft definitely throwing us some curveballs, and I'm looking forward to see how the teams want to respond, especially, you know, with that Feng Mao, if that does push the Sevarog in towards the jungle. But we are going to stop yapping. We're going to go into the game with the transition. Watch Go versus Bond Effect. Oh, hello, everyone. Back on the draft. No, back into the transition. We'll go on to this one, onto the Sanctuary map. Yeah, that looks a little bit more like it for sure, as that is going to indicate Washnef and co going to be on Dawn's side. Bond Effects back on the side. Let game 2 begin, and it looks like Ven taking that Feng Mao in towards the jungle.
I might be old, but I am not that bad at reading games. So, okay, Feng Mao in the jungle, it does make sense. The Feng Mao is pretty decent into the Skylar and pretty decent against the Richter, possibly, like not necessarily the best, but if you can sort of not be the primary engage, he fares well. Against the Gideon, he can just follow after a teleport, so not having hard CC. It's actually not the worst as the jungler. Now we see an early level 1 invade by Washed Neft, and the boys, they are just gonna get a bit of info. They're not even gonna dump any wards, only the Ceres is gonna leave one over towards that 3 camp. But with that, the first minute has been done. And now we see everybody getting a good reset and then heading back to the lanes.
Battle lines have been drawn. This time, though, for Bond Effect, Kira Stardust hasn't been forced out of lane early. There hasn't been that response on the left-hand side. So it's going to be a very standard clash of the mini waves in all 3 of these lanes. And Tang, I can actually ask the question that I started game number 1 with. You know, your all-seeing eye, your credentials. These first few minutes, what we're expecting.
So I want to say towards the dual lane again, because I feel like both of these heroes have a lot of lockdown potential, but it all depends on how those early tradings go. If Richter misses a few too many of these hooks, he might actually just get bullied out, and it's going to be hard for Conte to make his way over. Just looking at the minimap, we can see both of them have started the red side, go towards the 5 camp next, which sort of indicates that they are heading away from the off lane towards the other side of the map. So I'm definitely expecting Conte for now to head over to his blue side, maybe contest the left river buff, then look towards the dual lane that has been pushing up. For Venom, on the other side, it's pretty much the opposite. Maybe punish the crunch that is overextending on the right-hand side.
Because once again, as the start of game number 1, it was this crunch winning out early on as expected, going to be forcing Bondrewd back underneath the tower. Conte moving towards the right, but doubles back, loops, thinks about the mid lane here, but he is going to bump into Ven on his 5 camp as well. So might see a very early exchange between the two junglers. Ven going to completely concede the position over on his 5 cap as Conte just becoming a bit of a nuisance here as well. Rickster feeling pretty safe underneath the tower already. Statement of intent went out from the Washington Co jungler.
Yeah, so Venom drops the camp, does end up going back in. Conte just being a big boy right there. Rickster knows that his jungler, or that the enemy jungler is on the other side, so it's just going to be a trade of river buffs. Conte gets a reset, Venom gets a 4 camp instead, so a bit of a tempo advantage for the Ceres, but he is behind in XP. Venom is exactly on the side where he wants to be, but Crunch with the push on the right hand side has been able to crash the wave. Now getting that Cyan buff should be able to reset afterwards, so it doesn't really look like we're gonna have a lot of action in the early game.
Well, I mean, if there's ever a caster curse, if I've ever saw one there, this game's about to go completely bananas there. But, you know, maybe, Washington and Co. I like this from Crazy Legend, just responding to the information, right? Conte pushing into the jungle, seeing exactly where that Feng Mao is. Get the sense that the Feng Mao has been a bit of a curveball, so they wanted to make sure they have eyes on Venom throughout this game, want to make sure they don't get caught out. But Crazy Legend might be caught out as Sven's going to follow through with that Reaping Dash, but can't connect the killing blow. Crazy Legend will live to fight another day, but a blink has been burned on the right-hand side.
Ooh, a bit of an uncharacteristic misplay coming out of Venom, going for the dash burst into the blink, not having the damage from the Reaping Dash to actually secure the frag onto the crunch. Has been hunting monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds instead of hunting heroes in the game instead. So it's not going to be first blood quite yet. On the left-hand side, we see Conte going for an invade with the permanent prio that his dual lane has on the left-hand side. Still needs to be careful. Venom is on his way back. Sparrow only gonna secure one of these minions. The rest are still gonna be claimed by Conte.
And it's just, once again, statements of intent, the opening exchanges, the openings of this chess game that we call Predecessor, as Rickster is going to be stuck towards the wall there, but Conte is waiting for him with that barricade. So Rickster takes the torn space over from Brandon. Thank you very much. Blinks immediately chasing after Ven. Reaping dashes forward. Hamstring going to get the first blood. Bondrewd is the one who actually secures it, as both mid laners will fall from the trade, but it's going to be Brandonite getting the kill credit for the pick on towards Rickster. Conte trying to get back towards the tier 2 tower, trying to get away from Bondrewd, and Sparrow only is juking around, wasting time, but his days are numbered on the Sanctuary map. Bondrewd takes down Conte.
Dude, like this is classic Bond behavior at this point. Like he looks at his Murdoch, he looks at his carry, and he's like, "You want the kill? I want the stack," and he takes it with the Siphon. I respect it. Bondrewd did lose a few minions on the right-hand side, so definitely a correct choice of him trying to get something back. On the other side, Sparrow only was looking at his minions being pushed into his turret range, so shouldn't have lost too much for that rotations. 2 for 1, still a pretty even early game. 5 minutes 58, already 3 kills. So this game actually feels a bit slower, TJ, than the first one, but the kill score tells a different story.
It does, for sure. And now with the neutral objectives coming up, going to throw maybe a little bit of a wrench in the works. Want to see how these teams respond when there is something to fight over. Fangtooth, the only one on the board just yet. Mini Prime spawning on that 7-minute mark. Wanting to see where the priority is going to be. Is it going to be the objective trade, or is it just going to be the full move over towards which objective? It'll be tense though, Tang. I'm looking forward to see how this one plays out. I mean, if it's anything like the All Prime from game number 1, we're in for a wild ride regardless.
Yeah, definitely. Venom was really good at utilizing this. Zane connects with a good hook onto Kira's Stardust, are gonna get a good damage trade just before, as you said, right? Those objectives spawn. Fangtooth has already been spawning, and Mini Prime is gonna spawn in another 10 seconds. Rixter mid lane, no blink up on the Howitzer. It's pretty hard to play into as the Saras. That mine is just such a menace to deal with. But if Rixter's not careful, this might be enough. Should be able to get a bit of distance against Conte. But Brandon Knight is close by as well. Are gonna slowly run him down. Does not have the red buff for the slow. She does. Ultimate used. Brandon Knight should be able to get the last hits, but he is just barely gonna whiff on this one. Rixter makes it back to safety. Good utilization by the ultimate. Really waiting for the last moment to make it out of dodge.
And you have to feel it's just unfortunate timing there, because Conte was level 5 the whole time. He did not have Colosseum available. That would have been a frag. That would have been a kill. But level 6s are not available to Conte or to Ven, though. You can still see Conte is 1 minion away. That's probably what they're waiting for, and there it is, to tick over towards level 6. But the dual lane is not going to push forward to. But Bondrewd is just taking a field trip to the mid lane and gets a stack onto Brandon Knight.
This is so scary, DJ. This Sevarog is 3-0 at 8 minutes in. Pretty much the entirety of the gold lead for the side of Bond Effect is in the hands of Bondrewd. And we remember back to what we said in the head-to-head. This is the guy that can carry those games as well. So definitely is going to be a bit dangerous for the side of Washneft and Kono. Again, we see Venom making his way over towards his offlaner.
As Bondrewd trying to mind control Crazy Legend into this fight. Leads with the Reaping Dash. There's the Blink follow with the Hamstring. Earthshatter is available. And there it is. Ven comes crashing down. Crazy Legend does fall. But here comes Conte. Has got Colosseum. But he's in a 2 versus 1. Ven having to respect the execute. But he has got the reset. And it might be enough for both junglers to back away from this one. There's going to be some future fights left. But this fight ain't it. Left side, though, is a fight that Washneft and Co. want to take as Kira gets hooked in, impaled. And is going to retreat away into the waiting arms of Brandon Knight. Rotates from the mid lane as Sparrow only flees into the red side jungle.
Gets the frag as the Gideon. Definitely good rotations coming in from the Gideon. Arguably, the Skylar would have gotten the frag anyways, but I think better safe than sorry in those circumstances. Again, no objectives being claimed quite yet. We see Bondrewd in the pit, but it's just gonna leave a good ward. So we see the side of Bond Effect having a really good ward line, whether it's around that mini prime or in that Fang pit. They wanna know when Washneft and Co is starting anything up, and with the Sevarog already being 1.5 items deep, if Bondrewd is in the fight, you gotta think Washneft and Co, they're gonna have a really hard fight ahead of them.
For sure here, and I'm wondering as well, with Bondrewd so far ahead, maybe they can capitalize on that even more, maybe look towards the mini prime first, because they have got a bit of priority over towards our right hand side, but looks like the needs of the team are going to be there. I mean, if Bondrewd is already ahead, look towards a dual lane, try and get Sparrow only and Kira Stardust in a good position. Bond Effect gonna have control over the opening of the pit as the rotations start to come through. Looks like there's gonna be a 4 versus 4 brewing as both teams starting to prepare and set up. Zane over towards the left hand side can find a Riplash here, but doesn't want to pull someone in just yet, waiting for his team to get into position, but he still goes for it anyway, but he's gonna miss regardless.
On the right-hand side, we actually did see Bondrewd taking a really bad trade, though, against the crunch on the right side. It did greed for another plating, so that is going to mean that side lane pressure of the Sevarog has been negated. I think with this back, it is actually Bondrewd deciding that he wants to head over from base towards the Fangtooth. Let's see if I'm right. No, of course I'm not. Instead, he heads back towards the off lane. They do not quite want to contest this. They don't want to sort of give up that off lane sort of priority that they have quite yet. So we're just gonna see a bit more dancing towards the left hand side of the map. Venom might still be looking for something.
He's going to move forward. He's probably going to go towards Zane, though, but decides to call off the play regardless. Zane thinks, well, nearly pulls Kira back in, but just slightly out of range for the Riplash. That could have been quite the pick to get over towards the left-hand side. Mid lane is in position. It has been a reset from Conte, so Bond Effect do have a small window of opportunity here, but Washneft and Co are not really giving them the opportunity. Another Riplash going to go wide. Zane, that mana bar is being chewed through very quickly as these Riplashes aren't hitting just yet.
It just needs one of them though, TJ. If he connects with one of them, it's gonna be a nightmare for the rest. Now, good cage coming in. Venom is close by, but so is the Sarah stash in.
Well, he's going to go for it, and there's the Colosseum concept engages into the Impale. All eyes are going to be on Ven. There's no chance of the ultimate. He gets deleted as the turnaround. Neff holding down the phase. Here comes Brandonite to confirm the kill. And just like that, Bond Effect forced to play, but lose 3 members for a bit to make it rain coming out from Rickster. He's trying to do what he can, and he will at least trade on towards Neff, but pulled into the waiting arms, and a black hole comes out. But here comes Bondrude, the raid boss, the true villain, the true final boss of this game. He will at least take down Zane. Stacks with the colossal blow as Crazy Legend is going to get a bit of alone time with that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's gonna get one plating on the right-hand side, so that's 120 gold. But also consider Bondred made the rotation over from the offlane to the mid lane, did secure another plating there, then made his way over to the dual lane to get the stacks and the kill from that Richter. So all in all, I think it's a pretty even trade, but all things considered, I think it's still Washneft and Co. coming out ahead in that engagement. They not only got more frags, but as you said, right, they got 2 of those tower platings for the crunch that was struggling beforehand in that 1v1 against Bondrude on that Sephiroth as Neft gets another ball in the face, should be able to make it to safety. Sane is here, the cavalry is again looking for another hook. One of them needs to connect, or maybe it doesn't. Kira Stardust is just getting deleted. Neft has had enough and he secures the kill.
With that beam as well, shredding through the health bars. Bond Effects are going to put their eggs more in towards Bondrude. He seems to be having that effect on this team. Mini Prime is gonna go the way, and it looks like it went to Ven though this time. Bit like in game number 1, but if you make a play on right, we're gonna make the play on the left hand side. Watch Neft and Co starting up that Fang Tooth. Brandonite though being chased out by 3 members of the Bond Effect team, just trying to lead them away. Brought in towards the red side jungle, waste some time, let that Fangtooth be taken down. Subjugate does connect, Fangtooth does get secured. They now need to get out of the pit there because Bondrude is front lining. Neft is also stuck inside the pit as well. Constantly throws down the Colosseum, but he's taking so much poke. He has to immediately cancel it, and Bondrude looking for the stack. Not going to find it though. Impale, not enough. Zane blinks over the wall to make it rain, comes out over the top, and everyone from Watch Neft and Co nearly gets out, but Zane gets picked off before he gets to safety. Neft will survive, but Bond Effect find a collapse, and now looking for even more. Brandonite nearly getting picked off in his jungle, will live to fight another day.
And this looked pretty bad for Washneft and Co, but it was actually pretty good for them. They only dropped 2 kills. They got a tier 1 on the right-hand side. They got a lot of alone time on the tier 2 as well. So a lot of XP being lost for Bondrude. As we can see, Crunch has caught up in XP, and they also secure then Fangtooth before that fight was happening. So in the end, it's actually pretty good for Washneft and the boys, though it does not look that way necessarily. Venom also investing a lot of time of his mini prime to not really any usage so far. So I think Washneft and Co, they gotta feel really happy about this game state so far.
It's looking pretty good. I mean, the kills going where they should be. Brandonite also being a beneficiary as well. Neff pushing forward, nearly catching out onto Spyro Only's recall. But does leave Kira Stardust alone. And this tower, you can just see the beam ripping through the health bars. The plates have already dropped. And that tier 1 tower not going to be surviving for too much longer here. As Washneft and Co just looking to try and capitalize in these side lanes.
It's pretty funny that it's pretty much the same map state as the first game, right? Because again, we have a really strong offlaner in Bondrude as a tank that tries to deal with a Kira that is completely out of control, or in this case, a Skylar, right? But it's gonna be Neft regardless. Another hook connected by Sane, another pick into Neft's pockets together with the tier 1 as well. So this Neft is gonna be so big once he generates the recall. We can see it right here. 1.5k gold in his pockets. Once he has the recall, he gets another tier 2 component. So he is gonna be so dangerous to deal with for Bond Effect.
And not letting up on the pressure either, trying to find a move in towards the mid lane. Landmine, though, not finding the angle. Ven was ready to pounce on towards Brandonite, but the play is going to fall apart here. 8 kills to 8. Washneft and Co certainly feeling confident here Wondering what Bondred and the Bond Effect teamers I want to say. Look to try and find that response. They maybe look towards the mini prime. That's what they did in game number 1 to break open the mid lane tower. Maybe have to rely on that once again, or a pick onto Crazy Legend.
Yeah, pick onto Crazy Legend could potentially be done even by the Sevrog alone if it is the crunch overextending with that dash. But as it stands, both teams are playing pretty safe. The dual lane has first move now, always with the tier 1 falling on the left side. So we can see Sane shadowing in the mid lane, making sure that Brandon Knight is not going to get the same treatment as in that first game.
Whiplash just going to hit the wall there. But you have to feel that Zane, 2 games in a row on Richter's got his aim on. Neff certainly has. Gets a lot of damage on towards Kira Stardust. Into retreat and both take the blast flower to safety. One more alley-oop. Unfortunately, not going to find a mark. Doesn't quite arc down like the Plasma Grenade does, but they'll be forcing out Bond Effect from their left-hand side. Complete first move over on this left as we're looking at a bit of a diagonal map state though, Tang, as Bond Effect have the priority over towards right-hand side. They're going to take down that tower.
They're gonna take the turret as they are dropping the left side. I think it's always smart to play vertical in cases like this, and I think it also shows sort of the caliber of players, because obviously nothing taken away from Kira Stardust and Sparrow only. Both of these players are really, really talented and have participated in many of our tournaments, but against Neft, it's just sort of a different type of beast, because if you look at Neft's or Meta City page, right, what you see is tournament win after tournament win after tournament win. And I think if there's a tournament happening in EU, it is always Neft having the first dips on any of these, as then gets poked out by the dynamic duo of the Gideon and the Skylar again. And with Fangtooth about to spawn and Murdoch potentially out of position, this might again be a bit of a tough spot for Bond Effect.
Well, Watch Defnico looking to capitalize on here. Is he going to find Sparrow only? Has got the arc shot. And does he want us to take it as well? But good use of the book shot. Make sure Neff can't cancel him. And Neff is going to join in as well, as both faced over. Instant Crazy Legend was waiting for it. And Sparrow only finds themselves in a 1 versus 2. Zane's also going to say hello, but also sends Crazy Legend back over towards the left-hand side as well. I love these arc shots, man. But yeah, also what I love is Bond, in fact, starting up this Fangtooth. Conte is here as well, as Bond Effect just trying to capitalize on it. Conte looking to try and get in towards the pit. They drop the aggro. If they can get the pick on towards Conte, this would be huge for Bond Effect. Colossal blow. Enough time with the blink away, and now the re-engage coming through from Brandon Knight. Immediately he popped and blinked out from Kirasalis and Richter. That gives an opportunity for Crazy Legend. And Neff come back in towards the fight. Bond Effect saw an opportunity, but watch Neff go slam it in their face.
Yeah, I think Neft actually, that was like one of the few things where you can actually blame him, because Neft actually teleporting over gives Bond Effect again a way back into the game, because suddenly it is Bond Effect having the numbers advantage around that Fangtooth, even though the crunch was already there to pick off the Murdoch. But it all goes well. Bondrod not able to participate in that fight, not able to utilize his gold lead, because again 4-0-3. This Severog is really big, but he's only one man against sort of the army of washed Neft and the boys, and especially Neft, as we can see right here. So Fangtooth has not been taken by Bond Effect. Instead, watch Neft and the boys able to secure that for themselves.
And it's just another tool in towards their toolbox. It's another thing that they can leverage against Bond Effect, because now they are on Fangtooth point. The free Fangtooth Monty permanent additions to their offense and defensive stats. If they can take the third one, that will be absolutely lethal in the hands of a team like Washneft and Co. Kira Stardust nearly gets caught out, but is able to at least get away. Neft isolated away from his support, but is a little bit too far ahead. Bond Effect can't really make a play right now over on the left-hand side. He might just have to keep trying to find something with the Crazy Legend here. Another heavy trade, but here comes Conte. Let's find that stun, but Bondred's getting the Siphon, getting the healing back. It's not going to be enough, as there's the Colosseum. Long on the low comes through. It's going to be using the Colossal Blow. The Crazy Legend finally puts down the Grim Reaper in the right-hand side.
And this is a disaster for Bond Effect at this point, because that gives a lot of shutdown gold into the pocket of the crunch that is gotta be feeling just fantastic now at this point. The big XP lead also has been turned around from level 14 to level 13. Suddenly Bondrewd is the one that is looking into the leveled up Crunch, right? That has the advantage in the 1v1 at this stage, even though it was all going so well beforehand. Venom also being forced around, being forced to leave his dual lane again. Left out to dry. Sparrow only should not have the teleporter cooldown, if I tracked it correctly. Let's see if Sparrow only actually gets to channel it. Yes, he does. Conte is actually going to be forced back instead. Sarah is making his way over to the right-hand side. Neft should be able to clear out that pick, though, in a second. Now Mini Prime is still up, I think, and with the Sarah's making his way over to the right-hand side, I was actually expecting them to start it up a bit earlier.
Yeah, and I also like as well with Sparrow only moving towards that arc shot. Conte just waits by the other side. Even if you escape, it's only delaying the inevitable here. I get the sense though, saying that Washington Co is starting to find their rhythm a little bit more. Bond Effect aren't really able to find much leverage in this map anymore. All of that work that Bondrewd did in the right hand side getting ahead has almost been undone. Ven still does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. But it seems though as the rest of Washington and the boys are starting to arrive on the scene, 5 versus 2 is just definitely not going to be fair. Ven at least answers back, takes down Zane, but he is going to lose his life to the Crazy Legend. And it's also going to be the loss of Bondrewd on that right-hand side. Washington and Co. another step towards taking the championship.
So no tanky members remaining for Bond Effect now, and that means nobody can actually check this. It is being started up by Washington and Co. They did lose their Richter in the process, but honestly, the support being down is not the worst whatsoever. Richter gonna get a lot of damage with that Howitzer ultimate, but it might just not be enough. Okay, the damage numbers, Conte should not lose this. Sparrow only is gonna look for it though.
It's down to 1k. Conte still tanking it, and he is going to secure it with the hunt, but health bars are low. Are they low enough for Bond Effect to look for exit frags? Richter gets caught out. Crazy Legend blinks after him. The Epoch will come out. Everyone, take a picture of this mid laner before we put him in the dirt. That's what they will do as Washington and Co look to clean up on that right-hand side. Or Prime goes away at Dawn's side.
Ay, Bond Effect, they gotta be so mad at this. It all looked so good beforehand, but it all turned out so bad. So fast as well. Again, Neft gets those big leads on the left side and is able to translate them into the rest of his team members. Brandon Knight, with a few good rotations also towards the left-hand side, was able to facilitate the Skylar from getting stronger and stronger. And as you said, right, 2 Fang Teeth secured. Now the third one is gonna give them those permanent stats, and having the Mini Prime in their pocket, you gotta think that this is just a foregone conclusion before they secure the next objective for themselves.
I mean, it's these experienced players just need to go through the motions, really, at this point. Is they have every advantage conceivable to them. Bondrewd trying to get some damage on towards Brandon Knight, but Neft is here. And once again, you can just see the lead that the 2 damage dealers from Washington and Co are able to provide. But here comes Ven, gets some damage. Neft doesn't care. Blinks after takes down Bondrewd, but Ven will shut down Neft with that Earth Shatter. Zane can't find the Riplash, but that's a big pick. What can Bond Effect do with it, though? Because Washington and Co still have control over this left-hand side.
So they're gonna keep on pushing on the left side. They're not looking for the Fang Tooth quite yet. They might. They are gonna have a 3v3 on that side of the map. A lot of damage actually coming in onto the Decker as Brandon Knight disengages as well. Conte is gonna look for that Howitzer that should be able to survive unless Zane connects the Riplash and gets the frag. They also get the tier 2 on the right side, and everything is spelling like it's gonna be a wash Neft and the boys' victory at this point.
They're just going through the motions. They just got the washing machine cycle. They just put it on, put the feet up, and they just need to see out this game there. You got to feel as well on the left-hand side that Zane, less about laning phase hooks, the better. I think that's fair to say. But he has been hitting some huge Riplashes in the mid to late game stages of these fights. And really, Washington and Co just more than happy with that, because it's just instant death to whoever he pulls in.
So this is actually going to be the game decider, I think, because the third Fang Tooth still has not been claimed. You can see directly Bond Effect. Everybody wants to do this. They're giving up an inhib for this.
Rift their walkers and towards the Impale as well. Bondry throwing down the Cosmic Rift, and there is the Black Hole. Sparrow only. Bondry has got no way out of this one, and they get shredded. They're deleted from the game files. Washneft and Co. finding free, and also Crazy Legend split pushing the right-hand side, takes the inhibitor. Primal Fangtooth is going to be almost an afterthought here. That's just more of a thank you very much. Unless Ven can find a steal. Can he move forward? It's a 1 versus 2. Got to get through Neft and get through Conte, but he's not there in time. In fact, Neft is going to put him back to spawn, take a little bit of a shortcut. Good beeping dash, but there's the ultimate. Ven goes down, and you have to feel that Washneft and Co. need to take this one to the house, and this game is theirs.
Neft is happy about the delivery service, giving him those frags. As we see the Howitzer in the mid lane might be caught out as well. Conte going really low, but so does the Howitzer. Epoch used, but only to buy himself 1 more seconds before E2 is claimed by the Frenchman. Neft picking up his 15th kill in only 27 minutes. That has gotta be a record or something, as the mid inhib is being sieged. Bondru trying his best to defend.
He's going to go in. Crazy Legend does hit that knockup. As they are moving forward, damaging this inhibitor here. Zane taking down Bondrewd, and now Neft, even in the air, gets hit by that buckshot. The Iron Strike, though, doesn't get the stun. Neft's still alive. He's resetting with that pacifier, bunny hopping around. There is the full ace, and with the inhibitor dropping, with minion waves pouring into the base, this might just be the victory cycle. Ven jumps in, but he's jumping straight back out. Another wipe comes through as Ven goes back to spawn. Minion waves on to the core, and Washed, Neft, and Co. clean up this entire game, clean up this tournament, and are your Fang Draft #2 champions.
Washed, Neft, and the boys, our second Fang Draft winners of the second Fang Draft iteration. What a game! Honestly, TJ, like usually this is the point where we talk, right? That it's like, who's the MVP? Who do you think played better? I think it was player A. No, I think it was player B. I don't think we need to talk about this. I think after this game, it almost feels like a statement game, right? It's like Neft was over towards NA, right? He has been playing in like all of the NA tournaments, right? Big shoutouts to PCC and PPL, of course, as well. Big shoutouts. But yeah, he's not forgetting about EU, right? So he wasn't participating in the first Fang Draft. In the second one, he's like, oh, there's an Omeda City title to grab. I'm gonna get it.
I mean, yeah, it's a statement game, and they're coming back to EU, showing what he can do. But it was just the rest of the team as well that he's been able to draft around. I mean, Ponte, Brandonite, Zane, and the Crazy Legend all having their moments in that one. And Neft, he plays well because the rest of the team, he plays around him. This is the team that he drafted. He's pretty happy with it in the end because he's gone and won the whole thing in the end. But honestly, the team played linking up. You'd probably think this was a Fang Booth team.
Yeah, definitely. It might very well be, because this was really fantastically well played by all of them. So yeah, definitely wouldn't be surprised if we do see them in the Fang booth coming up in mid-April. But I think we still have a few thoughts to give about this last final.
Yeah, I mean, we could have a look at the team head-to-head as well, just to kind of break that one down. Game 1 felt so back and forward here, but it just felt like Bond Effect in game #2, they never really got comfortable. It's like what they did on the right-hand side almost got undone by Washneft and Co. Kind of felt like a puzzle that needed to be solved, and you can just see here that this game probably did feel a bit more decisive than game #1, which was so back and forward and so crazy. But the team stats speak for themselves. Like, Bond Effects just couldn't really get their head back into this game.
Yeah, especially considering like how close all of these early games were, right? Like whether it's the first game or the second one, to a lesser degree, but the point still stands, right? Like it looked very winnable with very clear sort of different defining factors of both of these teams. We see Bond Effect utilizing Bondrewd to a great effect. That's why he's in the name, right? Venom always towards the offlane, trying to get his offlaner ahead. And on the other side, Washed, Neft, and the boys, knowing that if they have the Neft, they have to use him as well. And Conte, with him on a team on Immune, right, just knows that if he plays for Neft, he is always going to be the rock that carries him to victory.
Okay, MVP, though, is going to be the call, and Neft I mean, this guy is just inevitable, honestly. It's another great performance. But as we said, you know, he's got to rely on his team as well. And everyone played their role in getting his point. Of course, the AD carry, the main character. I mean, at least ADC mains think they are the main character. But honestly, it's a supporting crew that really gets in there and allows them to shine. What a performance from Neff, and what a performance from the boys as well. Ultimately, very clean. So, wow.
Definitely.
That's going to be it. That concludes our game. But we have, dang. We've got a winner's interview coming up here.
Yeah, it's obviously Neft played phenomenal, but of course only because his team was there for him as well. So Zane on the support role was playing phenomenal with the Richter hooks, definitely connecting with most of them, especially towards the later stages of the game, right? Like the howitzer was just free fodder every time the Richter was around. So hopefully we're gonna get him in here quite soon.
All right, just gonna wait for confirmation. Of course, you know, want to give this opportunity to also shout out our production as well. Kashi has been an absolute champion, pushing all the buttons. I mean, this broadcast looks absolutely amazing, and he's brought his up. We had a vision, and he has put it into, you know, put it onto our screens. It looks incredible. So huge shout out to Kashi for the production here. Are we ready, production, with the interview?
It looks like we are still waiting a tiny bit longer, so that is not a problem. I actually wanted to talk about one thing anyways, TJ, because we did have that cool screen with the MVP beforehand, and it's like, okay, we just had 2 games. Neft got 18 kills. It's like, okay, I mean, he's ADC, it's fine, but that's 18 kills per game. that's one thing that you should not forget. So it's actually 36 kills in 2 games. I think we did see it in the last game. I think it was 18 frags in 27 minutes. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's just Neft is back, you know, prime Neft. He goes over to NA, but he comes back to EU, comes back to his roots, puts on an absolute performance for us as well. Entertaining games. I mean, you know, whilst we just wait a little bit more time before we get Zane on, talk about Bond effect here as well. You know, that game 1 performance was commendable, very entertaining, very much a banger game, but it just felt like they kind of ran out of steam at the end. Just wasn't enough to get them over the line there. And but it was still, you know, they tried, man. Like Bondrewd almost, like, you know, had like the kind of the SVP title, as I want to say to him, because, you know, seeing him also, you know, he's played some games in NA, you know, kind of won a PCC championship, you know, by that, but comes back to EU, still plays like that, you know, EU offlaner. True and true. Seeing him on his pick as well, but also the rest of them as well. I think Ven played well, Richter as well, Sparroni and Kira Stardust as well. They all did the best that they could. Put on a great show for us, but ultimately not enough.
Yeah, not enough. I think I also wanted to shout out Richter in the mid lane, because even though like they ended up losing, I think Richter did definitely try his best in the mid lane, especially in the first game where they were able to bully out Brandon Knight quite a bit. But in the second game with Brandon Knight's sick rotations, right, and with the entire map on fire, it still was not enough quite yet. So Fang Draft 2 champion has been crowned. Washed Neft and the boys. And if we look back at the draft as well, TJ, it's actually pretty funny, because we were actually doing a straw poll to decide who is going to be the best teams, and it was actually Washed Neft and the boys winning in first place, and Venom was actually second place. So funnily enough, you guys of course are always correct and got it perfectly right.
Yeah, so we're going to see you guys actually cast the next game. You're going to be the ones doing all of our predictions. We obviously know absolutely nothing. You know, we're just kind of here to entertain and stuff like that. But the true knowledge there is in whoever voted in that straw poll. You know, fair enough. That's quite achievement, actually. But anyway, it's been a banger tournament. And as you can tell, we are kind of stalling at this point here. Do we have any updates on the winner's interview, Kashi? Okay, we are just having some technical issues with Zane coming in. So I'm wondering, Tang.
I wish I could hear anything. I am personally not hearing anything, so I'm just waiting for you.
Okay, right. So we have the opportunity of going to a break whilst we sort that out. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to a break, but just quickly to sort out, get Zane in. We'll have our winner's interview, and then we'll do some final announcements. See you in a few moments. And welcome back, everyone, to the casting desk here for Fang Draft number 2. Grand Finals is over. We have our winners watched, Neft and the boys taking the title. And we do have the awaited winners interview here. We have got the washed Neft and the boys support. We've got Zane joining us on the VMix. Zane, welcome in, my friend. Congratulations on winning Fang Draft number 2. And what a Grand Finals. I mean, how are you guys feeling?
I think they're speechless.
Speechless, yeah. I can't hear a thing.
Yeah, hello.
Hello!
Yeah,
Oh,
thank
hey.
you very much. Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello. What the heck?
I mean, we can hear Zane. Can Zane hear us? That's the question. Okay, right. So it looks like we've got halfway through. Right, we managed to get Zane into the call, but it's just like that last extra step before we can have this interview. So we can think of some questions, Tang.
Yeah. Let me think about it. I really want to ask who wanted to first pick the series of.
I
the
can
game,
hear you
because
guys,
I
yeah.
have a feeling
Okay, right. Here we go. Okay, so
it was somebody with a French accent. Hey, Zane, what's going on? Oh,
Zane?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Talking to myself. I don't know.
He's not under my desk. Maybe he's under yours.
No. I mean, it's
No.
behind here. I don't know. I mean, I can hear him.
I'm gonna check the washing machine next if he's
Yeah, actually,
not
yeah.
showing
I mean,
up
did
soon.
you leave him in the laundry basket?
Maybe. I'm gonna recheck. Hello, Zane.
Zane, can you hear
Are
us?
you there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little delayed. I'm sorry, guys. I just
okay,
heard the
right.
question from Tang. It was actually Conte, I think. Yeah, hello.
Oh, perfect.
It's mega delayed. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Right.
It's-
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Okay, I think with that we might just have to imagine the interview instead. I don't think we're gonna hold you guys for much longer instead. But Zane, if you can hear us, we're very happy that you participated. It is always a pleasure to cast over a game that
Okay.
you played. You played absolutely phenomenal. But I think with the technical issues happening, we don't wanna sort of test our nerves much longer. So I think we are just gonna instead skip over it and are just going to imagine all of those insightful answers that would have come out for sure. Definitely.
Yeah, there's some great answers that, that Zane answered. Immediate insight, into absolutely everything, into the team comps. It's gonna be brilliant. So everyone, just imagine the perfect interview that Zane was going to give. Yep. So we're gonna skip that on here. But anyway, yes. It doesn't matter if you hear it now, but yeah, congratulations to Zane here. So Tang. With that being said, we have got one announcement left to do before we close out today. So I think we should bring this up on screen when we announce our next event.
Yeah, FangDraft 9. That is gonna be the next thing coming for the FTC universe. I think if you like this Fang Draft, if you like those insane graphics all the time, if you liked the dynamic data that we were able to source again, thanks to our insane production person Kashi. Every props to him, honestly. He made this stream fantastic and just a pleasure to be part of. If you want to see more, then on April the 12th and the 13th, so it's going to be the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we're going to host our big Fang Booth tournament. We do already have a bunch of donations for that one. That is going to be having a cash prize. This Fang Draft did have a platinum prize. The Fang Draft is going to have both at the very least and probably more. So signups open 23rd of March. So definitely something that you should put into your calendar.
Of course, and we're looking forward to everyone participating as well. This is almost like, it kind of feels like the iteration, like, we get some players in. We've seen some new faces, we've seen some returning faces, and now it's time to see those pre-made teams. Of course, the Fang Draft was a player draft and teams decided by the captains. This time, though, it's you and 4 of your teammates as well participating for Fang Booth glory. I mean, this is going to be absolutely fantastic. This was just, Fang Draft has been a rousing success. I think that's to be that's definitely to be sure. It's been a very fun event. I'm really looking forward to this one. So I think, Tang, probably time to close it off there. So any final thoughts for yourselves?
Yeah, big shout out to everybody that was here today. Big shout out to all the staff that helped out. If it's Woofy with the social media, or it's one of our other amazing casters, Cinematic Gaming, Falcon, and of course it's Mike as well. Our observers, Shift AC, and Jan, the rat of Europe. If you know him, then you don't want to play against him if he is Kalari offlane. But yeah, definitely was a fun time today. And of course, thanks to all the players that did show up. Always a pleasure hosting one of these. I think with that, we are gonna be done, TJ. We are gonna send it over next to the PCC. Again, big shout outs to all of our colleagues over to NA, whether it's the PPL, as we said, that Ego is hosting, or if it's the PCC, where you can see us cast as well. I think Robbie is gonna be there, RGS Ace, and I think it's gonna be a great time. So after we dip, I think we're gonna head it over. TJ, do you have anything else to say?
I think you just read my mind, took absolutely everything, so I'll just go for the standard interview, standard question, send off. So to all the players, all the teams, all the participants, all the staff, you're all brilliant, you're all fantastic, you're amazing, and to you as well, watching our stream as well. We look forward to seeing you next time. We're going to go and leave it here, but we're going to raid the Prime Championship circuit. Make sure you watch for their Cutting to the Core episode with RGS Ace. But as for us, that's all from us. Take care. We'll see you next time. Yeah, there we go.